Top of the morning to all our viewers joining us on Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, www.thepapare.com, Dialog TV Channel 1, and also on Dialog View app, and our viewership on the social media platforms. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you the action of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. And we started off yesterday with Western Province Segment B, but the top 12 teams in Western Province Segment A will lock horns with each other today. And they will be vying for Cup, Plate, Bowl, Shield honours. First of all, what they will do is they will compete in four groups of 3, with the group tops progressing to the Cup/Plate semi-final, and the second place team moving on to the Bowl semi-final. It's been an interesting day of rugby yesterday, but today is going to be even better, and I promise you that. Earlier today, we had a quick and a prompt opening ceremony where we introduced the captains to the dignitaries of the sponsors and also the dignitaries from Schools Association. As here's a look at what happened in the morning. The captains of the 12 teams taking the field. These young men will be raring to go. Ashani Seneviratna, Head of Marketing at Dialog Asia PLC, and Mr. B.A. Aberatna, President of Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association. The two dignitaries who took the field for the opening ceremony, and two representatives from the referees as well. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens is here, and Schools Rugby is back, and we are absolutely thrilled and excited about the fact that we can bring you some Schools Rugby action just before the end of the year. It's the holiday season. Most of you must be at home. It's a little bit of an early start to a Sunday, but I promise you it's not. You're not going to regret waking up this early. The weather's been decent the whole day yesterday. It was a little sunny and a little bit cloudy, but today again the forecast is that it'll be a little bit cloudy. It's the humidity that the players have to contend with, especially after noon. And joining me in the comm box is Mr. Abdullah Yusuf. It's been a long time since we've been back supporting Schools Rugby, Abdullah. It's brilliant to see rugby being back in the island, and we being able to admire and to be engaged with Schools Rugby.
So good morning, Sudarshan, and good morning all our viewers. Yes, it's absolutely fantastic to see rugby back, especially Schools Rugby. We had the first segment of the B segment yesterday, with Piliandala Central emerging victorious. But today we'll see all the top teams in action. And after a virtual 20-month hiatus, it's, I think, absolutely fantastic that we got rugby back on board again. Conditions are absolutely fantastic. It's sunny, but again, the humidity level is not very high. So I think we can expect a wonderful days of Schools Rugby. It's a pretty short and sharp tournament. As Sudarshan explained, there'll be just 4 groups with 3 teams each. So it'll be a very intense competition, and I've no doubt most of these players will be absolutely enthusiastic to try and put their best foot forward, because they haven't played rugby for a very long time. So there won't be any shortage of enthusiasm today. So I think all in all, I think we can expect a wonderful days of rugby. Most of the teams just going through their warm-up routines. And I think if the enthusiasm shown during this warm-up is anything to go by, we'll be in for a wonderful days of Sevens Rugby. So we're just about to commence the first match today. It'll be Royal College up against Ananda College. Both the teams, as you can see, are lined up in the pavilion waiting to take the field. And you can see the tournament coordinator Dhammika Madagedara there, just lining the teams up. waiting for the correct moment for them to take the field. You can see both teams eagerly looking forward to commence proceedings. I have no doubt that both these teams will want to start off the tournament on a positive note. It'll probably take the teams a game or two to settle in to their routines, since they haven't played rugby for a very long time. But having said that, the nature and the format of this tournament is such that you just cannot afford to let a game slip by. It could very well mean you being relegated to the lower segments of this tournament. So also I think it's important to mention the efforts taken by the Schools Rugby Association and sponsors Dialog for coming forward to making this tournament a reality. And let's just hope that this is the beginning of an extended season as the days go by. So we're just waiting for the clock to run down for both teams to take the field. As you can see in this sevens tournaments, the commencement of matches has to happen on time.
Well, all set for the opening game. Royal taking on Anand the College. Little ideal and ironic, isn't it? The home team taking the field for the first game, the Royalist. This is their own backyard. This is where they train, where they spend most of their time. So they'll be very much confident. Anand, on the other hand, will come here wanting to upset, wanting to make a statement, wanting to establish the fact that they belong in the top tier, they belong amongst the best.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. One team very well established in the top tier of rugby, another team trying to make a comeback after many years. In the late 90s, Anand was a real force to be reckoned with in A-Division rugby. Fell off a little bit, but you can see that they are making a comeback to the top tier once again. Let's hope that they'll be able to put in a good performance today. The other team in this group is Zahira College in Group A. So Ananda to kick off. It's a nice hang kick off, very well collected by Royal. They recycled possession well. Ball is being spread out wide. And that's a wonderful run by the Royal winger, but good cover defense, bundled into touch. It's a good bit of rugby by both teams to come in to start off with. A lovely sidestep by the Royal wing three-quarter, but some good cover defense, enabling Ananda to gain possession through this line out.
Very good first start for Kavin Sasanga. And a brilliant move, looked to be fully aware, and here's Royal running the ball. Saparamadu goes into contact, straightens things up, options on both sides for Royal now. Now out to Nanayakara. Nanayakara, big run in by Nanayakara, gives it to the speedster Sasanga. Plenty of width available for Royal, sending it out now. Kalagama off to the nippy winger who will touch down for the first try of the tournament. Brilliant stuff from Royal, end-to-end stuff. They had the structure, they had the formation. Navishka Gunawardena touching down for the Royalist first try of the tournament and a brilliant move by Royal.
Yes, that's right. I thought they recycled position very well, and they had a lot of width to their play on that occasion. There was a lot of depth as well. So just the start Royal would have wanted. These first matches are always very nervy affairs, but Royal making a statement very early on as we have a look at that replay of that try. Again, Anand is slightly guilty of just drifting out wide, and Gunawardhan is just identifying the space inside. Very fleet-footed winger. So good start by Royal.
Well, fair to say, right, Royal, start by Royal, because they were patient. They had good structure and they recycled the ball very well. Clean take from Anand that time around. Well, penalized for killing the ball. You need to give fair opportunity for your opponent to try and contest for the ball, and that's why they were penalized. Little bit of a difficult pass, but Anand found guilty of not retreating 10 meters.
Yes, so one area where Royal is always traditionally being very strong is in the breakdown area. And again, they show their prowess in that facet of the game. Anand, the need to commit players at the breakdown and ensure that they retain possession. And again, Royal just identifying a slight gap.
And Rajitu Jayasuriya touches down right underneath the post. Terrific stuff. Jayasuriya looks a little bit like Ask as well from the side. Another sensational Royal skipper.
Yes, Royal making a very strong statement here today. So far, look very clinical in the way they have executed their game.
No problem for Ravin Chenukar with the conversion as well.
Yes, in this game of sevens rugby, you've got to have your defensive systems in place. The coordination, communication is absolutely vital. If that doesn't happen, good teams will always expose you in that area. Now the lovely hanging kick by Royal. Anand do well to retain possession, but being penalized for sealing off. You've got to maintain your body weight.
But you got to make sure that you support your body weight when you try to defend your ruck. And with a team like Royal College, if you're going to give away so many penalties, you're going to get penalized. You will have a lot of heartbreak as Royal dashed through to the 22. Now sending it back from right to left. Here's the speed, Sasanga. Steps outside channel, steps inside. Beautiful try from Sasanga. Well deserved. He looked electrifying from the first touch and finds his way to the try line. Third try for Royal, and now already they are running riot.
Yes, very impressive start by Royal here. Looking very clinical in the way they're executing their skills. Under the need to come up and put a bit more pressure on this Royal offensive play. They just seem to be sitting back and waiting for the Royal to run at them. And if they do that, the Royal are just experienced enough to identify the space out wide. They just need to communicate a bit better in defense as well. And so far that just doesn't seem to be happening from Anand's end. So the conversion was successful as well. Royal 21-0 up with just over 5 minutes gone by.
Coach Levke deciding that Janendra Nanakar, the big lad, had enough game time, bringing in Rahul Bandara. Early changes in the game, and Royal looking like they want to make sure that all of their players get some play time. They have a commanding lead in the first half itself, so it's wise to make sure that you keep using your bench strength as well, and also you need to make sure, we saw that yesterday, Abdullah, you need to make sure that you manage your players' workload up until that important final.
True, and also with this new ruling of rolling subs coming into play as well, you've got the opportunity to bring your best players back later on in the game as well. So it's a very tactical call as well, where the coaches need to be aware on how they manage their bench, because that could be crucial as well. So Royal infringing at scrum time on that occasion, giving position away to Ananda. Anand just looking to identify a bit of space.
I think that time around it was the new man who came in, a little bit of over-excitement from the new man, went in a little early in the scrum. You seldom see Royal give away scrums, especially at penalties rather, especially at scrum time. Ananda needs to make a decision on how they are going to attack this Royal defence.
No hands, no hands.
They need to keep chipping away and have clear communication. Up until a player goes down in contact, it doesn't seem like they have a plan on what to do next, and that's important.
Yes, and also Anand, if you look at the way they're playing very flat, isn't it? If you just watch the way Royal form, they form very deep. Again, if you can see, they're very, very flat, which is very hard to attack from in this game of sevens. And it makes defending so much more easier. As you can see, Royal, they're communicating extremely well in defense.
Play on.
Anand doing well to retain possession. Yes, you've got to release the tackler. Very correctly adjudicated by the referee there. So this is much better by Anand, making a bit of territory.
Get back 10.
Yes, it's the first time Anand managed to come into the Royal half with ball in hand. Opts to kick the ball deep and doesn't find touch. Criminal. When you get a penalty in the game of sevens, you either run or make sure that you kick it to touch. But here's Royal trying to.
No cone. Come down. It's a half time.
They were trying to attack from their own 22, but referee decides that it's half time. Royal with an absolutely commanding lead of 21 points to nil at the end of the first half. We'll have Anand on the other hand will have a lot to think about, lot to chat about. For all the teams, the structure, how that works is every group will have 3 teams. And the group top will move on to the semi-finals with the second place team moving on to the bowl segment. And here's how Royal started off scoring. Terrific try. In the run-up to that try, there were plenty of faces from Royal, and the second try of Rajid Jayasuriya, touching down right underneath the post, and then the Spitzer, Sasanga, running from the outside, and touching down right underneath the post. They were good with the conversions as well. And coming back to what we were discussing, that's the halftime confirmation, 21 points to nil. We'll take a quick commercial break and we'll come back on the other side of the half.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back to the live action from Royal Complex. Second half action. We are ready to kick off the second half of the opening game of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, Western Province Segment A.
Captain.
We have plenty of games lined up for you today. 22 to be exact. And here's Royal kicking, start the proceedings. That's spilled by Anand, hand in position, right bracket Royal. Referee now decides that there is no advantage. Not the ideal start for Anand, especially given the fact that they are down 21 points. Royal, on the other hand, have looked really good with their restart and also with their defensive effort. Two things that is vital for your chances when it comes to sevens rugby, and also their structure. If we can take a look at the wide shot, how they form, while the scrum is in close to the 22 meters, there's another player on the opposing 10-meter line. The winger is on the opposing 10-meter line, so they're using the depth of the field very well. Here's a chance for Sasanga. Not the ideal pass, but will he have the legs? And yes, he does. Beg your pardon, that's not Sasanga, that's Avishka Gunawardena.
That's right.
Touching down right underneath the post, not the Avishka that you know of the cricket fame, but this Avishka can run. Absolutely terrific stuff.
Yes, again, Anand just found wanting in their defensive line. They just seem to bunch up, not spread out wide. And if we can get a replay of that, you see that two players going for the center, not drifting across. And Gunawardena, the speed that he has, he just doesn't need too much room. But Anand just need to try and get that defensive organization a bit better. Seem to be clamping up a bit more, and also a bit of stage fright you sense as well from Anand. Just that lack of experience playing in this top level. So hopefully as the tournament goes on, they'll get better.
Get back to him.
And also I think I've successfully managed to jinx Royal restarts, Abdullah. I just praised them the earlier time. This time around they are kicking it out on full.
Okay,
Short arm penalty for Anand, who quickly takes it. Advantage for Royal. Can they go all the way?
Advantage
A
over.
little bit of footballing skills from the Royal number 9.
So first knock
But unfortunately for Shenuka, he couldn't get his foot the second time properly, but they have another chance.
front. Wag back.
It's another error by Anand. They just can't afford to give Royal the opportunity
Keep five.
to counter-attack off open play.
Crouch.
But
Bye.
another attacking opportunity for Royal on the 22. Bit of an untidy scrum there. Again, Royal just identifying a bit of space and a wonderful bit of footwork by
Hirushka Higgoda, the man who's touching down on the shorter side. A little bit of stop-start, show and go. And the Anand defense was absolutely caught napping.
Yes, that's the fresh legs that is brought in from the bench.
All red.
Some wonderful footwork on that occasion. Identifying a bit of space, but yet had quite a bit of work to do. And Royal just managed to extend his lead further, 26 points to nil. The conversion is not successful. So as we have a look at that play once again, just switching sides, again, wonderful bit of footwork by Higgoda. Had quite a bit of work to do and did it extremely well to go over for Royal's fourth try.
Despite that try looking like an easy one, he had a lot of work to do, like Abdullah mentioned, but he got up to the task, up to the mark, and gets himself on the score sheet. Here's Royal restarting again. Janendra Nanakar with the kick.
No hands.
Again, Royal does well to retain possession. Anand just found a little bit wanting at kickoff time. Taking the ball into contact, but recycling well. Anand penalized for not rolling away. It's an area of the game that is so important in the 7s rugby, as in the 15s game, the breakdown. Again, Higgoda just looking for a bit of space to Gunawardena once again. Oh, again, wonderful bit of footwork. Just showing that change of pace and going over for his third try. So a hat-trick of tries for Gunawardena. Again, the Anand defense just tend to bunch up in midfield, not spreading out wide. Showing a bit of lack of experience at this level. And Higgoda makes no mistake with the conversion under the post.
Royal are now adding insult to injury here, Abdullah. Take a look at this beautiful stuff. Higgoda brilliantly creating, and then Gunawardena cuts back inside, and off he goes for his hat-trick of tries. 33 points as the conversion is also successful. And Royal, yet again, very, very competitive in the restart. That time around, the new man in was a little too enthusiastic. Yusuf Ahmed, guilty of tackling the receiver on air. On air penalties should be are going to be very, very strictly policed, because player health and safety is absolutely primal when it comes to all laws. Anand College have really struggled, like we said. I think it's the lack of experience and the new set of boys as well. And they've struggled to hold on to possession, and if you can't hold on to possession in the game of sevens, you're going to be on the wrong side of the equation. Royals, on the other hand, we'll see whether we can take a look at how the Royal line forms on this scrum. They love to form deep, Royal. Now take a look at this. See how deep that man was. Yet again, Gunawardena looking to run around and got a little bit of a boost by the defender there, who swung him towards the area that he was intending to go at. But referee decides it's time to put Anand out of their misery, and that's full time of the first game. Royal College with a dominant victory of 33 points to 0. Great to see the camaraderie as well between the teams. It has been a feature even yesterday, and it's nice to see, despite a long layoff, the friendships and the camaraderie between the teams are still alive, and we hope that it will be the case for many, many years to come.
Yes, so that's the final score, 33 points to 0. Royal laying down a very strong marker, making a strong statement in this first game. As we'll have a look at the replay of this second half. Avishka Gunawardena showing tremendous pace. Had a field day in this game. Then Hitigoda coming off the bench. Wonderful bit of footwork. Scored the second try of the second half for Royal. And then creating another one. Both the try scorers combining on this occasion. Gunawardena again just identifying a bit of space inside. And going in for Royal's third try of the second half. So Royal laying down strong marker, showing very clearly the intentions for the rest of this tournament. Winning that first match 33 points to 0. So we are preparing for the second game of this Western Province Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens tournament. Segment 1 between Wesley College and Thurston College. So both teams taking the field. I think we can expect some very competitive rugby as this tournament progresses. Wesley College, probably a slightly more established team in A Division rugby. Thurston making their way up from the lower ranks. So it will be Thurston to kick off. Wesley College over the years have a very strong reputation in sevens rugby. It's just so important for all these teams to get off to a good start, good confident start, just get their patterns going. An unforced error by Wesley, not the start they would have wanted, but just shows in sevens rugby a good hanging kick with pressure applied can always provide the desired results. So great attacking opportunity for Thurston. Right on the 22. Ball is fed in. Some good pressure by Wesley, but illegally as deemed by the ref. Deliberate wheel seems to be the call. So Wesley deciding to go for the scrum again. It's interesting to see each team, the options they take when they do get a penalty. Some teams like to take the quick tap and keep the flow of the game going. Other teams like to go to line out time. Thurston on this occasion deciding to opt for a scrum. This time it's a clean scrum, not the best of passes to the fly half, but does well to collect it. Wesley have recycled position. Again, just taking the ball up into contact. Does well to recycle the ball. But it's all very static and lateral by Thurston, but nonetheless, their number 14 has got a bit of space out wide. Wesley have done well to recycle possession. Trying to use the short side, but the Wesley defense up to that and use the touchline well to bundle Thurston into touch. So Wesley, interesting to see the option that they will take from this situation. They're just about 10 meters away from their own goal line. Decide to go to the front, but not straight, as deemed by the referee. Could prove to be a costly error. Just got to get those, even in sevens rugby, the set piece is so crucial. A great attacking opportunity as we have a look at that replay again. It was just thrown in right to the prop's chest, and a very easy call for the ref on that occasion. Thurston feed the ball in. A good scrum. Pass the ball out. But again, just fumbling a little bit is Thurston, but their number 13 tries to make a break, but some good defense by Wesley. Would have done well to get that ball out first time. Penalized for not maintaining their body weight at the breakdown. Wesley decide to take the quick tap and make a bit of ground, or some wonderful bit of interplay between the Wesley lads on that occasion, and looks like they'll be going over for their first try. Courtesy number 10, Shane Hopwood, going in for Wesley's first try. So you can see little by little teams as the game progresses, getting into their groove, getting those passes to go into hand, getting the passes in front of the oncoming player. Conversion successful. So just over a half of this first session being played as we have a look at that first try again. Another lovely sidestep and a lovely offload as well. And Hopwood finding an open field for him to go over for Wesley's first try.
Well, as the rugby happens, and we enjoy some incredible moments from courtesy of these young lads, we want to invite you to join our competitions and giveaways. You can join the Spot and Win competition. All you got to do is keep your eyes peeled for our favorite North Pole, Mr. Santa Claus, making an appearance on our screens. He will be dashing through the screens in his sleigh. All you got to do is make sure you note down the time that you see him on our screen and go and comment on the Papare Rugby Facebook page. And 10 lucky winners each day will receive 10 GB worth of data. And being at home these days, you need all the data you can use. And also, you can make your favorite team, the most popular team of the tournament. All you got to do is go and start voting for your favorite team to become the most popular Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens team. And the winning team with most number of votes will receive sports goods voucher worth of 50,000 rupees. As we see Wesley dotting down for their second try. Tirangama that time benefiting from very, very good hands from the rest of the team. Swift passing by Wesley. Wesley seems like They want to make a statement here as well, just like Royal did in their opening game. These top teams are coming out with intent, Abdullah, in their opening games.
Yeah, that's right. And also, to a certain extent, you can see the difference in quality of teams that have played A division for a period of time. Again, a wonderful offload, straightening it out, drawing the man and passing, giving space for your wing three-quarter to make his runs. So, Wesley just showing the importance of playing with a bit of depth in sevens rugby, isn't it? When you play with a bit of depth, you can see, you have more time to see what's in front of you, assess what the defense is doing, make adjustments accordingly. And that just comes with experience as well, isn't it, Sudarshana? You can see some of these teams that are just making it to the first segment, not showing that bit of nouns on how to attack. As you can see, Wesley, it's all very static, having no option, just looking to kick the ball ahead, but it could be of use. That's some good work by the number 14. Using his foot well, and I think he has touched down, so... Or has he? Or has he knocked on? He has knocked down. So Wesley, looking to counter-attack. Ball being knocked back on. Again, does well to clear the ball.
They need to start playing to the whistle. Yesterday also we saw they were guilty of not playing to the whistle.
Oh, there's just poor errors by Wesley. But we'll go in for the break. Wesley comfortably ahead 14 points to nil at half time. Thurston just need to try and play with a bit more depth when attacking. It's all very static. They're all just catching and giving without making any movement up forward. As this tournament progresses, they'll probably learn, and that's the score, 14-0 at half-time. So as we have a look at the replay once again, nice initial break. I think that's young Ogbobo, isn't it, Sudarshana? Brother of Samuel Ogbobo, creating that first try for Wesley. And then once again in the thick of things, does extremely well to draw the man and pass. And just giving his wing three-quarter enough space to go over for their second try. So a reasonably good first half for Wesley. Thurston just need to try and show a bit more guile in their attack. Seem to be very static. Very lateral in the way they go about their attacking play. But it's just so important for these title contenders to get some momentum going in their play, isn't it, Darshana? So that when they come to the business end of the tournament, they have got all their coordination and their plays intact.
Absolutely, Abdullah. And what's important is that these teams know even if they do lose one game, they still have a chance at the bowl. So you need to make sure that you are focused in your opening games. In order for you to go into the cup segment, you need to win everything.
Yes, it's a very fine balance, isn't it? You want to get your best players on the park as much as possible, but at the same time you want to balance it out by not tiring them too much in the early stages so that they remain fresh for the knockout stage of the tournament. So it's a very fine act these coaches have to think. It's very tactical as well. As we get ready for the second half, Wesley to kick off.
It's coming back to the point you mentioned, Abdullah. I think what's going to be, what would have also been very, very important at the preparation stages would have been how coaches did manage and then about 8 hours starting in the morning, making these boys work very hard do high intensity training for 15 minutes and then giving them a break and getting them back again in order to prepare them for this one-day tournament. One-day tournaments are always a little difficult on teams. There is a very less time for recovery, so your conditioning plays a very, very key role in coming and performing in these tournaments.
Yeah, that's right. So that's all part of the preparation, and not just match day preparation, but even your off-season preparation. As we see Wesley launching another attack, spreading the ball out wide, showing some good depth, but again penalized for not supporting your body weight at the breakdown. It seems something that the referees are going to be very hard to clamp down on. You don't support your body weight, you just don't allow a fair contest at the breakdown. So it's always very important for teams, especially in sevens rugby, to trail the ball carrier as much as possible, so that you have your player there in time to try and recycle quick ball, because a delay can result in a competition at the breakdown, and you just, as an offensive team, you don't want that to happen for a number of reasons. First of all, there's always the danger that you could turn possession over. Second of all, if that is a competition, you'll probably get slow ball from the breakdown, which is not ideal to attack from. And that'll be the next game, St. Joseph's versus DS Senanayaka. So some exciting games even at this group stage coming up in this tournament. So Wesley throwing the ball in, not clean line out, but they've done well to retain possession. Some good defense by Wesley, coming up and putting pressure, and doing some good work at the breakdown as well. And spreading the ball out wide. Fortunately, that pass just not going to hand. So Wesley just need to try and show a bit more patience in attack. They're doing a lot of good work at the breakdown to turn opposition ball over, but then just giving it back to the opposition by trying to rush things a bit. It's something which most of these teams will probably figure out and settle into as this tournament progresses. So another attacking opportunity for Wesley. The ball is fed in, but a very strong scrum by Wesley. Nonetheless, Thurston managed to retain position, but again, it's very static in their attack. Just good enough to be bundled into touch. One thing you see between these more established A division teams and the rest so far, at least in these two games, Anand and Thurston just seem to be playing in a very flat formation from attack. You can see teams like Royal and Wesley playing with much more depth in their game. It's something which comes with experience and confidence as well. Wesley go to the front of the line out. Getting the ball, doing a switch, a double switch. Keeping the ball alive is Wesley. Some good pressure by Thurston at the breakdown, and they get the due rewards for that. Wesley penalized for not maintaining their body weight. Wesley were definitely not back 10 meters. The referee has identified that, but looks like he's deemed that that's advantage over. So Wesley get position once again, going to the breakdown. Recycle position well, just need to try and get a bit of width into the ball. A lovely dummy being sold. The ball being given again to their wing three-quarter. Tirangama, who puts the finishing touches to a well-executed phases of play by Wesley. Go in for their third try. 19 points to nil, Wesley. Seem to have this game well in the bag. As we approach the last couple of minutes of this game. So Wesley will be relatively pleased with their performance thus far. Conversion successful, it's extended to 21 points to nil. As we have a look at that replay, a lovely dummy. But the important thing is after making that dummy, kept the ball in both hands and sent it out to the wing three-quarter. Most of these teams will have very fast players out on the wing, so it's just a matter of providing them with some space for them to do their thing.
Tirangam, that time, Abdullah, I thought initially took the wrong option of not cutting back inside, but did very well to recover and make sure he got the points for the team. Thurston now playing for something. They have plenty of games, looking to dash through the short space. Should have made that ball available. Wesley, player that time guilty of playing it from the ground.
Is also, if you are planning to go on the short side, you just got to ensure that you are able to stay in play and that there is sufficient space to make that dash. Otherwise, it makes it so much easier for the defensive team to use their touch line and push you into touch. So Thurston deciding to go to the line, but that's a terrible kick. Not finding touch. So Wesley will look to try and launch a counter-attack from their own 22. Spread the ball out wide. Just looking for the options. Go back in. This is very good by Wesley. Showing a lot of composure in attack. Identifying the space. Getting the ball out wide. This is really good stuff by Wesley. Speed, providing inside ball, and they identify the gap. So that's a very, very good try by Wesley from their own 22. All starting from that missed touch kick by Thurston. Just cannot commit those kind of errors against quality teams. And you pay the price, and Wesley go over for their fourth try right on the stroke of full time. So with the conversion to come, Wesley, I think, will be very pleased with their first outing today. A rather solid performance by them, 28 points to 0. As we have a look at that try once again, Wesley did very well to keep the ball alive. They had enough of supporting players linking up inside the ball carrier as well. So Wesley laying down their own marker for the rest of the tournament. And that's their final full-time score, 28 points to 0 in favor of Thurston. So this is the highlights of this second half. The first try. Again, Wesley launching an attack from their own half. The Thurston defense found wanting. As the ball is spread out wide. And then Thurston not finding touch from a penalty, resulting in Wesley launching a counter-attack. And some really good support play from inside, resulting in Wesley going over for their fourth try. So we are getting ready for the next game between St. Joseph's and DSN Nayaka. Both teams relatively well established. St. Joseph's of late have made great strides in A Division rugby. We'll be looking forward to making another marker, putting down a marker. DSN Nayaka boys were in the B Division couple of years ago before this tournament made their way to the A Division. And we look forward to getting a good start as well. Joining me in commentary is Hisham. Good morning, Hisham.
Good morning, Abdullah. Lovely morning to play Sevens rugby. It's St. Joseph's versus DS. So early position for DSN and Nayaka. We'll be going in this game as the underdogs.
A wonderful ward off by the DSN Nayaka player. But unfortunately, Just couldn't get over the cover defense, losing the ball in contact.
Massive handoff there. Left his man for dead, but unfortunately just couldn't hold on to the ball. Here we go. Boom, out of my way. Looking for support, but then losing control of the ball. Unfortunate there. So St. Joseph's now with the first opportunity, with ball in hand, to display their attacking prowess. Fly half now to the center.
So Joseph recycling the ball well, looking for their options, trying to see what space they can find, but so far the DS defense is holding well. But the St. Joseph's again have recycled possession, getting the ball out wide, finding a bit of space, but this is really good defense by DS Senanayaka. Spreading out wide, good communication in defense. St. Joseph's attacking, but again, on this occasion, DS Senanayaka missing a couple of tackles. So Jayawardena going over for the first try of St. Joseph's, showing a clean pair of heels on that occasion. The DS Senanayaka defense that was so strong up to this point, missing a couple of tackles on that occasion, enabling St. Joseph's to get their first try.
Looks to be a strong ball carrier as well. Center field. Warded off the first man and then used his pace to gallop towards the try line. DS Senanayaka, they don't need to be concerned too much. It's just still early days. There you go. Jayawardena sprinting his way under the post. Conversion was successful. So it's 7 points to 0.
This is also shows in this game of sevens, rugby possession is such a big part of it, isn't it? You playing without the ball is so difficult because when there's only so much you can defend, and eventually if you don't retrieve possession and control it, it becomes very hard. So DS Senanayaka collecting the ball well there, going in, taking it in, phasing it out. DS Senanayaka playing with a bit of depth, but it's all very static. They've got to run onto the ball. They're forming with a lot of depth, but very static in how they are receiving the passes. Just makes it so much more easier for the defensive team to come up and put pressure. As we have a look at that again, passes is just going towards the man. It's not in front of him, enabling the team to run onto the ball. So now the great attacking opportunity for St. Joseph's inside the 22. Get the ball out wide. Not clean ball, but nonetheless going into the hand of
Good
number
tackle
12.
there. Drives his man back, but still St. Joseph's with possession. Now the big man tries to bustle his way through. DS holding on, but St. Joseph's, they just keep on retaining possession. Looping pass, but unfortunately the player attempting for the intercept just couldn't hold on to it. But number 7, Udavatta, should have done better there.
Yes, that was a real opportunity DS needed to make use of. It's what you term a hospital pass. Long looping pass. Needed to have grabbed onto that opportunity. The DS Senanayaka, but unfortunately not being able to do so. So a bit of a reprieve for St. Joseph's on that occasion. Will want to make amends.
So centre field scrum now for St. Joseph's, giving them options either side of the pitch. Puts the boot in. The bounce comes in favour of them. Wards off the tackle. Number 10 tried to save defence. Last minute tackle by the DS defence. Open play, so there's no offside there. DS now with possession. They just need to hold on possession, recycle ball, and then launch an attack. They've done that. They've got men on the outside. It's number 7, Udavatta now on the flanks. DS still with possession inside the opposition, just outside the opposition 22. Again, men on the outside, but the pass not finding the man. Still, DS managed to hold on. Scrappy play. They got to hold on to the ball here, DS. Some momentum. They managed to build some momentum, and they earn a penalty.
Yes, that's much better by DS, creating a few phases. DS, St. Joseph's rather penalized for not releasing the tackler.
Time off.
Looks like Jayawardene, isn't it? Just seemed to have got a knock on the head. Doesn't seem to be in good condition at all.
He was in some discomfort. I think he was clutching to his ankle or his knee. He was limping prior to this passage of play. I think it's taken its toll.
You can see his leg being lodged between the DSN Naika's the DSN Naika players' legs as well, and it's you can see the result of that.
That's quite unfortunate as well, because he looks to be a solid player. Scoring the first try. Looked to be the go-to man for St. Joseph's as well during the open passage of play. Now DS with a brilliant opportunity now to strike back. Seems to be he won't be able to take part. Jayawardene in some discomfort there.
Yes, let's hope it's not too serious. Hisham seems to be a key player of this Josephian outfit. They'll probably try and put some ice and strap it up and see whether he'll be good to go in the next game. But for the moment, an attacking opportunity for DSN Naika. It's probably the final play of this first half. But again, just not executing their line out well enough, turning possession over. So St. Joseph's gaining possession from their own 22. Just looking for some options. Just try and jinx their way out of their own half. So you just have to wonder, since they are in their own half, will it be better to just kick the ball out, since the halftime hooter has gone off as well. But this and I look to be intent on trying to create something and deciding to kick the ball ahead. Bad bounce for DS, just resulting in knocking on, but doesn't look like it will cost them too much, as referee Weranga deciding to call half-time. So we have a look at that replay again. This is the ball taking a wicked bounce, resulting in that knock-on. But don't think DSN Naika will feel too hard done by, because it was half-time nonetheless. So at half-time, St. Joseph's leading 5 points to 0. Not yet settling down to the pattern which they would like. They've also lost the services of their try scorer Jayawardene as well. Let's hope that it's nothing serious on his part. As we have a look at that try by Jayawardene, breaking a couple of tackles, a very strong run, going under the post for the Josephians' first try.
Unanimous decision.
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby 7 live on Dialog Television, Dialog web and the Papare.com.
So we're back in the second half. St. Joseph's a slender lead, 5 points to nil. DS Senanaika defending well in that first half to a great extent, but I'm sure in the second half they will like to get a bit more position, launch a few more attacks. A long kick, comfortably collected by St. Joseph's. But again, that's a bit sloppy by the Josephians. They need to be a bit more aware of the sideline, just try and keep the ball in play as much as possible. Sevens Rugby turning the ball over by just being bundled out to touch is a definite no-no. Needed to make the correct choice in terms of probably staying in play. Some good spoiling work by St. Joseph's, but the ball again reaches touch, so just didn't seem to get the deserved credit for some good spoiling work at line out time. So Senanaika get another opportunity. Got to get the set pieces working if they are looking to launch an attack. Not clean, but nonetheless they managed to get position. Yes, Senanaika taking the ball up. Much better running onto the ball. Not the best of passes, but nonetheless they managed to retrieve position. They recycled the ball well. Running onto the ball. This is much better by DS Senanaika. Going into contact. Most importantly, they've managed to keep possession. They've got numbers out wide if they can find the players out wide. Again, changing direction very well. Turning position, retrieving it, spreading the ball out wide. DS Senanaika really need to score, and they do. That's much better by DS Senanaika. Sanjug on this occasion going over for DS Senanaika's first try. That was much better by DS, wasn't it, Hisham? They managed to recycle position, showed a lot of patience, and have now got the opportunity to go into the lead.
And like you said, Abdul, that's all about possession. For once, they managed to put on a few faces together. Still unpredictable at the line out, a bit sloppy, but they managed to get Tono ball off the line out and managed to score that try, and the conversion is good as well, so into the lead they go.
As you can see, Josephian coach Nilf Ibrahim bringing in the subs, trying to get some fresh legs into the game to add a bit of impetus into the Joseph's attacking play. So after a rather sluggish first half, DS Senanaika seem to have found their groove so far in this second half, but still good 4 minutes to go. Everything to play for by both teams. A lovely hanging kick by DS Senanaika. They managed to turn, St. Joseph's rather managed to retain possession. Got the ball out wide. Lot of depth in their play once again, running onto the ball, but DS Senanaika's defense holding strong, but high tackled. Very clearly evident.
St. Joseph's now need to get front football quickly, drifting to the other side. Here's the big man, number 4, big hand off, still going, takes 1, 2, 3, 4 to stop him. But unfortunately, the scrum half knocks it forward at the base. So all that momentum comes to a abrupt halt.
Yes, it's such an important skill in this game of sevens rugby. When you're taking the ball into contact, you may want to keep it in one hand, but once you make that initial break, you've got to transfer it on into both hands so that you give yourself the option of making that pass. So that's the next game up. Zahira versus Anand from Group A. Before that game, there's a lot to play in this game. Just 2 points in it. DS Senanaika taking a surprising 7 points to 5 lead. So St. Joseph's being penalized at scrum time on that occasion for not binding properly. Some wonderful supportive play by DSN Anayaka, keeping the ball alive. They've just got to get it out wide, but unfortunately not staying in their feet at the breakdown. Referees are being very consistent and coming down very hard on it. And it looks like DS are going to be penalized for not placing the ball down.
Totally unnecessarily, Abdullah.
Very
In the
unnecessary.
lead. Why would you do that?
Again, DSN and Ika penalized for not staying on their feet. They're down to 6 men. They just need to be aware of that when they take the ball into contact. Again, Josephs just had that extra man, but not being able to get that pass out wide. But nonetheless, they managed to recycle possession. DSN and Ika just seem to have got the numbers in defense. Just need to make those first-time tackles. But some wonderful footwork. Deciding to kick ahead, which is a pretty poor option. He had the man out wide. Just need to make these correct decisions at the correct time. DSN and Ika down to 6 players as well. Have to question whether that was the best option.
Well, he had men either side of him. Either he didn't hear him or they didn't make the call, but that was quite cardinal by the Josephian number 13. Should have opted to keep possession rather than punting it forward. And the execution wasn't the best as well, to make matters worse.
Yes, especially when you know the opposition is down 1 man as well. You want to keep the ball in hand as much as possible, try and recycle possession, wear the opposition down, show a bit of patience without forcing the issue. So we just entered this final minute. DSN and Ika, crucial line out for them. If they can get possession of this line out, good clean possession, hold on to the ball, it'll go a long way in them winning this match. They do get possession, but St. Joseph's pouncing on that ball, but unfortunately it was knocked on at line out time. So this could very well be the final play of the game, Hisham. DSN and Ika on the verge of creating an upset. Just need to get some good clean scrum.
Well, the hooter has gone, so all DS need to do is just get the ball out of the scrum and kick it out.
Yes, St. Joseph's, through their big men, just trying to apply a bit of pressure. They need to try and somehow disrupt this scrum and get possession their way if they are to win this game. Another big scrum by St. Joseph's. They have retained possession. Just what they needed. So now is the opportunity. Again, deciding to go to the boot. DSN and Ike, if they can just hold on to possession. And DSN and Ike are penalized for going off their feet, and that could be the game. DSN and Ike need to be aware of the game situation. Just need to take the tap and kick the ball out. Again, doing some hard work, but not supporting your body weight there. Going over at ruck time, and DSN and Ika have kicked the ball into touch, and that's the end of the game. DSN and Ika. Our scoreboard seems to be 7-5. We'll have to just cross-check to see whether that first conversion was made by St. Joseph's.
Yes, I think the score is deadlocked at 7-all.
So we're just trying to clarify whether that first conversion of St. Joseph's was made or not. Yes, so we've just got the confirmation that St. Joseph's conversion was not successful. So DSN and Naika, as the replay shows, courtesy of this try by Sanjula, have emerged victorious, 7 points to 5. So after a very competitive game, DSN and Naika have emerged victorious, 7 points to 5. Of the next match, we will go in for a commercial break and rejoin with you on the other side.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇඩ්මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugatadass Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Unanimous decision. You are
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහන.
සුගතදාස indoor stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில் உங்கள் நகரில் உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහන.
සුගතදාස indoor stadium
Is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at මොරටුව
දියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Here the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
Welcome back to Royal Complex. So we are ready with the live action of the fourth game of the tournament. Zahira College taking on Ananda. Second game for Ananda. They were trounced in the opening encounter by Royal College, so they will want to make sure that they capitalize on this one and try to make amends. Zahira, on the other hand, will be playing their first game. It's going to be interesting as they will want to make sure that they get the tournament off to a winning start as they kick off the proceedings. Not the ideal start Zahira would have wanted. Restarts are absolutely important when it comes to sevens rugby. Here's a chance for Ananda attacking from the middle. Goes to the left. Need to recycle. The depth of the Ananda line has been in question in the previous game as well, but this one they managed to tuck the ball in. Poor pass and good rush defense by Zahira. Ananda still holding on to possession. Running out of ideas. Here's a chance on the outside. Big man has speed to burn. That's the number 5, Sambagya, but penalized by referee Jamaldeen. Here's Zahira with possession for the first time this game. Will this be the first try of the game as well as number 6 for Zahira, Ashan Shahim. Goes right underneath the post. Against run of play, making good use of the penalty. Good work by Zahira.
The first actual chance for Zahira to get hold of the ball in an attacking phase, and they strike goal immediately. Ran across, ran laterally, had the man, but then decided to go himself. Had the pace, backed himself, and a 60-meter dash to under the post. Conversion successful. So Zahira, just like that, into a 7-0 lead.
Well, not the ideal start for Ananda. Flashback of that opening game. They'll want to make sure now they try and get some momentum. They held on to the ball for a couple of minutes, but the moment they turn it over, Zahira making them pay.
Well, I guess possession is key, but it won't matter if you don't make an impact with the possession you have. Zahira once again with this time with the restart, once again not successful. So that's something to be concerned of for the Zahira coaching department.
Absolutely, they will want to make sure that they get this one right, because these are things that you can go over and over and over and over in the training pitch. Ananda taking the quick tap. Still on his feet, the big number 7 for Ananda. Pet Baranga. Now Ananda trying to send the ball out wide. Some big men for Ananda.
Well, yes, they got to capitalize on that. Hit the gaps, create space for the speedsters on the wing. But unfortunately, at the moment, that is not happening. They will receive a scrum, though. Fiakal Jamaldin Singh, that went forward off a Zahira hand. And like you said, yes, some good forwards for them. Bigger in size compared to their counterparts. And even their three-quarters seems to have a slight edge over the Zahira runners. At scrum time, very scrappy there by Ananda. Zahira with possession now, with another chance to run at the opposition. Loose pass. And Ananda. And this will be the first try for Ananda College. That's a gift. The initial scrum squandered by Ananda College, but then again, Zahira College making a meal of that. And Ananda pouncing on it immediately. And with the conversion to come, good opportunity to level the scores.
Well, that was an absolute gift, like you mentioned, by Zahira College. Scrappy play. The intention was right, but the pass wasn't. 7 points. So all square after 4.5 minutes here at the Royal Complex in this fourth game of. Take a look at it. This was the replay. Pouncing on that opportunity. Poacher's try for Vinod, who touches down right underneath the post for Ananda. Everything to play for now. 7-all. As you can see, Hisham, the more you hold on to the possession, you frustrate the opposition. They will try to do something out of the ordinary, and that's the time that you can try and pounce on them. Oh well, Ananda restart was ideal, but the man chasing that should have kept his hands off. Ananda defenders doing very well to not tackle the man until they retrieve 10 meters, but that's a great snipe. Absolutely brilliant stuff by Mohammad Fazlan, managing to break the first tackle. Lost his balance momentarily, but managing to get back on his feet and touching down right underneath the post. Great response from Zahira as they take the lead 12 points to 7 with the conversion to come.
Almost lost his balance there, but just managed to regain his balance and then made the dash towards the try line. So Zahira seems to be a high scoring encounter, this one. There you go. Cuts back inside, almost loses his balance, but then had the awareness of the man behind him and then just made that dash towards the try line. Conversion good. So it's 14 points to 7. End-to-end first half, Sudarshana.
Absolutely terrific stuff. This is what we've subscribed for Hishan. And here's Ananda, the speedster. Got the first try. Good cover defense by Zahira College as well. Referee Jamaldin penalizing Anand, the need to try and capitalize, be on the front foot. Well, Zahira that time absolutely guilty of turning their backs to the ball, but referee Jamaldin rightfully pouncing on a technical error by Anand, the college. That when you take the tap, you can do that in your school backyard playing tap rugby, but not in an authorized tournament. You got to move the ball. That's the rule. The ball needs to move. You can either place it on the ground or kick the ball and take the tap, but certainly not move the ball from your thigh, just like the Anand get forward did.
It was a good spot by the linesman as well. I think the referee wasn't in the line of sight, but good call by the linesman. But had he taken that tap correctly, they would have had a chance. So Zaira now with another opportunity. Running inside their own half though. Cuts back inside. Needs to keep possession. Referee playing advantage now. They've got men on the outside. They need to send it out. Puts the boot in. Chasers on their way. The Zaira number 6 is leading. Needs to put the boot in once again. Does so. Needs a good collection now. That's a brilliant try.
Ashan Shahim, the man touching down for Zaira College, had the presence of mind. He tried collecting the ball, realized it was a little too low, puts a very controlled kick in and touches down inside the goal line. Brilliant stuff from Zahira. Maybe a little bit of footballing in him as well. We know that Zairians are very famous for their football skills, and some have rubbed on these rugby players as well.
Yes, Sudarshana. Not surprising to see that from a Zahirian player. So the conversion is good yet again. So all 3 conversions good. Here we go. Big thumping kick. And
Now this is what's important. Good touch, had the speed to back it up, and there you go, controlled touch in order to make sure that it doesn't travel to the deadline. End of the first half. It has been an interesting one. Anand managing to strike back after Zaira's opening try, but halftime confirmation, 21 points to 7. And these are the highlights of the first half. Zaira started off scoring with this brilliant run, running on the outside, had plenty of legs, and found his way to the try line. And next, it was a gift from Zahira to Anand. Well, incidentally, it's a Marathon derby here. Zahira versus Anand. And Zahira with their second try, running right underneath the post. And then came the final try just before half-time. Some incredible footwork. First one was hard, and the second one, look at the touch. Just beautiful. So that's the end of the first half. We'll go for a quick commercial break. We'll come back with the second half action. We're with the second half now. Now Zahira straight away looking to run. They've got confidence. They've got 21 points up on the scoreboard, a 14-point lead. High tackle and the first card of the game. That's the guilty party is the number 1, Rasanjana from Anand College. Sent to the naughty chair for 2 minutes. Well, Rasanjana should be hoping that Santa doesn't come around, because he'll be in the naughty chair and he'll only get coal. No gifts for him, but as for you, if you can spot Santa on our screens, you will be able to win 10 GB of data. All you got to do is comment the time that Santa comes on. Zahira with an attacking line out in the opposition 22. Well, Foxstar cameraman as well. They were expecting the ball to go back, but referee spotting the infringement of knock on.
And something that I've noticed during yesterday's play and even today is teams are not really, executing this short line out correctly 100%. I mean, if it's some card up your sleeve, yes, but then you need to execute it properly. If not, you're just giving away possession. might as well, try the regulation line out at sevens and then try to get the ball.
Absolutely, 100%. But very, very good pressure coming in from the Zahira halfback on Anand the halfback. Anand looking to clear. Oh, left behind, but very unfortunately for Anand, arriving player lost it forward. Oh, how about that? Stealing it from there. Here's Zahira. That will be a free run to the line for Zahirian number 9, Mohammad Saqib. Takes a couple of minutes. There you go, right underneath the post. That's Zahira's 4th try. 26 points to 7 with the conversion to come. And Zahira is making their intentions clear. They are a force to be reckoned with. They will put up a fight as well. Conversion is good. Zahira 28 points to 7. Here's what happened.
Everyone was expecting a ruck to be formed, but the play was open, the ball was loose. And Anand the defense caught napping.
Time off.
Ten minutes up on our clock in this game, and Zahira looking very comfortable. Error judgment there by Anand, but they managed to get the ball back. Lucky bounce for them. Now looking to attack. These boys are being very physical around the rucks. Hisham seems like they've been missing 15 so much. That's a penalty. Brilliant work by referee Jamaldin. He was right on spot. One of the outstanding referees Sri Lanka has currently. Did some work in the UAE as well around Dubai Sevens. Zahira putting the ball to boot. You can always expect something very good to come off the Zahirians' boot.
Time off.
Here's the infringement. Arriving player. There was no problem. Good pressure there, but there. He needs to support his body weight, release the tackled player, support your body weight, and then you can reach out for the line.
Hooker stay. Hooker stay.
So Zahira with another opportunity to extend their lead. Once again.
Well. The coaches are not going to be happy. They're going to pull out their hairs, because these are things that you train and train and train. Set plays have to be perfected before you come into the tournament, and the Zahirian coach definitely will not be happy. Good ankle tap there. Well, penalty conceded while attacking. Interesting, going in from the side. And here's Zahira. Spots a gap, dashes through. Mohammad Shafi will get his name on the scoreboard. 5th try for Zahira. Takes a little bit of a breather until the defender arrives. 33 points to 7 with the conversion to come. Zahirians are making their intentions clear. Now it's up to the coaching staff. As we said, the coaching staff sending in the replacement. This game is all but done. So they need to make sure that they manage. Take a great step, straightens, and pierces through the defensive line right underneath this post.
Well, they'll need to preserve all the energy against their next opponents, who looked very, very dangerous in the opening game. It's none other than Royal College. Played good, proper sevens rugby, you should say.
Absolutely, Hisham. I think that was the most structured sevens play we've seen so far. Some of the teams are yet to play. Large exponents and basically exhibitors of brilliant sevens rugby. Sepatana are yet to take the field, so you can expect something good from them as well. St. Peter's College, we haven't seen them play yet. I'm interested to see what St. Thomas's brings to the table this time around.
We've been told they've been practicing really hard, and they are playing some good sevens rugby, but it's all about how you bring your game on match day. So Ananda now trying to finish this game with a try, with possession, but not making much headway. Zahira managing to thwart any moves.
Number 1 from Ananda. I've been quite impressed by him. Hisham, the man who's carrying the ball now. He looks for spaces. Little bit of a big made lad, bulky lad, but has plenty space, pace as well. Oh, that's going to be a penalty. Oh, referee calls the loss forward. Zahira wins that game 35 points to 7. Dominant victory for Zahira. Incidentally, happens to be the highest score by a team so far. And they can keep their hopes alive for a cup semi-final spot, and it'll be a virtual playoff against Royal College, who also won a game. Full time here at Royal Complex. Zahira College 35 to Ananda College 7. Second half was a meek affair, to be honest, because Zahira was trying to manage the workloads, whereas Ananda were fighting for consolation. This was a poacher's try, picking that up, running away with that one, and scoring right underneath the post versus Zahira College. Good step in by Mohammed, who got his team's 5th to try scored. We'll take a quick commercial break, and when we come back we will have the action of the next game. St. Thomas's taking on Thurston. Welcome back to Royal Complex, and if you're joining us now, we are getting ready for the game between St. Thomas's College and Thurston College at the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, Western Province Segment A. We had a brilliant tournament yesterday with Western Province Segment B kicking off the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. Today it's about the top 12 teams of Western Province. We'll have 3 more tournaments on the 27th, 30th and the 31st. Central, Sabaragamu and Southern Provinces respectively. As St. Thomas's kick-off proceedings, good chase by the Thomians, putting pressure on Thurston, but that time around not supporting body weight was the call. St. Thomas's in white, Thurston in red, yellow, blue and white. Here's Thurston looking to send the ball. Yet again, like in the morning encounter, Hisham, Thurston's structure and how they form, they look a little static and flat in attack, making it a little more easier for the defensive team to turn things over, like you just saw. Here's St. Thomas's taking a quick tap, dashing through, finds support, loses the ball forward, but referee was playing advantage for not receding 10 meters. Thomians with the first real opportunity.
They've got some 2 tall lads, in fact three, a couple of tall lads on the flanks, which will really help them during the overlap situations. Here's one of them, number 6, goes into contact. But then again, St. Thomas's giving away the penalty. Thurston really needs to just settle down a bit. Yes, we need to rush things, but at the moment they need themselves to find their proper structure. Their playing pattern is all over the place.
Absolutely, Hisham. I think you're spot on because the Tomians are looking to play the game at pace. And if Thurston cannot comprehend with that pace, what they need to do is try and slow down things. Make sure that they control the pace of the game. That's the only way that they are going to beat St. Thomas's here. A tall, lanky lad. Look at him. He stands out like a sore thumb. The Tomian jumper. Two lanky lads, like you said. Number 5 and number 6. Also the number 12 who's running currently. Hetiarachi.
What do you want? Line out.
Well, all that physicality counts for nothing if you can't keep possession. Once again, number 12 initially did well. Long strides, but then tries the offload, doesn't find the man. The ball just drifts out of play. So Thurston being given some couple of get out of jail cards early on. They just need some good clean ball off the scrum. Send the ball out wide. That's a poor feed in. So St. Thomas is now with another opportunity. The ball sent to the wing 3/4 early on. Tries to go through. The Thurston defense finds a brilliant offload, and there you go. That's number 12. Hetiarachi, long strides, powers his way through under the post. And that was totally unnecessary from Thurston College.
Thurston has got to be a little careful. Uwe Hetiarachi touching down. Big lad, isn't he? Has pace as well. 7 points to nil after 4 minutes on our clock. Here's how it happened. Sent it out to the corner. Supported him well. Good run by the number 15 as well. Managing to suck up both the defenders and so Hetiarachi could put the finishing touches.
Back live, so St. Thomas's once again in possession, looking to extend their lead. St. Thurston, rush defense, but offside. Sukit takes the quick tap. Referee playing advantage once again for offside. And St. Thomas's, this could be try number 2. Yes.
Skipper LD De Silva touches down for the second try of the Tomians. Well, he wouldn't mind all the mud on his kit. It's the soggy area of the Royal Complex, isn't it? It's always muddy no matter how hard the sun blazes down on you here in Colombo. Hetiarachi with the conversion, not successful, so the score will remain at 12 points to nil. Tomians quite comfortable here. Good high-hanging kick, but no chases to back that one up. Still Thurston with possession. Has been a rare sight this half. And now playing with the advantage. You can see all 4 Thurston backs in one frame. That's almost not a good thing every time. Because that means they are bunched up together. Ball available, nobody to take it from Thurston. 4 men there on that breakdown.
Well, they're just all bunched up. Fancy offload, but static. Tomian defense read that quite easily. Just ran into the opposition man. They're just running into heavy traffic. It's like St. Thomas's are having a small reception party, waiting for the Thurston ball carrier to come at them. There you go. Once again, fancy offload. This time powers his way through the number 13. That went backwards, so it's play on. And for all that hard work, look at the distance Thurston have gained. It's just a mere 10 meters. They decided to put the boot in. They need the chasers, but St. Thomas's have that covered. And it's still going backwards. St. Thomas's bringing the play inwards. Nice offload, finds the skipper. Decides to wait for support. This is good. It might be slow, but St. Thomas's are keeping possession. Floating pass, finds the man. Should have passed outside, doesn't, but still keeps possession. Brilliant. This could be try number 3 for St. Thomas's. Still not held in the tackle. Good awareness. Referee playing advantage, and that's easy, does it? That's all about possession.
Oh, absolutely. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Despite it being a little slow and scrappy, I don't think Shamli Nawaz would really mind, because everybody in the team was backing up. They were looking for that offload. They were looking for that extra man. They were wise in handling the ball as well. They kept it together. 17 points to 0 is the score, with the conversion to come.
And that passage of play might have taken a real toll on the Thurston defense. They kept attacking, had no momentum whatsoever, kicked the ball forward. St. Thomas's off that move. Brilliant try. So slow start by St. Thomas's, but then again, 17 points to 0. They are in the lead.
That's the confirmation, half-time confirmation, 17 points to 0. Some very interesting tries by St. Thomas's. They are showcasing some interesting structure as well, Hisham, which is going to be key going forward in this tournament. Here's how they touch down for the first try. A little bit of a goose step to start with, and then Hetiarachi, the man who touched down, of the good work of Ray Cover. And the second try, getting the skipper onto the score sheets, LG De Silva. And this was a finish to a very well executed try. Samarakuri having the good sense to hold on to that ball, and then the halfback Pereira says thank you very much as he touches down. Go for a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with the second half section.
Unanimous decision.
Sturson needs to take their frustration, needs to take a different approach to this game, because they cannot be playing at the pace of the Tomians. The Tomians are looking to try and dominate possession and the pace of the game as well. They're looking to play the game at pace. Good high-hanging kick, but a little too deep for St. Thomas's, who straight away get into the attacking. Now there is an overlap. Oh, well, how about that? Right underneath the post goes VR De Silva. That's going to be a try to look at again.
Well, just what the coaching staff of Thurston would not expect. You just give your team the instructions how to approach the game on a probable second half comeback, and then you just get sucker punch like that right off the kickoff. Brilliant stuff by St. Thomas's though. And it's all about basics, the handling, the game awareness. And
it's just brilliant stuff, like you said, Isham. Absolutely terrific stuff. Take a look at this. Got the other players to run with them as well. And beautiful offload on the outside channel. And as a winger, when you get a ball like that, you say goodbye, my friends. Going to touch down right underneath the post. Tomians are losing it forward. The sun is blazing hot here in Colombo.
Another interesting thing, Sudarshana, which is noticeable, is St. Thomas's are using those big made players in a very tactful way. Just because they are big in physique doesn't mean they're going to barge into contact. They're using them and using those runners around them to run around those flanks. And that is working to good effect. You see, the next match will be against Isipatana versus DSA Nanaika. That's going to be an interesting matchup. DSA Nanaika already with the first shock of the tournament, beating St. Joseph's.
Well, that group is certainly going to be one of those groups of death, with one very good team not having the chance to make it to either bowl of cup.
Number 6. Number 6. Line offside.
Thurston penalized for being offside. Oh, well, Tomians penalized.
I think that was for offside. Well, Thurston will have to just blame themselves for the position they are in. St. Thomas's have been good, but not at their brilliant best.
And that was the infringement. Looking at the replay, and you can spot and win. And if you were watching this game, you may have spotted Santa just dashing through our screens in his sleigh on his way to make the final arrangements for Christmas. And if you did see him and noted down the time, go to the Papare Facebook page. Hurry, because you need to make sure that you are the first one to get there. Go to the Facebook page, comment on the comment section the time that you saw, and you might be one of the lucky winners, one of the 10 lucky winners to win 10 GB of data. Here's Thurston inside the Tomian 22 meters. Thurston penalized for holding on, but that was a very, very good tackle. Had to be made, otherwise that would have been another try incoming.
So St. Thomas's bringing on the changes. Can be said the game is under wraps, so might as well preserve these players to continue the longevity throughout the tournament. Thurston, meanwhile, centre field scrum. That's very poor by the scrum half. Stolen right at the base. And that's try number 5 for St. Thomas's. Scrum half was just too slow.
NMM Pereira that time says thank you very much. Christmas comes early. That was a beautiful gift wrapped and delivered to Pereira's hands there. Hisham, the moment he picked it, there was absolutely no one in front of him.
For once, Thurston got good clean ball out of the base of the scrum, and the forwards were clueless as to what happened.
First time Thurston got good clean ball, ends up in a Tomian hand. And that's converted as well. 31 points to nil. Massive victory incoming for the Tomians. Take a look at that. The forwards will be extremely disappointed with the halfback when they see that replay. But Thurston have struggled with ball in hand. That's why they haven't been able to get off the mark. Tomian restarts have been fairly good as well. They keep a good high-hanging kick. But here's Thurston. Good offload, but turned over by St. Thomas's. Should have let it go. Once you're on the ground, you need to make an attempt to try and place the ball, make it available. You can't hang on to it in hopes that your defender will let it go. 13 minutes on our clock here at Royal Complex. Just 1 minute to go as Tomians fail to find touch. Here's Thurstonites with possession. That will be a penalty. He wasn't supporting his body weight. Hands on the ground, says referee. Not 10 meters. That's going to be a card. Ideally, yep, should be a card. And a card it is. So Tomians reduced to 6 men. Not that they would mind much. Kosh, the guilty party. He wasn't 10 meters. He has no right to tackle a player. Not being 10 meters. And like we've seen the whole of yesterday, opposition reduced to 6 men. And the team having the penalty opts to go for a scrum. Trying to suck in that numerical advantage. Thurston will see whether they can capitalize on it.
And just
Should
like
have
this-
opted it through the inside channel, Hisham. There was plenty space there. Well, turnover by the Tomians as the buzzer goes. And here's St. Thomas's with one more dash towards the line. Manages to collect the ball, but another penalty coming in from the side, says the referee. The Thurstonites have been giving away a lot of penalties. Here's fresh legs for St. Thomas's. Pereira. Back to Hetiarachi. He's been very busy this game. Played the entire 14 minutes. Ball available on the outside. Tomians are not looking to stop anytime soon. They need to finish it with a try, they say. Another penalty. Third successive penalty against Thurston College. From the sidelines, Shamli Nawaz says enough is enough. Put the ball out and let's put Thurston out of their misery. 31 points to nil. Another massive scoreline and a massive victory for St. Thomas's as we come to the end of game number 6 of the day. Next up we will have Isipatana taking on DSN Anayaka College. Full-time confirmation, 31 points to nil. St. Thomas's versus Thurston. Here's the highlights of the second half. Lovely try by the number 13, touching down right underneath the post. A poacher's try for Pereira. Ball left free on the ground. He picked it up right underneath the post. Back with live action as DS readies their kickoff against Isipatana College. This is going to be an interesting one. DSN Anayaka managed to inflict a surprise defeat on St. Joseph's in the opening encounter, and they're one game short of making it to the Cup Plate semi-final. Isipatana, on the other hand, playing their first game, so they will be hoping to make their intentions clear. Put a mark and say the green machine is functioning. Do excuse my co-commentator if he's a little too nervy on this one. Eagerly having his eyes peeled on this. Isipatana changes direction onto the open side. Brilliantly formed line, nice and deep, using the width and the depth of the field. Now space on the outside. Big hit. Plenty more to come from him. Sucks in 3 defenders. Quick ball would really put DSN Anayaka in trouble, but Isipatana decides to go on the short side. Now long passes, plenty space on the outside, and overlap available. Cutting back inside versus the winger.
Release. No hands.
DSN Anaika equal to the task. Their defense has been solid so far. They've been making one-on-one tackles. Any missed tackles, the Pathanians will make use of it. As I say, the first missed tackle, first try, right underneath the post that was done before. Dodangoda, the man touching down for Isipathana College. Brilliant stuff by Dodangoda. Gets his team their maiden try of Dialog Schools Sevens.
And I guess once again that was all about possession. DS didn't have any opportunity to compete for the ball. And credit to Isipathana, they just kept on drifting the ball to either flanks of the field, created the space, and then Surya Dodangoda finishing off and scoring the first try for the Green Machine. But some concern for Isipathana there, the number 1, Dehan Wickrama-Rachi. Seems to be in some discomfort there and will be substituted early on. He was the player who made the big hits on the corner, created the space. So Isipathana now with the restart. Long kick.
Good high-hanging kick, a little too deep for my liking because the attackers couldn't have gotten to it on time. DS with some possession, first possession, real possession of this game for them. Trying to go on the outside. Isipathana trying to bundle him to touch. Held down, says the referee. So Isipathana with possession now.
And quite unnecessary there from DSN Anaika College as well. They did that against St. Joseph's as well, almost paid the price. Were penalized with a yellow card. You don't need to do that. You give away the penalty, just roll away. Don't give your opposition any more advantage than you already have. So Isipathana now with another opportunity. And interested to see what are the options they'll come up with during line-out time. And there you go, not straight. That was wobbling all the way. So DSN Anaika with the scrum. DS with the feed in. The second scrum of the game. Free kick. Going in from the side. And DS do have numbers on this side. Decide to cut back in. Missed tackle by the Isipathana player there. They have the overlap. DSN Anaika needs to get the pass right. They do. Still in possession. This is some good play by DS. Swinging the ball wide. Man in support. That's brilliant stuff by DS. This could be their first try, but the cover defense just managed to hold on. DSN Anaika storming into opposition 22. They've got the overlap on the other corner. Need to send out the ball. And that's the first try for DSN Anaika College. Giving Isipathana a taste of their own medicine there. That's good stuff. Didn't panic. Used the full width of the pitch. And scoring the first try of the game. And all that came from one missed tackle inside their own half from Isipathana, and that gave DSN Anaika the opportunity to take the ball inside the opposition 22, and the next phase drift the ball out wide and score the try. So DSN Anayaka College now. That's a good conversion. 7 points. 7 all. So a good comeback by DSN Anayaka after that initial power play of Isipatana, you could say. This an important restart for DSN Anayaka College. Probably just under a minute left in this first half. They wouldn't want to concede any more points. Kick straight to the Isipatana player. Fancy offload, but goes not read well. That's by Praveen Stefan. So now DSN Anayaka College now with another opportunity.
Not the ideal position to give away a scrum. And Senanakians up to the task. Hisham, they are not going to go down without a fight.
No, they have absorbed all those initial pressure by Isipatana early on. And they're slowly growing into the game. Easy ball, good clean ball off the scrum. The center running hard at the Isipatana players. Good offload. Player slips, so they'll have to wait. Player slips again. Good cutout pass. They've got men on the outside. And Surya just manages to hold on to his man, but the linesman is signaling for an infringement. This could be a yellow card.
Well, that's going to be for impressing women, because if Isipatana is going to be reduced to 6 men as the buzzer goes, they will play the rest of this first half without a player and also the start of the second. So referee Ranjit taking swinging arm. That's accidental. So there'll be a yellow. Or is it just a warning?
No, it is a yellow.
It is a yellow. Trying to fox the referee and ask the commentators. Isipatana lad wanted to join the defensive line quickly. Numerical advantage, very simple. Quick hands and DSN Anayaka touches down. Is it another upset coming through? Brilliant stuff by DSN Anayaka. 12 points to 7 with the conversion to come. This kick conversion will be the last of this first half. But DS what they need to do now is to go and focus. They need to refocus and make sure that they continue this momentum in the second half, because you can't close the door on Isipatana until the fat lady sings, especially in this shorter format. The kick is not successful, so the score will remain at 12 points to 7.
A brilliant stuff by DSN Anayaka College after that initial burst from Isipatana in the first half. And they've kept things pretty basic, and they've earned themselves a lead of 5 points. And I think their outfield players, the two center, the fly half, the center, are playing really well. They're taking on the Isipatana three-quarter line and then creating the space for their wings. This was the first try for Isipatana. Lukman Riaz taking it to contact. Then Surya looking for support, then finding himself in room. Just jogs under the post. But from there onwards, DSN Anayaka College have made a pretty good comeback. This was the first try.
It was beautifully worked. And good awareness as well to put in that big no argue. Go towards the post to make the conversion a little easier. It was the same man who touched down for the second one as well. 12 points to 7. That's the story of the first half. We'll go for a quick commercial break and we'll be back with the second half action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවලටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
Back live from Royal Complex, Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, and we are getting news that people are very, very enthusiastic about the most popular vote. You can make your favorite team the most popular team of the day. All you got to do is visit thepapare.com and go to the voting page and vote for your favorite team. And you can make your favorite team the most popular team and make them win. Sporting goods voucher worth of 50,000 rupees. That's a brilliant way to get involved, isn't it, Hisham? We know that it's played behind closed doors, but here's dear Senanayaka College managing to steal that ball from Isipatana, and Isipatana have been penalized. This is not ideal because they are still a man down. Dear Senanayaka are still with an advantage. That doesn't look good. We really do hope that it's not as bad as it looks on the ground. Here's what happened. Oh, maybe a little bit of a twist to his knee. Oh, that's not ideal. Interesting. DS Senanayaka opting to take a quick tap. Now space on the outside. But passes on to Isipatana player. Isipatana need to try and maximize any opportunity that comes their way because they've lost a little bit of momentum. The momentum has shifted towards the Dons. Good cover tackle coming in. DS haven't shied away from the physical contest. Now the referee playing advantage. Still available. Oh, very unlucky. Very, very unlucky there. Advantage over, says the referee. So they've just lost the ball when the advantage finished. DS Senanayaka College will be breathing a massive sigh of relief. Take a look at that. It was anybody's ball. Very unfortunate. If it stuck in his hands, that would have been curtains.
And Isipatana also back to the full complement of players. Praveen Stefan back into the field. And DS actually won't mind this with the play all broken down. Isipatana won't be able to build any momentum. They just need to keep things very simple and basic and not make the mistakes, unforced errors. Good flat out pass there to the wing. Still on his feet. Strong runner. Showed that against St. Joseph's as well. DS Senanayaka, even though inside their own 22, drifting the ball out to the wing. Still with possession. Comfortable during the breakdown. They've got a man on the outside. DS Senanayaka College. Strong runner, but once again cuts back inside. Still on his feet, has support as well. Looking for support, doesn't find it. DS Senanayaka still with possession. This is brilliant stuff. Fifth phase move. This really takes the energy out of the Isipatana defense. You can see the way they're trotting back towards the flanks. DS Senanayaka College doesn't find support, but DS Senanayaka College still retaining possession. And you can see how Isipatana are trotting back. Flat out pass. Third try for DS on the way. The man slips at the most important moment. But DS Senanayaka still with possession. Tries to snipe his way through. And Isipatana right from their own 22 find themselves pinned back inside the opposition 22 now. Brilliant pass. Try number 3 for DS.
Well, seems like upset number 2 incoming on the tournament, and both have come courtesy of DS Senanayaka College. Absolute giant killers this team is. And I think it's fair to say my vote will go to DS Senanayaka College for being the most popular team. These guys are making waves here. First, they shot down St. Joseph's. Now the Green Machine in absolute trouble. 17 points to 7 with the conversion to come, and DS Senanayaka can really pull it away from Isipatana if they can convert this one, because there's only just over 3 minutes on our clock. The conversion botched. 10 points in front. Now DS need to be very, very tactful on how they approach the game.
Well, that passage of play really took the toll on Isipatana. You can see the body language, hands on their hips. They're really, really knackered out there.
Carry on.
But like you said, 3 minutes to go. DS and Anayaka need to hold on. And if they manage to avoid that Isipatana scoring for the next 2 minutes.
Good contestable kick. First loss forward by DS and Anayaka.
Green ball.
Referee Ranjit has been doing a fairly good job. Hisham, he's been present all around the park as well.
Green.
And been spot on with his decisions. 12 minutes on our clock. DS and Anayaka quite eager to get this one over with. Checking with the referee.
Bandara to Riaz. Now Ashan Gunasekara, the skipper, cuts back inside. Slips but finds his man. Riaz needs to keep possession. Goes down. Referee playing advantage there. Side entry, says the referee. Bandara looking. He just got one player. Finds Dahan. He's just made his way back on the field. Here's Bandara. Tries to go around the man. Isipatana static but still keeping possession. Bandara now to Ashan Gunasekara. Long pass. Misses the man, but referee playing advantage for offside.
Isipatana need to keep time in their mind. They need to score twice, remember, in order to have anything of this game. And the years have been resolute in their defense.
Bandara snipes his way through.
Good tackle, desperate tackle coming in from the
Time
DS.
is not on Isipatana's side. They need to score twice. Naveen running laterally, looking for support, goes into contact, big hit on him.
Big hit, but there were no hands around him, so that ideally should have been a card there. Good defense. The commitment on the defenders have been absolutely spot on, isn't it? Yet again, another penalty incoming. But what DS and Anayaka are doing are they are eating away precious seconds of the time. Big carry by the Hum. There goes the buzzer. And chance of Isipatana making the cup semi-final. A yellow card. The player wouldn't mind. DS wouldn't mind because they've dealt two massive upsets. A score is not going to be enough for Isipatana. Even a converted try is not going to be enough. DS and Anayaka College. Oh my word. And all the well-wishers and supporters of DS and Anayaka College, be excited, be very, very excited of this team because they are here to really put down a marker and play. Absolutely brilliant stuff of Hisham. As Isipatana, that's going to be a consolation try more than anything else. Will bring their score up to 12 points with the conversion to come. Even if they convert, that's going to be 14 points. And the buzzer has already gone. And that's going to be a massive, massive upset. Nobody, especially
but
if you're...
Can Isipatana make the restart without taking a 10 of the shot at goal? Yes, they are opting for that.
Yes, they're opting for that short kick. Kick
But
it out.
right at the man.
Right, there you go. Sanity prevails with the Dons. Isipatana disappointed. If you're a Isipatana fan and you are checking the result, I'm sure you're going to check twice to see whether this was actually correct. But this team in black and white have been terrific. Disappointment in the Isipatana front, but DS and I could take a bow. Giant killers. First shot down St. Joseph's in the morning, and now beating Isipatana. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And Hisham, we are glad Schools Rugby is back.
Well, you can't say they are the underdogs anymore. Two brilliant performances by DSN Anayaka. And then Cup semi-final for DSN Anayaka College now. Great performance. Whole team rising up. Here we go. This is the second half. The try, which probably sealed the deal for DSN Anayaka. And that was after almost 8 phases. We really took the toll on Isipatana. And then later on, Isipatana scoring the consolation try. Was too late. By then, the damage was already done. So, a huge result for DSN Anayaka College. So, we'll be back after a commercial break.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධදාස
at Moratuwa
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City, Atugal Puravare.
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown, Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Unanimous decision. You are
ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිලිருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratuwa
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City Atugal Puravare
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final Showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில் உங்கள் நகரில் உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Unanimous decision. You are record winner.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratuwa
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
Is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City Atugal Puravare
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final Showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Unanimous decision. You are record.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස indoor stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Unanimous decision. You were record breaking.
Hello and welcome back to the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association Under 19 7-a-side Dialog Schools Rugby Tournament 2021, and we have seen a couple of upsets throughout the day, and now it's back to the money end for the big teams, Royal, Wesley. But having said that, there have been a few surprises, and I'm joined by Abdullah. Good afternoon, Abdullah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we've already seen a couple of big upsets courtesy DSN and Naika. And because of their victories over St. Joseph's and AC Patana, they find themselves in the Cup quarterfinals. So a lot of credit goes out to both those teams, as we see two other unbeaten teams in their group, Royal College versus DSN and Naika, Rovisa versus Zahira, taking the field, which will be the decider to see who tops this group. So there are a lot of exciting matches coming up, as you can see. A match that is going to be currently underway, Royal versus Zahira, which will be followed by another group decider between Wesley and St. Thomas's. So both the teams going into their final huddles before the game commences. Zahira in their own right was very impressive against Ananda as well. So both these teams, no doubt, will give it their all to try and make it to the Cup quarterfinals.
I think all these teams have everything to play for, with just three teams being seeded in one group.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very intense competition. This Western Provinces Segment A Inter-School Sevens tournament. It will be Royal to kick off. Nice hanging kick off. Some good pressure. Should have been a knock-on, but not spotted by the referee. Nonetheless, Zahira looking to give the ball some width. Oh, wonderful defense by Royal. Big hit. Knocking the ball on. Looks that Spitzer once again. Avishka Gunawardana. Taking the ball, spreading it wide. Again, Royal just taking players in, drawing the defense in. Spreading the ball once again out wide. It's a big man, Nanya Kara. Breaks through one tackle. Tries to break through the second, but some desperate defense by Zahira College. Nonetheless, Royal retain position. They have numbers out wide. They can get the ball out wide soon. It'll be to their benefit, but some good cover defense by DSN and Naika. Nonetheless, Royal do retain position. They do seem to have numbers out wide. Nanya Kara to the Spitzer. Nwardana, who goes again for Royal's first try.
Yes, Avishka has had quite a good day up to now, scoring three tries in the first game, and now getting the first try of the second game, as he runs on the outside and dots down for Royal College as they take the lead.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the good thing about Royal is they're showing a lot of composure. They're not forcing the issue. They're taking the ball into contact, recycling. They're realigning extremely well with a lot of depth. And they're using this man, Avishka, on the wing extremely well. They're recycling, creating enough phases to give him the overlap. So the conversion goes astray as we have a look at the try once again. Good distribution by the big man, Nanya Kara, as well. And Avishka comfortably goes over for Royal's first try. So Royal again. Bit of a flat kick. Some good pressure. Royal really pressure the opposition when it comes to kick-off time, and they managed to retain possession once again. Again spreading the ball out wide. Looking for options. Taking the ball in. Oh, just going for the big pass. Referee has his hand out, probably for a high tackle. Royal again have numbers out wide. They should put the finishing touches to this once again. And Royal make that final pass, but some good desperate defense by Zahira College.
Yes, indeed, some lovely defense there by Zahira College. They drifted out and did not let the final man get his fend away. And a good tackle there by the Zahira win three-quarter, and he dragged his opposite number into touch.
So now it's an interesting line out here. Royal definitely have the height advantage. It'll be interesting to see what kind of variation Zahira uses to overcome that disadvantage. So that's a free kick. Cannot dummy the throw. So some good pressure by Royal. Zahira being unable to make up their mind at the throwing time. So they'll take a short tap, spread it out wide. Again, just looking for the option, and it's the number 9, Shanuka Raveen, who goes over for Royal's second try.
This time around, he just sold his outside man and managed to glide through the Zahira College defense. As the conversion is good, and Royal extend their lead to 12 points to 0 against Zahira College.
So Royal again just looking very clinical in their execution. Seem to be well drilled in the arts of sevens play. Forming with a lot of depth, recycling the ball, bringing those skills that they employ so well in the 15-a-side game to the sevens. At the end of the day, it's just a matter of getting your basics right, whichever format you play in. This time deciding to go long. Zahira collect comfortably. Deciding to go to the boot. Oh, and very nearly paying off. Fortunately, just knocked the ball on. But an interesting option. Not the best option when it comes to sevens rugby nonetheless, but cannot argue with Zahira because they were under a lot of pressure. So it looks like the assistant referee has spotted something.
Yes, indeed, looks like the assistant referee is coming up with a report to the match official Isuru Pereira. I think it might have been for the charge after the kick on the kicked player. And
yes, well, the contact did look slightly high. It was a bit reckless. Don't think there was too much malice in it, but it was well spotted by the assistant referee. Seems to be a no arms challenge. So it's a penalty for Zahira. It's like they're deciding to go to touch. Not sure it would be the best option because the line out against Royal is never going to be easy, but they don't seem to have found touch, or have they? No, it hasn't gone to touch. So it's another opportunity for Royal to try and launch a counter attack. Looks like they have isolated themselves, and some good work by Zahira at the breakdown there. It's another opportunity, taking the quick tap. They've got to look to try and speed the game up. I don't think slowing it down, trying to play too much of a structured game is going to be in their favor. Royal is well versed in the arts of breakdown rugby, but on that occasion, penalized for not supporting their body weight at the breakdown. Zahira look to go for touch again. This time finds touch without any mistake. But
Yes.
The interesting thing, Umar, is to see whether they'll be able to get their line-out ball. Last couple of line-outs, they have definitely struggled, as you can see on that occasion. So Royal's number 12, Saparamadu, just not supporting his body weight at the breakdown on that occasion.
Yeah, even the height difference doesn't help in favor of Zahira College. The guys are not too tall as the Royal College lads. But having said that, they do secure the line out. However, unfortunately, the recycled ball gets knocked on there, and Royal College from inside their own half. The speedster well brought down there by the Zahira College win three-quarter, and Royal on the other hand recycle well and spread it out wide to the winger. This time the forward finds himself cutting inside, beating the first man, beats the second man, but he's brought down, and Royal back on the attack. Relentless stuff this by Royal College. Gets the offload away, but unfortunately it's dropped forward there by Avishka, as he does not manage to cling on to the ball, and that's the end of the first half here at Royal College grounds. Royal leading 12-0.
Yes, Royal will be relatively pleased with that first half performance. Few opportunities going a-begging, but on the whole, I think they will enjoy this kind of competition before it comes to the knockout phases. So you can see at halftime, it's 12 points to 0 in favor of Royal. So we have a look at the replays. So Royal again getting first lease courtesy of their speedster Avishka Gunawardana, and then it's number 9 Shenuka Raveen who goes in for Royal's second try. They had another opportunity just on the stroke of half time. Unfortunately, Avishka on that occasion couldn't hang on to the ball.
Yes, the pass was
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
We're back with the second half in the game against between Zahira College and Royal College. Zahira to kick off. Zahira trailing 12-0 at the end of the first half. And a well-drilled Royal team seems to be running away with the game. As Mohammad Shaif kicks off, high restart finds its way onto the floor, but Royal College managed to gather and recycle. But the referee brings play back for a high tackle. Quick tap taken. And now the ball spread out wide. Royal recycle. And center tries to make something out of it. Gives it to Avishka. He puts on some footwork. Beats one, but doesn't manage to get through the second tackle. It's brought down. Royal College recycles possession. Man on the outside shows and goes there by Akila.
Nonetheless, Royal have recycled ball again. Gunawardana just sizing up his options, cuts in this time in order to create another phase. Referee has his hands out for another penalty, probably not rolling away. Some lovely jinking run by Higgoda. Recycles the ball extremely well. Royal again finding a bit of width. Making the correct option. Again, needed to have released. You could argue that he was probably not held in the tackle, but nonetheless, Zahira decided to take the quick tap. A bit hesitant, not finding players. And that's very well done by Royal. You just cannot isolate yourself. Skipper Jayasuriya does extremely well, takes the quick tap, goes into contact, loses the ball, but Zahira hasn't retreated 10 meters. So Royal will have another crack at the the Zahira line. Higgoda takes the short tap, passes it out, evaluating their options. Higgoda just trying to use his quick footwork and is successful. No, just falling short. Nonetheless, referee seems to be playing advantage. And he seems to have awarded a penalty try by the looks of it, yes. Zahira seem to have infringed illegally on the line. So it's another try for Royal. They will get 7 points. The conversion is not required in a penalty try. So they further extended their lead 19 points to nil. When playing against Royal, you have got to make sure that whatever position you have, you make maximum use of it. On that occasion, again, Zahira taking the quick tap. The tap player who took the tap found himself isolated, and Royal just good enough to pounce on that loose ball. So Royal ringing the changes, bringing in fresh legs. Nice looping high kick, good pressure applied, well collected by Zahira as well. So look to spread the ball wide. They've got to straighten out. They're just drifting across. Just makes defending so much easier when you're drifting across like that. And Royal playing along with the pattern that Zahira was trying to execute. Just pouncing at the correct moment and enforcing that error.
Yes, and the next game will be Wesley College versus St. Thomas College as the Royal scrum half prepares himself to feed the scrum. Muhammad Yusuf, but the referee says there was no hook, and Zahira College on the attack. Good defense there by the Royal lads. They size up the opportunity and goes in there for the penalty and wins it. Gunawardana holding on, and now Higgoda sends the ball out wide. Straightens the line, does Bandara as Royal recycle possession. And straight away back on the attack. Beautiful footwork there by Bandara as Royal College. Now Higgoda spots the blind side and takes the ball and goes over for the fourth try of Royal College. Beautiful bit of play there by Higgoda as he spotted the man was missing on the short side and sniped over for the fourth try. Hiroshika Higgoda.
Yeah, that's right. He's got a real eye for the line, hasn't he, Mario? This is not the first time we've seen. He's got that ability to identify space. He had support out wide, but decided to go by himself, backed his pace. And Royal have further extended their lead 24 points to nil. Very impressive performance by Royal in this second half.
Yes, and they're running away with the game. This was a bit earlier on in the game, but here you can see Higgoda. He spotted the blind side, the cap on the blind side, and just darted across to the corner flag for the fourth try for Royal College. A good heads-up player, Higgoda. He sizes the opportunity and manages to extend Royal's lead.
Yes, Royal seem to be using him as a sub to come and up the pace during the latter part of the first half. Just the kind of player you'd need for those kind of situations in sevens rugby. Again, Royal just looking to kick off. Relatively flat kick, finding touch. Royal won't mind that too much because line out, scrums, breakdowns are areas they're relatively comfortable in.
Yes, and now they just need to slow things down and just see this game out.
Yes, we're just approaching the final minute of this game. Zaira, well executed line out play. Going short. Spreading the ball out wide, just looking for options. But the Royal defense is strong as it were, but penalized for a high tackle.
Yes, a bit of a swinging arm there by Tevindu, and rightly so. The referee spots it and sends him to the bin. So Royal College will finish the game with just 6 men on the field, as Zahira College has an opportunity to score a consolation try for themselves.
So you have to, in a way, question Zahira's tactics of constantly going to the line out, because Royal is very well adept in that area of the game. They do seem to have a slight height advantage as well. So Zahira no doubt will try to do some variations and get possession from the line out, but sure they would prefer to try and up the pace of the game as much as possible, and to do that you're better off taking the short taps. Again, well executed line out pattern, retained position. So now looking at the options, again going to the boot, not sure this is the correct option. Royal just need to keep the ball down because Hooter has gone, but they decide to counter attack. It's very well done. A lot of confidence Royal is playing right there. And again Higgoda using his pace. And he is over, so that's a fantastic try from their own goal line. Going right across. You can just sense this Royal team is building up confidence. Every minute they're on the park. And Hiroshika Higgoda has been in the thick of almost all those attacks.
Yes, and an early contender for a try of the tournament by it should be ideally Higgoda, as he converts his own conversion, and that's the end of the game. Royal College convincingly getting the win over Zahira College, 31 points to nil, and a comprehensive win as Royal make their way into the Cup semi-final. Yes, and these were the highlights of the second half of the Royal College game, as you can see Higgoda spotted his way and went down the blind side, and Royal College were reduced to 6 men, but having said that, they somehow managed to end it with a try from Higgoda, an early contender for a try of the tournament, as they went coast to coast, Royal College, and comprehensively defeated Zahira College 31 points to nil, as St. Thomas's College prepare to take on Wesley College.
Yes, another decider here in Group B. The winner of this game will go through to the Cup semi-finals. Both teams registering relatively comfortable wins in their first game against Thurston College. As St. Thomas's kick off, collected by Wesley, not as cleanly as they would like. Going to contact. Ball is well recycled, but St. Thomas's seem to be up in defense extremely well. Penalized for not rolling away. So Wesley deciding to take the short tap, spreading it out wide. Don't want to be playing too much rugby in your own half. So far they're managing to retain possession. Recycle the ball, giving it a bit of width. St. Thomas's defense is holding strong, and it was a matter of time before they are penalized for holding on to the ball. Oh, that's really poor. They really need to sort out taking the taps. You'd expect players at this level to know the rules. Lost opportunity for St. Thomas's, and Wesley can count themselves very lucky to get a reprieve of that nature.
Yes, quite unfortunate there. And now Wesley College from inside their own 22 feeds the scrum. Scrambles away to the first receiver. He doesn't manage to get his pass away, but Wesley College managed to recycle the ball. However, St. Thomas's College win another penalty inside the 5-meter line, and now St. Thomas's College, just a matter of time before they dot down. And a lovely bit of work there by St. Thomas's College as Revanka dots down on the corner.
Yes, you really have to question the tactics of Wesley on that occasion. They would have been far better just clearing their lines. They were trying to run the ball from their own, virtually from their own goal line, and putting themselves under a lot of pressure. But the St. Thomas's defense was outstanding. They held their line, pounced on the breakdown, forced the penalty, and were good enough to collect the points as a result. So the conversion is not successful. Nonetheless, St. Thomas's, courtesy this try, will be very happy that they have taken the lead.
It's a lovely finish there by Rakova, as this time the kick doesn't go 5 meters, 10 meters, but a bit of silly play there by by Pereira, the Wesley College scrum half. Just ran through the kicker, and the referee seems to be consulting his AR, and I think a bit of a dangerous play there. As we see the replay, the number 2 goes straight through the straight through Fernando, and he sees yellow. Does Pereira for Wesley College, and he's sent to the bin for charging through the man in the air.
So St. Thomas's will look to take advantage of the extra man that they have, spreading the ball out wide, and nice run along the flank, but again just putting a foot in touch. These players need to be aware that when they're going along the touchline, try and stay in play as far as possible, because in these games of sevens rugby, you have the extra man advantage as well. It's in your favor to try and keep possession, recycle ball, wear the opposition down. I'm not sure what Wesley were thinking there. Went right into the Thomians' second row's hand and sold a beautiful dummy. It's very well recycled, and looks like St. Thomas are going to go over for another try. It's very well executed. Seem to be taking advantage of having this extra man as well.
Samarakodi with the second try for St. Thomas's College, and I think now Wesley College find themselves in a bit of a rut, as the conversion is successful. 12 points to 7. You see the replay, the big man on the outside, and he crashes his way over for the second try for St. Thomas's College. The players seem to take the game quickly, but the referee still finds himself coming back, and they'll have to just restart things again.
So Wesley, if they have to stay in this game, they have to ensure that they are the ones who will be scoring next. Just since one more try would be curtains for Wesley. Done well to retain possession from that kickoff. Need to look for options, but you can see St. Thomas's defense is holding strong. They do seem to have a one-man advantage there. Pass the ball out wide, but again St. Thomas's defense holding strong. It was a high challenge, you'd have to say. Probably a bit lucky to get away with that.
Yes, and The man disadvantage clearly seems to be showing out there as Wesley College are unable to breach the Thomian defense. Bit of a seatbelt tackle there, but the referee says it's all right. The little man gets high on the tall lad, but St. Thomas's College with the feed to the scrum and another prime attacking opportunity for them.
Nice wraparound play. Making use of the extra man. Going out wide.
Advantage.
It's knocked on by St. Thomas's. Wesley have got to make use of this broken play situation. Decide to go to the boot. The best option when it comes to sevens rugby, unless you're 100% sure of executing it and ensure that you have the chase in place as well. So Wesley probably a bit lucky to get away with that option, poor option of going to the boot.
Yeah, but they hadn't gained any territory there, and rightly so the referee went back saying there was no advantage. So now still Wesley College with pressure, but having possession, and they're back to 7 men on the field. Goes on the blind side, puts the little chip kick, but not the best of options as the ball goes out on the full. So St. Thomas's College have one last opportunity, it seems, before the first half finishes, with an opportunity to get some points and maybe seal this game going into the second half.
Yes, I think a try just before half time will pretty much seal it in favor of St. Thomas's, which no doubt they will want to do as we hear the half-time bell going. Wonderful step by Thomas's centre three-quarters. That did extremely well to keep the ball alive. Passing the ball to their number 8 skipper. Strong runner with the ball. Done very well to recycle position. They have a massive overlap. They should score despite that poor pass. And they do go over. So St. Thomas's put in a very impressive display in this first half, scoring 3 tries. They're definitely naming themselves as contenders for this Dialog Sevens Western Province Segment 1 tournament.
Yes, and Rakava goes over for his second try as St. Thomas's College are just running away with the game. And conversion to come as St. Thomas's lead is 17 points to nil. Conversion doesn't go over. It's the end of the first half. St. Thomas's College lead in Wesley College 17 points to nil.
It's been an action-packed first half. It's been all St. Thomas's. They've just capitalized on some judgmental errors by Wesley College. Just trying to play far too much rugby in their own half. A reckless challenge by Wesley on that occasion, resulting them in having to play a couple of minutes with 6 men, which St. Thomas's was good enough to make use of. And this was the final try just before half-time, which you'd have to say pretty much put St. Thomas's in the box seat to head to top this group.
I think Wesley College have not been able to hang on to possession, and whenever they got possession they were stuck deep inside their own half, so they have not been able to get out of their own half and not been able to do anything flashy with the possession. But now it will be a whole new second half here as Wesley College will ideally look to just hang on to possession a bit and make go side to side and wear the Thomian defense down a bit.
Yes, within the first couple of minutes, Wesley have to score. I think it's the only way they could signal that they're going to make it into back into this game.
Time on.
Decide to go long, and they do find touch, so probably a reasonable gain for Wesley. They can put a bit of pressure on this Thomian line out. Maybe they'll be able to get a position and try and launch an attack. It was a good jump, but it was a poor throw. So Wesley will have the option of going for a line out or a scrum, which they've decided for a scrum. So this is just the opportunity that Wesley would look for. They just got to make it count on the scoreboard.
Yes, and a sensible decision there to go for the scrum instead of the line out. And they have a whole open side to play with. Scrum recycled there well by Wesley College. Cut out pass. Was that really required there? Only time will tell. Wesley College managed to recycle possession again and hold on the wing. As Wesley College still with possession. First receiver puts on some footwork but doesn't manage to get the offload away, and now St. Thomas's College straight away on the attack from inside their own half. Turnover possession, and here goes the big man on the outside. Gets the offload away. Lovely bit of play there by the St. Thomas's second row, as St. Thomas's with quick ball and on the attack deep inside their own 22 puts on some footwork, the scrum half, and bit of an injury there seemed to be a bit of an injury there for the big second row, as he drops the ball cold, and it looks like he has just dislocated a finger or something.
Cool.
Yes, it can be very painful. It's like he'll be escorted out of the field. I think the Thomians can afford to wrap him in a bit of cotton wool, as we have a look to what exactly happened. Rather innocuous looking collision.
Yes, and you can see here his little finger has clearly got dislocated there, and that is not a sight you would want to see. The big man just has been escorted out to the sideline by the match day doctor, as St. Thomas's College have won a penalty for an offside, it seems. St. Thomas's College to decide to go for the line out, but ball doesn't seem to have been kicked into touch, as a good defense there by St. Thomas's College swarming in. Wesley College managed to get the offload away, but helter-skelter play there by Wesley College, but the winger goes on the outside. Unfortunately, is dragged in touch there by the Thomian number 8 De Silva, as St. Thomas's College yet again managed to put on some good defense and win a turnover ball. And now, from being inside their own 22, they are just meters inside the Wesley half, as the line out is won there by the big number 5, and bit of beautiful bit of play there by the scrum half. He gets the offload away. Beautifully keeping the ball alive. St. Thomas's College now goes wide with a man on the outside. Final man is committed, but unfortunately Pereira, he cuts in, sets up play, and that's the fourth try for St. Thomas's College. A beautiful bit of play there by the Thomians. They keep the ball alive, recycle it well, and Fernando goes over and it seems to be curtains for Wesley College.
Yes, you'd have to say that that was the try which probably sealed Wesley's fate in this game. If not earlier, but St. Thomas's as well seem to be hitting their straps at the correct time. Very impressive performance thus far. As we have a look at that replay once again. It's going through the hands well. The important thing is they kept the ball alive. Good presence of mind, the pop-up pass while on the floor.
Yes, and Fernando was the man who drove the last defender and passed it away to his captain, and he supported well there, and they kept the ball alive on that occasion as well and scored. So St. Thomas's College running away with the game as the restart is coughed up by Wesley College, and straight away St. Thomas's College back on the attack. Unfortunately, the pass does not go to hand as this time a high tackle for in favor of the Thomians as the number 3 for Wesley College sees yellow. Ogbebo, Samuel's brother, as St. Thomas's College straight away on the attack. Cross field kick. Unfortunately for the scrum half, he did not have his speedsters there as the two forwards were chasing. But now Wesley College get the ball from inside their own goal line, and a beautiful kick is put in there, but unfortunately the ball doesn't stay alive. Beats everyone into touch. So good defense, but St. Thomas's College still with the upper hand.
Yes, the intention of St. Thomas's was good on that occasion to go for the cross kick, but it would have been necessary to go a bit wider. It just didn't have the depth on it that needed, so the Wesley cover defense was good enough to retrieve it as we prepare for the next game as well. St. Joseph's and AC Patana, both teams will be playing for second spot in their group after going down to the surprise package of this tournament, DSN Anayaka, earlier on, as St. Thomas's get ready to launch another attack. Oh, some wonderful transferring of possession and a fantastic run by number 18. It's Pereira who puts the finishing touches to a very well executed move.
Yes, a lovely bit of play there by Pereira. He beat the man on the outside, put on some lovely footwork and went under the post all the way. Good lung busting run there by the big man, and he made no mistake as Wesley College are handsomely defeated by St. Thomas's College 29 points to nil in favor of the Thomians as they run away with the Group B winners.
That's right, very impressive performance by St. Thomas's. It's a game which no doubt will give them a lot of confidence as they move into the semi-finals. Very impressive and clinical performance. And as we prepare for the next game, two teams who unfortunately from their point of view suffered defeats at the hands of DSN Anayaka, probably just playing for a bit of pride more than anything else.
Yes, as we see the second half highlights of the previous game, Pereira managed to get the fourth try for Wesley College in the second half, and the final bit of play there by another big center running, putting on some footwork, and he went over for the fourth try of the game for St. Thomas's as they ran away victors and won Group B. So now it will be St. Joseph's College taking on Isipatana College. Both teams fighting for the second spot in Group C after the first game did not go to plan for both teams. as they were defeated by DS Senanayan College, the surprise package. St. Joseph's College preparing to kick off the game. High hanging restart. Does it go 10 meters? No, it doesn't. So straight away, error there by the Josephians.
So easy partner, take the tap. Just trying to look, evaluate their options. Seem to be starved of options, but again penalized. Very reckless entry into the ruck. So Josephs take the quick tap. Just trying to find some space. Seems to have found something, but Isipatana defense seems to have held up. So they look to try and spread the ball wide. It's the big man taking the ball up. And it looks like they have broken through. A strong run on that occasion by the Josephian number 4. Just the start they were looking for.
Yes, indeed, there a strong run there on the wing, on the near wing, and the Isipatana player seems to be in a bit of trouble down in back play. But having said that, good opening try for St. Joseph's College as the conversion is kicked over. 7 points to nil in favor of St. Joseph's College as we see the big run there, big hit, and gets the fend away, and he goes under the post for St. Joseph's College. So good start there for the Josephians. College straight away with the restart does manage to collect possession, and now back again on the attack, puts on some lovely footwork there by the youngster, tried to force the offload away, and looks like he did get it away, as lovely bit of play there by Tehan, and he goes over for the second try.
Yes, this is turning into a bit of a rout, the way things are going. The first thing Isipatana need to do is try and get some possession. Not being able to do that, they're constantly defending, and in Sevens rugby, that's never an easy thing to do. We haven't even passed 3 minutes as yet, and already Josephians 12 points to nil up. Conversion to come.
Yes, and the heat also doesn't help in the favor of the team defending, putting in the big hits. They do seem to lose energy fast, as Karuna Nayaka, the try scorer for the Josephians, the second try scorer, unfortunately failed to convert his kick. St. Joseph's College prepare for the restart. Good high hanging restart there. Unfortunately is not unable to be collected by St. Joseph's College. So Isipatana College with some possession.
They need to score next, isn't it, Romano? They can't afford to go down any further. It will be very difficult to come back from that kind of situation. And again, a nice steal by the Josephian number 4. They've retained position once again. They spread it out wide. They seem to have numbers out wide, but a big hit.
Knock forward, offside. Okay.
Some good defensive work by Isipatana. They managed to turn position over. They've taken a quick tap. Need to find a bit of width, bit of space out wide. So far, the Josephian
Stay on your feet. Stay on your feet.
defense is holding up. Again, Isipatana doing well. Nice sniping run. But some good cover defense by St. Joseph's. Again, they have turned position over. Isipatana just not being able to get enough people in time to that breakdown, resulting in turnover of possession. Just St. Joseph just using their superior physicality to their advantage. And Isipatana again doing very well at that breakdown, managing to just push the ball back onto their side. Chance for them to launch another attack. Just seem to be short of options. Going into contact again. Penalized for not rolling away. Isipatana taking the tap again. Just need to find their speedsters out wide, which they have an opportunity to do so now. Stepping in. Just need to create another phase. They've done extremely well. Need to find a bit of space out wide. Well done by St. Joseph's. Again, some really good work at the breakdown, but penalized for side entry. Isipatana taking the tap again. And unfortunately, deciding that it had gone back is the referee Jamaldeen. Isipatana keeping the ball alive. That's the way they'd like to play. Don't want to get in too much of a physical contest, but they have lost possession. Again, penalized for a high tackle. So St. Joseph's take the tap. Just looking at the options available to them.
First, play on.
So ball goes behind. Some really good work by that Isipatana defender. That did brilliantly well. Made the tackle, got on his feet, and he has given his team an opportunity to get onto the scoreboard. Fortunately, the passes are not accurate as they would like, but nonetheless, a wonderful word off by that Isipatana prop forward, Vikramarachi, going over for the Isipatana's try, and that try couldn't have come at a better time for them. Showing a lot of determination did Vikramarachi to just barge his way over for Isipatana's first try.
Yes, and that try opens the game wide open as the conversion goes over. So Isipatana College scraped their way back into this game with a converted try at the end of the first half. As we see the replay, the big men managed to recycle the ball, and the number one for Isipatana College put on some footwork and put on a big fend and went under the post to score, as Isipatana College managed to claw their way back into this game. Yes, as we see the first half highlights, St. Joseph's College, the big man ran on the outside and scored under the post, as the second try also came for Karuna Nayaka. This time he managed to put on some lovely footwork and collect, and he dotted over for the second try of the game for St. Joseph's College. But on the stroke of half-time, the Isipatana big man Vikramarachi managed to beat the first defender and put on some lovely bit of fend work there and crashed over as he clawed their way back. So (12-7) in favor of St. Joseph's College as Isipatana College prepare to kick off the second half. Gunasekara with the ball in hand.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see whether that score just before half-time will give Isipatana the kind of confidence they need to get back into this game. Those first 6.5 minutes or so, it was all St. Joseph's, but Isipatana fought back well to just get that score on the stroke of half-time as they kick off. Comfortably collected by St. Joseph's as they look to launch another attack. Spatana just seem to have got the defense organized. Desperate throw to just keep the ball in play. Unfortunately, just being hacked into touch.
Yes, unfortunately the kick did not go to plan for the Isipatana lad as the ball went into touch, and now St. Joseph's College with a line out inside their own half. Well, instead they have gone for the knock on, and it's Isipatana College ball. Pardon me.
Sit.
So penalized for an illegal scrummaging by referee Jamaldin. Isipatana take the quick tap. Lovely inside pass to their try scorer Vikrama Archie, who takes it in. Recycled well. Looking to go through. Some desperate defense by St. Joseph's. Holding the player up. That's fantastic defense by St. Joseph's.
Yes, indeed. A lovely bit of play there by Naveen. The big man managed to hold up the small scrum half and did not release him, as he did not have to release. The maul was formed there by Wide Jaratna. He held his opposite number and did not let go, as St. Joseph's College managed to scrap their way to win a scrum, but still inside their own half with plenty of pressure.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see the option that St. Joseph's decide to take. We've seen so many teams trying to run the ball from their own goal line and paying the price for it.
Wait, that's change. Green, that's change.
Will they use their boot to just relieve some pressure? Will they look to try and spread it and create some phases? If they decide to go on the latter option, they'll have to be very accurate in their execution.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
So Isipatana penalized again for collapsing the scrum. St. Joseph's deciding to take the quick tap. Again, this is not the area of the ground you'd want to play your rugby too much. Joseph's taking the ball and taking it up the field. They managed to retain position, just looking for the option. Fortunately, a hand in the ruck, as educated by referee Jamaldin. St. Joseph's take the quick tap. Offload. Back into contact again. Yes, Isipatana very correctly penalized for not releasing the tackler. St. Joseph's take a quick tap. Pass the ball down to the wing. Decides to take the punt in. That's always a very dangerous option. Isipatana will look to try and pass the ball out. Probably could have taken a better option in terms of releasing it, and is penalized for holding on to the ball. St. Joseph's take the quick tap. They have players out wide, but some good defense by Isipatana.
Karuna Naik on the corner, but unfortunately did not manage to get over there as he recycles possession. The players seem to be drained, but St. Joseph's College still with possession, puts on some footwork there. One man to beat, decides to cut back inside and gets the offload away, and St. Joseph's College, the big man Naveen, goes over for the for his second try and the third try for St. Joseph's College. Good support play there by the big lad, the number 4 Naveen. He came on the inside, and unfortunately Vikramaratne did not manage to beat the final man, but managed to get the offload away, and Naveen was at hand to score under the post, but the conversion does not go over. So it's a 10-point game there, as we can see. Vikramaratne with the footwork tried to beat the final man, but good defense there by the Isipatana lad, but unfortunately he did not manage to stop the offload, and St. Joseph's College get over the line through Naveen.
Yes, well, it all started from that mismatch, wasn't it, Romario? Vikramarachi, the prop forward, was up against the speeder, and there was only one person who was going to win that battle, and he managed to breach that first line of defense and get the ball to their big man to go over. So St. Joseph's have further extended their lead, 17 points to 7. Just over a couple of minutes remaining.
Now they will look to slow things down. St. Joseph's College win the restart back again as Vikram Arachi spots the space at the back, puts a bit of a chip kick there. The number 15 chases and he goes over for St. Joseph's College, and this seems to seal the deal for St. Joseph's College. Jayavardhana, he did manage to put on the speed, put on the afterburners and collect the little chip kick, and he dotted down for St. Joseph's College as they seem to be running away with the game as Vikramaratna lines up the conversion.
Yes, that would, you'd have to say that would pretty much seal this game in favor of St. Joseph's. Isipatana just really seem to be struggling in this tournament thus far. Probably not as well prepared as they would like to be.
Yes, as we see the replay, Vikramaratna put on the chip kick there, and it was the number 15 for St. Joseph's College, Jayavardhana, who dived over and more or less sealed the deal as the game is restarted by Vikramaratna. Another high hanging restart, a lovely catch there by the Isipatana lad, and he gives it away to his speedster, number 12, Riaz, runs away all the way for the second try of the game for Isipatana College. Under the post, he dots down.
Blue. Don't chase.
Opts for the quick conversion and dots it over successfully. 14-22 plays Isipatana as they prepare for the restart. Try to go quick there, but unfortunately the players weren't behind the kicker. So now Isipatana College through Gunasekara with the restart.
It's very almost up, but St. Joseph's are comfortably ahead 22-14. Isipatana need to score twice, which be a bit of a tough task considering the time is away, and that's a penalty conceded. So no doubt St. Joseph's will just run the clock down.
No, you had 30 seconds. Make it.
Look to go for touch. They do have a lead where you'd have to say an unassailable lead given the circumstances.
Advantage.
So it's
No advantage. Knock
2
forward.
point.
Knock forward.
It's
Time is off.
22 points to 14, but that's the end of the game.
Knock forward. Ball is dead.
St.
Knock
Joseph's
forward. Time is off.
ending
Break out.
up victorious,
Get back there.
22 points to 14 in favor of St. Joseph's, and that's the end of the game. Comfortable victors. You'd have to say at the end, Isipatana just getting final consolation try at the end. It was 22-7 before that final try. So St. Joseph's will clinch second spot in this group. And as you can see there, that's the final score, 22 points to 14. As we prepare for the next game, which will be two teams who will be coming out for the first time today. More on that later after this highlight package of the second half. Isipatana scoring courtesy their big man Naveen. Then wonderful chip ahead. A good chase by Jayavardhana collecting the ball and going over. And then just on the stroke of full time, Isipatana, courtesy of Riaz, going under the post to add a bit of respectability to the scoreline and converting it himself for a final score of 22 points to 12. So we're getting ready for the next game. Two teams which will be making their first appearance for this tournament after receiving walkovers from Prince of Wales. It'll be St. Peter's who will be kicking off. It's a nice hanging kick Very well tapped back. St. Peter's is looking at their options. Going across, but more importantly, they have retained possession. Again, sniping on the short side. Number 6, just putting a foot in touch. Some good desperate defense by Science College.
Yes, and a good vision there by Ishan Fernando. He spotted the man was sucked in, but unfortunately he did not manage to beat the final defender of Science College, Rifas. And Rifas dragged Ishan into touch, unfortunately. But still, Isipatana inside their own 5-meter line gets the penalty there, Science College. But referee says time off as he wants to consult his AR.
So it's just a warning to keep the tackle height down. Chance for Science now to clear their lines, which they do well. So this game of sevens, Romario, is very much a game of position, isn't it? Got to when you have position, you got to make it count. You got to retain it. Wear the opposition down. Make them make as many tackles as possible. Science College executing their line out very well. Passing the ball out wide. Evaluating their options. Penalized for obstruction, running into his own man. St. Peter's take the short tap. Looking at their options. Strong run by the number 15. Niranjan recycles the ball well. Spreads it wide. Some desperate defense by Science College. Another good handoff. Science College players really hanging in there, just desperately trying to thwart whatever attack that St. Peter's are throwing at them, but St. Peter's would have done well to get the ball out first time, but nonetheless they have retained possession and looks like they have done enough to try and go over for their first try, or haven't they? Niranjan has knocked the ball on right on the try line.
Well, that's a coach killer error there by Niranjan. He did everything right, unfortunately. Did not manage to dot the ball down. And his coach, Sanath Martis, must be fuming back near the touchline. As we see the replay, they did everything right, apart from dotting the ball down there, Niranjan. He'll be kicking himself.
Yes, but you also have to give a lot of credit to the Science defense. They never gave up, didn't it, until the last moment. Even that last tackle forced that error by Niranjan. Now, Science need to be a bit smart on how they execute, but that was a very poor pass by their scrum half. Ball going dead, and now they've just given the ball black on a platter to St. Peter's.
Yes, and now just 5 meters away, St. Peter's College with an opportunity to put things right before they go out from the Science 22.
Right. Crouch. Bind. Set. Steady, both steady.
Tarindu with the feed. Well, the ball seemed to be seemed to have come out from the same place it went in, and they will have to redo things.
Bind call lagadi, bind kar Wait.
Tarindu gets a second opportunity to feed the 5-meter scrum.
Steady, both steady.
As the Peterites lined up, but Tarindu picks and goes on the short side. Does not manage to dot down. St. Peter's College recycle. Big number 10 runs straight and dots down for the opening try of the game for St. Peter's College. Jai Vikrama, the big youngster, ran straight and barged his way over for the first try of the game. And St. Peter's College ultimately leave the 22 with a conversion, try, and the conversion to come.
Yes, Science will really rue that mistake which they committed from their own scrum when the ball was passed over the deadline. Just handed St. Peter's position a 5-meter scrum, which is a very hard place to stop an attacking play from. So conversion goes astray. Nonetheless, Peters just approaching the 5-minute mark. 5 points to nil ahead as we have a look at the try. Very strong running angle. 3 Science players trying their best to hold Peterite play up, but not successful. Very well collected by Science. Managed to recycle the ball. You need to try and get some position out.
Beautiful bit of hands there by the Science College lads, but unfortunately the ball is not collected properly. Yellow card, not too sure why.
I think the Science player made the tackle without retreating 10 meters. That's cynical play, so very correctly spotted by referee Veranga. Science College look to try and make use of this extra man. Looks like they have an opportunity to do so. Again, it's their number 9. It's been in the thick of everything, and again cutting in is Tarindu, who will go over for the Peterite's second try. It's very hard playing this game with 7 players as it is, Romario, but going down to 6 players, it's can be a nightmare at sometimes, isn't it?
Yes, and against a flashy Peterite outfit, I think it's extremely difficult. As Tarindu converts his own try, and St. Peter's College go into the halftime break with 12-0 lead. So 12 points to nil in favor of St. Peter's College at the end of the first half.
So this is the first half highlights. This is the first try that St. Peter's scored. Courtesy an error by Science College on their own try line. Jai Vikrama going over, barging over more or less. And then St. Peter's, after a nice break by Ratnayaka, passing the ball over to Tarindu to go over for the second try. And St. Peter's at halftime sitting pretty. 12 points to nil.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Science College with everything to play for in this second half as they trail St. Peter's College 12 points to nil. As Rifas prepares to kick off the second half. Still down to 6 men, Science College.
Yes, they've got to ensure that they get the first score in this second half. They want to stay in this game. Nice hanging kick, but very well collected by St. Peter's. So they do have numbers out wide if they can get it out soon. Some nice decisive running by the Peterites. Very well collected. Again, just evaluating their options. They do have men out wide. Remember, Science are down to 6 players, but again, needed to get that pass out a bit earlier. Tried to make the pass while making contact. So
Yes.
you're not balanced. Very difficult thing to do, the ball going forward. So a lost opportunity for St. Peter's, but something that Science will be pleased about as we have a look at that replay. Just needed to get that pass a second earlier.
Coach. 5, 6. Steady, both steady.
Science yet down to 6 players. Getting that ball out of. Nonetheless, they managed to recycle possession. Penalized for going off the feet.
Behind the mark. Off the feet.
So Science taking a short tap. They'll want to up the tempo of this game, realizing that they have a player advantage as well, and it's their number 7, Rana Singha, who's using his speed, but is he held up on the line?
Well, I think he was charged there late after scoring the try, and rightly so. The referee shows yellow to the Science player and goes under the post for a penalty try. That was quite a bit of a dangerous play there by Rifaz, as he just charged his way through the youngster who scored. Rana Singh went over, and there you can see the big tackle coming in straight on to the head, chin and face area of Rana Singh, and the referee rightly shows yellow and goes under the post for a penalty try in favor of St. Peter's College, as Science College are in strife and only with 6 men on the field. Another deep restart there by St. Peter's College, but the ball let to bounce and go into touch. So Science College with possession, however, inside their own 22.
Yes, they had, just as their player who was in the sin bin was coming in, another had to go out, so Science not making things easy for themselves.
Keep your mark, please.
Have to play another couple of minutes or so with 6 players.
No straight, what do you want? Line out to scrum.
So it's a crooked throw, as deemed by the referee, giving the option of a scrum or a line out. St. Peter's deciding to go for a scrum. You sense as this game has progressed, St. Peter's slowly but surely finding their rhythm.
Yes, and now Sanath Madis and the coaching staff rings the changes as Thilinda comes on for the number 9 Ratnayaka. Ratnayaka had a strong game, but now St. Peter's College with the scrum, however, illegal scrummaging, pushing not straight, says the referee, and Science College with possession inside their own half. Looks to spread the ball wide and looks to run on the outside. Doesn't manage to beat the final man. Cuts back in and recycles possession there. But good penalty there for St. Peter's College. Ishan Fernando wins the penalty, takes a quick tap, goes on the outside, gives it to Tarindu. He puts on a cutout, long pass, numbers on the outside. The number 1 offloads it to the win 3/4 Chatumina, and he goes over for the 4th try of St. Peter's College, as they seem to be running away with things here at the Royal Complex against Science College.
Yes, you can see St. Peter's just growing in confidence as this game has progressed. Science have not made things easy for themselves. The last 4 minutes or so they've had to play with a man down, and St. Peter's have been good enough to exploit that, as Tilina steadies himself for the conversion. Conversion is not successful. Nonetheless, St. Peter's comfortably placed 24 points to 0.
Yes, as we see the replay of that try, the big lad Kumara Peruma offloaded to Chatumina, and he went over as the game is restarted, and Science College with possession but knock it on, and pressure continues to pile on.
Time off.
the Science College lads, as nothing seems to be going their way in this game.
Yes, they just seem to be under so much pressure whenever they do have possession. That occasion at the breakdown, just trying to force that pop pass. The oncoming player was more focused on the clean out. Thus resulted in a knock-on. So chance for St. Peter's to impose more misery on Science College. Science going in, just trying to draw the Science College defense in. Again, spreading the ball out wide. Just looking for the options, keeping the ball in play. Looking for that continuity, but penalized for going off the feet.
Behind the back,
So Science College just trying to get at least one score in this game. Looking at their options. Passing the ball, kicking the ball in. So doesn't seem to be many chasers. St. Peter's comfortably retrieved possession.
Time off.
Looks like there was a dangerous tackle. That was his second yellow, which resulted in a red card. I think it was a dangerous tackle. Let's have a look at that replay once again. Well, he did make contact with the head, but I don't think there was any malice in it. Just happened to be the wrong place at the wrong time. Nonetheless, St. Peter's, an opportunity to launch an attack, but deciding to go to the boot. Not sure whether that was the correct option, but I think from now on, St. Peter's will just try to run the clock down, preserve their energy for the bigger games ahead.
Hey, 2 meter, 2 meter, 2 meter.
As we enter the final minute.
Up the 2 meter in zone. That play. 10.
Short throw in. Penalized for not releasing the tackler.
10.
Science College desperately trying to get one score, just to add a little bit of respectability. Just trying to do the attack in close quarters. Yes, not releasing the tackler once again. So another opportunity for Science. Knock on, but that will be the end of the game. So St. Peter's running out comfortable 24-0 victors over Science College. They'll make their entry into the Cup semi-finals as the game progressed. To keep in mind that this was St. Peter's first game for the day, so they'll be relatively pleased with their performance.
Yes, and a strong second half showing there as St. Peter's College wrap up things 24-0 in favor of themselves as they win the group and progress through to the Cup semi-final. As we see the highlights of the first half, Rana Singh, he went over but was caught before he dotted down by Rifaz, and he saw yellow, and after that it was all downhill and everything went in favor of St. Peter's College as they scored try after try through Chatumina. First through Chatumina, the number 14 for Silva saw red for Science College and did not help proceedings for themselves. But the game ends 24-0 in favor of St. Peter's College as the first round of proceedings at Royal Complex comes to an end, and now it will be the money end of the tournament as the Cup semi-finals and all the semi-finals are scheduled to be played.
Yes, so we do seem to have our semi-final lineup as these are the detailed scores of what we have seen today.
Yes, DSNNI College was the surprise package as they defeated St. Joseph's College and Isipatana College. And after that, St. Joseph's managed to scrape their way over Isipatana College to end second place in that group. And St. Peter's College defeated Science College in their first and only match of the group as they received walkovers in the first game of the day. St. Peter's ended the round 24 points to nil in favor of a defeat in Science College as the first round of games were brought to an end here at the Royal Complex grounds. And we will take a short commercial break and be back with the second half of proceedings, the money end of the tournament. Welcome back to the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens action here at Royal College Sports Complex. We are in for the final 8 games of the segment A. This is the first and the only semi-final in the Shield competition. Thurston College taking on Anand College, both the teams finishing in the third place of their respective groups, Group A and Group B. Anand College, they lost both their games against Royal and Sahira. Thurston College lost to Wesley and St. Thomas's. This is going to be an interesting battle between two teams who have lost 2 games but have all to play for. They will play Isipatana College in the Shield final. It's going to be an interesting battle. Thurston will kick off from number 13. He will be kicking from right to left.
Look back, play on.
Not a good collection. Good kick off and good rubber kick. Will he collect? Yes, that's the first try for Thurston College. MDL Kure. He touches down. Yes, a lovely bit of play there by the Thurston lads as they collected the restart and dived over through MDL Kure as he latched on to Nimshaka's crossfield kick and made no mistake in the corner as he will convert his own try, but the conversion goes astray and the score remains 5-0 in favor of Thurston College in this first Shield semi-final. As we see the replay there, lovely weighted kick there by the centre, and the win 3/4 runs onto it and dots down, dives amidst the traffic as number 13 Nimshaka kicks off, but unfortunately the kick does not travel 10 meters and straight away a free kick for Anand College, and straight away with some possession to make something out of this. Yes, Romario, Anand College getting the ball. Some scrappy play by Anand College. They have gone back 10 meters. Forward pass, says the referee. Losing possession and territory both here, Anand College. Yes, nothing seems to be working for them, and unfortunately, to make matters worse, the centre throws a forward pass there. So Thurston College back again with possession inside their opposition territory and a chance to extend their score.
Steady, steady. Don't push. Yeah.
Stolen. But nevertheless, he
Nobody scrum down.
couldn't hold on to the ball properly. The Anand scrum off. Another feed for Thurston College. They'll expect the forwards to get a clean scrum here.
Left. Crouch. Bind. Set. Steady. Number 2.
Free kick.
Advantage. Not 10 meters. Advantage. Not 10. Get back. Stay. Get back. No, wait. Get 10.
Not 10,
Yeah, free kick.
says the referee.
Get
Free kick for Thurston College. They'll want to play it deep here. Nimshaka holds on to it. The earlier combination working once again for Thurston College. Kure dots down his second try of this Shield semi-final.
Yes, and this time the two decide to pass, and this time they go over for the second try as Kure extends Thurston College's lead, and with the conversion to come, and he will be taking it himself. So good bit of play there by Thurston College. They managed to hold on to possession and recycle the ball, and Nimshaka threw a lovely pass to Kure, and he went over in the corner. So I think Thurston College will be pleased with the start they have got, and this time Kure makes no mistake with the conversion. 12 points to 10 leads Thurston.
All 12 points have been scored by MDL Kure. Here's the replay of that second try. Good collection by Nimshaka. Here's the restart.
A bit of a brain fade there by the youngster. He went and collected the ball, went back into his own try line, came back out, and then dotted back inside. So 5-meter scrum for Thurston College, and more pressure piled on to Anand College.
Poor presence of mind there, Romario, from the Anandians.
Yeah, you could also say there was a lack of knowledge of the laws there on the occasion. But unfortunately now they just need to put their heads down and defend. Again another free kick. Early hook in, says the referee, and he will have to just lay down the law a bit and tell them what needs to be done. Well, and lay down the law, and he does so by showing a yellow card to the Anand College number 4, Silva. Beg your pardon, that's Tamasha. So Thurston College straight away, and they go over with a quick tap, and makes no mistake there. The big second row barged his way through and dotted down.
GD Lakshita, he is the try scorer for Thurston College. That's the third try. Thurston College dominating this Shield semi-final. $19 points to nothing, Thurston College. Still 1.5 minutes left in this first half.
Straight and hard there by the lad, and he dots down as Thurston College restarts proceedings.
Here's Anand. Probably the first time they've got some momentum, but doesn't release the ball. Here's that combination of Nimshaka and Kure once again. Nimshaka using that he helps out Number 10, he scores the 4th try. RDD Bandara. Anand College clearly have no possession or territory at this juncture of this Shield semi-final.
Number 8, Buddha.
Probably some foul play, Romario. Yes, shoulder charged. Is the Bandara, the try scorer.
Yes, indeed, and now the conversion is being prepared to be taken by the Thurston College lad. As we see the replay, Nimshaka gave it out to Kure. Kure put on the afterburners, but unfortunately was collared, but managed to get the ball infield, and Bandara made no mistake. Conversion is unsuccessful, but that ends the first half. Thurston College leading Anand College handsomely, 24 points to 0.
That's the halftime score here in Royal College Sports Complex. The first and the only semi-final in the Shield competition. Thurston College leading 24 points to 0. Here's the highlight of the first half. Kure, after a brilliant drabber kick from Nimshaka. It's the first minute of the game. Then once again, Nimshaka and Kure combining well to score the second try. Here's the third try. Lakshita, the big forward. Then just before the halftime, that was Kure offloading, giving it away to Bandara, who scored the 4th try.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවලටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
Yes, so we are in we are in all readiness for the second half to kick off. Thurston College handsomely leading Anand College 24 points to 0. The lads from Mardana, Ananda, will be looking for answers in this second half, but seems to be a bit out of their reach. Silva prepares to restart the second half. Deep kick there by Silva. Knocked back, says the referee. And Thurston College straight away on the attack. Thurston College winning a penalty for the player not rolling away in the breakdown area. And the referee seems to be having a bit of a chat, and he has decided to send Silva off into the bin for 2 minutes. Not too sure why, but the referee did indicate that there was some back chat there, and Thurston College kicks a deep kick there, but unfortunately the penalty does not go into touch as a good chase comes in. But Anand College somehow manages to recycle possession, but unfortunately thereby a slight knock on there by the young scrum of Jayadilaka, and the slightest of scrum knock-ons as the referee picked it up, and now Thurston College back again with possession and with an ideal attacking platform.
Yes, the next game will be the bowl semi-final between Styra College and Wesley College. So far, Thurston College are on their way to the finals of this Shield competition. Penalty advantage for Thurston College. They have the one-man advantage as well. Number 7 there. Good pass to De Silva. He goes on to score under the post. That's DYL Yasas. He scores the 5th try and probably puts the final nail in the coffin for Ananda College.
Yes, and Kure adds the conversion as to Yasas' try, as Thurston College are handsomely running away with this game. 31 points to nil reads the scoreboard with the time 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Nimsaka puts a deep restart. Anand College with possession. Terrible pass there, but somehow the youngster manages to hang on to it and sets things up. Recycles possession. The ball pops out. Anand College still with the possession and inside their own half, but the referee says no advantage. High tackle and goes back for the penalty. Anand College with the quick tap. Runs straight there. Bumps off the first man and still on his feet and still pumping his feet and moving forward. Now recycles the possession. Anand College with the ball in hand. Shows and goes. Does number 9, the scrum half. Still with possession and now advantage. So the penalties keep coming in favor of Anand College as the big prop forward takes a quick tap. Bumps one, bumps two off and gets the offload away. Number 12 puts on the afterburners and runs on the outside, and he runs all the way to dot down under the post. Beautiful bit of play there by the Anand number 12 Vinod, the center. Put on the afterburners, stepped on the accelerator and went under the post, and he scores the first try for Anand College.
Finally, Anand College get some points on the board. Vinod, consolation try for Anand College at this time of the game. 31 for 5. Couldn't convert his own try, Vinod. Here's the replay. He saw the space outside. Brilliant run from the young Anandian. 31 points to 5. Thurston College dominating this Shield semi-final. Here's Kure once again. Brilliant footwork by Kure.
Unfortunately, the ball beat him into touch. Lovely bit of play there by Kure. Put on some footwork and nearly tripping over his own feet. Too fast for his own good, but unfortunately, the ball beat him into touch. Anand College still under the pump. And, however, they have possession inside their own half.
Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. We will have plenty of more action coming your way on the Papare.com and on Dialog Television 140. This is the Shield semi-final.
The ball does not travel 5 there, 5 meters. Line out throw and straight away the referee points for free kick in favor of Thurston College. And straight away now they have possession and back on the attack inside the opposition half. Nimsaka tries to put a little bit of a grabber. Does manage to gather the ball and knock on, says the referee. Unfortunately there for Nimsaka. He did all the hard work but did not manage to cling on to possession and knocks things on. And now Anand College with the possession And about 30 seconds to go in the game. The result seems to be a foregone conclusion. However, Anand playing for Bride. Scrum half feeds the scrum, gets the ball away, but bad collection there. But he manages to regather position. Big number 1 Rasanja. But now Anand College have coughed up possession, and Thurston College with the ball. And plenty of room on the outside. Nimshaka will he go for his first try? Yes, he does. Beats the final man and runs around to dot it under the post.
That's the 6th try for Thurston College in this game. Nimsika Kure converts, and that's the end of the Shield semi-final. Thurston College, they've qualified for the Shield final. They will play Isipatana College later on. That's the end of the competition for Anand College. They've lost all their 3 games played today.
Yes, so a bit of history between Isipatana and Thurston, and they will play out for the final, the Shield final. As we see the score confirmation, Thurston College 38 points, and Anand College just managed a single unconverted try, rounded off at 5.
These are the second half highlights. Yasas scoring the 5th try for Thurston College in the game. This was the only moment Anand will remember from this game. Vinod scoring the only try for them in this Shield semi-final, and this was in the last minute. Nimsika going over for an easy try under the post. The next game will be Sahira College taking on Wesley College. The bowl semi-final, number 1 in this Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. 4 teams will be playing in the bowl competition. Sahira College versus Wesley College, the first bowl semi-final. The second bowl semi-final will be St. Joseph's taking on Science.
Yes, this does seem to be a promising encounter, as both teams seem to be balanced and similar in stature, as Wesley College prepare to kick off proceedings.
In the group stage, Wesley, they lost to St. Thomas's College, but managed to beat Thurston College. Straight away, the ball goes in to the touchline. Number 10 kicking off proceedings in this first bowl semi-final. Sahira College, they lost to Royal College in the group stages, but managed to beat Anand. Here's Wesley College. Valiant run by Ogbebo there. Hopwood, not a good pass there from number 7, Amaneth. Advantage for Sahira.
Yes, a terrible bit of play there by with the Wesley College lads. Terrible pass, unfortunately did not go to hand and knocked it on, and now Sahira College with a scrum inside their own half. Both teams still just feeling their way into this encounter, and It'll be interesting to see what Zaira College manages to bring out of from this scrum. Feeds the scrum and wins possession. Zaira College with the ball, running laterally, cross and then straightening the line. Well,
Abdi in there. Brilliant work in the breakdown from Zaira College. They managed to keep possession of the ball. Good tackle from Wesley College, number 14, Tarangana. Zaira once again. Changing direction, but number 3 tries to barge his way through Akil, but penalty for Wesley College.
Wrong mark, says the referee there. Unfortunately for the Wesley College Hapugala, and here comes Shane to take the penalty. Takes the tap, puts on some footwork and decides to drop a lovely short ball there on Okbebo, and he goes under the post there. No stopping him from that sort of range, running that beautiful line and dives under the post and gets the first score of the game for Wesley College as they go into the lead with the conversion to come.
Great start for Wesley College in this bowl semi-final. Hopwood converts the try. 7-0 Wesley College. Here's that brilliant angle there, Romario Ogbebo.
Yes, and running at that speed and that size of player running into that loose shoulder, there's no chance of stopping him. And he goes over for the first try, and Wesley College in the lead, 7 points to 0. As the restart, good high hanging restart, but doesn't manage to get it the chaser. But unfortunately for Zaira College, they managed to recycle possession. A quick pick and go there, good leg drive by the big number 1 as Faumi. Now Wesley Zaira College with the possession. Numbers on the outside. Here goes Zaira College. Puts on the afterburners, does the big number 1, and he sets things down. Back again, Zaira College. A good bit of continuity by them, but unfortunately they don't seem to be making too much of yards on the line, on the ground. But having said that, well, they unable to work down the touchline. Quick line out throw by by Wesley College, and here goes the number 2 Pereira, cuts the defensive line in half and runs through it and goes under the post for their second try to extend their lead.
Jayodhya Pereira, excellent work from Wesley College, hitting back from broken play. Wesley College have started off this bowl semi-final brilliantly, and Hopwood converts. 14 points to 0.
Yes, as you can see this replay here, Pereira put on the afterburners, went on the outside, went on his opposite number, and did not manage to lay a finger on him, and he goes over for the second try for Wesley College, as they seem to be running away with this encounter versus Zaira College.
Zaira will need to find some sort of momentum in this game. If not, Wesley will continue to punish them. They have some possession. Nice run there from Nihamantullah. the advantage, Zaira College. Ogbebo manages to hold the two players up, but the referee will go for the previous advantage.
Yes, side entry there by the Wesley College youngster, unfortunately. And now Zaire College opts to go for the line out and puts it into touch as they look to make something out of this attack before the end of the first half.
Ideal position for Zaire College to launch an attack and get back into this game. Romario, probably the final play of the first half.
Yeah, I think if they are to make anything out of this match, they will need to get this score, because if they do, it will just be a 7-point game and then everything to play for. Good line out move there, and a lovely dummy there by the youngster Abdin as he goes over for the first try for Zaire College.
This is going to be an interesting bowl semi-final. Suhad Abdin, the try scorer for Zaire College. Just before the half-time, Zaire makes a comeback in this bowl semi-final.
Yeah, that was a beautiful bit of play there in the line out. They manipulated the line out in a beautiful bit of lateral run-in, and from then on it was Abdin who just sold a massive dummy and went over for the first try. So Zaire College trail Wesley College 5 points to 14 in this first bowl semi-final.
Half-time score is 14-5 in favor of Wesley College here at Royal College Sports Complex. This is the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, the first bowl semi-final. The highlights: that's the first try from Ogbebo, brilliant angle. Then Jayodhya Pereira scoring the second try for Wesley College. They were leading 14 points to nil, and just before the half-time, Abdin managed to run around and score that only try for Zaire College. So interesting second half coming up here at Royal College Sports Complex. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. Schools Rugby is back, and we are in for a treat the next couple of hours. Romario, this is the knockout stage of segment A. We have after this game 7 more matches lined up. So that this is the bowl semi-final, the first of it. Kicking it on the full there. Early mistake from Zaire College.
Yes, that will be a coach killing error there by Niham Tulla. Unfortunately, he just put too much on the kickoff, and straight away Wesley College with an opportunity to attack. Beautiful short line there, run. But, the shot was missed and they went through the back door, and now Wesley College, beautiful play there by the youngster, and he pirouettes and goes in the corner and makes no mistake there as Wesley College strikes straight away from the beginning of this second half, and Wesley College do seem to be running away with this game. Unfortunately, the try scorer did seem to do something to his ankle. So he seems to be in a bit of strife there.
Shavin Jayawardena, the try scorer, soon as he touched it down, he went down. Shavin Jayawardena, the try scorer, but that no-look pass, Romario, that proved to be the main part of that try. Here's Hopwood trying to convert it. Valiant effort there. Wesley College leading by 19 points to 5. Just from that early mistake. Here's the replay. Hopwood giving away that brilliant no-look pass for Shavin Jayawardena's try.
Yes, that was a lovely bit of play there by the youngster. Razzle dazzle brought out, and just knew that his support would be there. Popped it up, and his supporting player just did the rest, as Zaira College now. Couple of dummies there by the youngster. Doesn't manage to sell anyone, but now here goes Zaira College with possession. Recycles the ball. Numbers on the outside. He decides to put the boot to ball, but good cover play there by the Wesley College lad, and he puts on the afterburners now, and there seems to be no stopping him, as here goes Tirangama. He goes all the way and scores the second try in this second half, and Wesley College just seem to be running away with this game.
MC Tirangama, the try scorer, the fourth try for Wesley College in this game. Brilliant run from Tirangama. Hopwood waiting to convert the try. He is successful that time. 26 points to 5. Wesley College leading. Here's that brilliant run from Tirangama. Nearly 70 meters from Tirangama. Under the post try, and gets the all important liquid to his body, and probably he's been also taken out.
Yes, I think that's the correct call there by the coaching staff to take out the best players. They are already coasting in this game, as Hopwood puts a deep restart.
Zaira College now trying to attack from their own 22. Running straight into two players. Not releasing, says the referee. Penalty advantage for Zaira College. They were not back 10 meters, so the advantage will continue for Zaira College. Almost near the halfway line.
Get back.
I think Zaira College will need to get something on the scoreboard, and they need to get it next if they are to make their way into this game. But having said that, oh well, I thought he did not make it into touch, but lucky for him, a bit of misjudgment by the number 10 for for Wesley College, as Zaira College managed to get the line out. First things first, they should look to secure the line out and then spring an attack.
Wesley disrupts the line out there.
Quite unfortunate there by the Zahira College lads. Does not manage to make anything out of that line out, and they concede possession. The Hopwood to feed the scrum for Wesley College. Gets the ball in and out in a flash. Bit of footwork there. No look pass, but unfortunately knocked on by Hopwood. Good combination play there by Nipun and Shane, but unfortunately the latter did not manage to collect possession and loses it. And now Zahira College back again on the attack inside the Wesley 22. An opportunity to make something out of this.
Yes, Romario. They have two players on to the right. Not a proper feed in.
Yeah, the ball cannot come from the same place. It goes in. Hence the referee says we need to do this all over again.
Sit. Steady.
So Wesley Zahira College. Scrum half feeds the scrum. Nimtullah gives it out to his winger, and he's brought into touch there by Hopwood, by Shane Hopwood. So Zahira College still unable to breach this strong Wesley defense, as Shane prepares himself to throw into this all-important line out inside the Wesley 22.
Also, you can vote for your favorite team to make them the most popular rugby team. Go to the papare.com and vote now. While we speak, Wesley College stringing an attack from their own 22. Here's Hopwood. Couldn't hold on to it. And that's the game. Wesley College, they will play in the bowl final now. They've beaten Zahira College comprehensively in this first bowl semi-final.
Yes, indeed. Wesley College completely outplayed their opponents, and Zahira, unfortunately for them, did not manage to get anything out of this. So Wesley College win 26 points to 5. As we see the highlights of the game. Yeah, it was Wesley all the way, as they managed to get a beautiful offload there by Shane Hopwood, and the number 5 player Shavin went over in the corner, but unfortunately hurt his ankle, and he was out from then on. But after that it was Thiran Gama. He put on some lovely footwork and put on the afterburners, and there was no stopping him, and did not forget to bring about a celebration before dotting down. So that was the game. Zahira defeated by Wesley College, and now it will be St. Joseph's College and taking on Science College to book their ticket against Wesley in the bowl final.
We are all set for the second bowl semi-final. Science College, they will kick off proceedings from right to left of your screen. Good hanging kick. Here's St. Joseph's College kicking it away. Deep inside the Science half, but they will have the feed.
Yes, a terrific kick there by Rifas. A lovely high hanging restart. Unfortunately, they did not manage to contest and win it, but they do have possession inside their own half, Science College, with Rifas to throw into the line out. Successfully won there, but lost forward in the process. So St. Joseph's College straight away with a chance to attack.
This is going to be the first opportunity for St. Joseph's College to build up something from nearly the 10-meter line of science half. Here's Rohana. Gives it to Ekanayaka. Tehan Karunanayaka then. Premaratna there. Good tackle on Premaratna. Advantage for St. Joseph's College. Not rolling away, says the referee. Penalty. Tehan Karunanayaka gets it quickly. This is the captain Ashan Ekanayaka. Gives it to Ashan once again. Here's Karunanayaka. Couldn't hold on to it, St. Joseph's, but still have possession. Here's Ekanayaka once again and gives it to the big man Naveen. He scores the first try for St. Joseph's College.
Beautiful bit of play there by Naveen. Stationed on the wing, and Ekanayaka threw a long cutout pass. Naveen gathered and beat a couple of defenders and went over for the first try. So St. Joseph's College, after not having the best of kickoffs to the game, managed to get the opening points with Tehan Karunanayaka with the chance to add the conversion. You see Naveen, the try scorer. Confirmation of that. Tehran is one of the very few players who have who has been playing for the last couple of years and still seems to be having the opportunity to play, but the conversion did not seem to be successful. So 5 points to 0 in favor of St. Joseph's College.
While the conversion was in play, the players thought the game restarted. Here's that try once again. Long cutout pass from Ekanayaka to Naveen. St. Joseph's College gets the early lead of this second bowl semi-final.
The referee seems to be calling a bit of a stop to proceedings. Not too sure why, but there seems to be a bit of consultation between the referee and the AR. As still not too sure what.
Probably thinks he's asking the AR what happened really before restarting this game. Rohana.
High hanging restart, but unfortunately does not go 10 meters. So straight away Science College with the opportunity to attack through Vidyanta. And here goes Science College with ball in hand.
Yes. He stepped on to the touchline there. Very unfortunate for Science College.
Beautiful bit of build-up play there, but unfortunately the number 7 player Induranga did step on the whitewash on the touchline rather, and the referee brings play back. So it will be Rohana to throw into the line out for St. Joseph's College. Good high line out throw there, and now Ekanayaka puts on some footwork, beats the first man, beats the second man, still going. Ekanayaka manages to recycle, and the St. Joseph's College with possession to Tehran. Offside, says the referee. Now Tehran with a quick tap gives it on to his supporting player. Here goes Naveen, bumps off one man in slow motion and still on his feet. Rohana with possession, gives it out to Karunanayaka. Karunanayaka to Ekanayaka. Now Ekanayaka with slows things down, then throws a favored pass there, but thankfully for the win 3/4 he manages to get onto it, and now goes Science College with turnover possession. Here goes the centre, beating everyone and running away from all his support, but Kure, he will manage to go under the post, and well, game on.
Kure scores, still taking time off the game. Finally decides to jot it down.
Yes, so now a chance for Science College to go into the lead through Rifaz, and that's exactly what they do. 7 points to 5 in favor of Science College. As we see the replay, Kure beat 1, beat 2, put on the afterburners, and no stopping him with a bit of a goosey there, and he runs under the post and takes the lead for Science College.
Interesting battle here in Royal College Sports Complex. Deep kickoff. Rohana makes the mistake there. He'll have to come back one long way. Teran Karunanayaka drops it straight in front of the try line there.
Dear, oh dear, Teran drop it cold. And now Science College with a beautiful opportunity to get a score just on the hooter, as we see Rohana threw a pass under pressure. Teran knocks it on, drop it cold there. Now Rifas to feed the scrum. Well, a good shove there by the Josephians, and now they win a turnover ball. And here goes Teran with another opportunity to make amends for for the little bit of a knock on. Beats 1, beats 2, beat 3, and got the offload away. Now a big handoff there. St. Joseph's College still with possession, running away on the touchline. Naveen, but unfortunately he does not manage to hang on to possession. And now helter-skelter stuff here at the Royal Complex, as St. Joseph's College and Science College running away with things, but the referee says no clear release there. And a chance for everyone to just take a bit of a breather, grab some breath, as Rifas looks to put the ball into touch. Well, it doesn't manage to find touch, and thankfully for the Josephians, the ball goes dead, and it'll be half time, as we see the little bit of a knock on there by Naveen. Then Rifas had the opportunity to break, but unfortunately did not manage to do so. So that ends the first half. St. Joseph's College trailing 5 points to 7, as that brings the first half to a close.
Very close game in store here at Royal College Sports Complex. Here's the highlights from the first half. Long cutout pass from Ekanayaka to Naveen. St. Joseph's College took the early lead. Then Kure, brilliant individual brilliance there from the Science College player. Kure, he brought in Science back into this game. This is the second bowl semi-finals. Science College leading 7 points to 5.
Decision, a new world record
Second half coming up in the second bowl semi-final between St. Joseph's College and Science College. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Segment A. Matches been worked out. These are the last few games. The semi-final stage. Here's Rohana starting off the second half for St. Joseph's College.
Terrible kick there by Rohana, and straight away St. Joseph's College with the error, and now Science College with the opportunity to attack straight away through Rifas. Takes the tap. Here goes Kure, shows it and goes, still goes on the outside, still supporting the play as Kure manages to wriggle his way through and goes forward, somehow recycles possession. Science College not the best of collections there by Rifas, but still with the opportunity and possession. Science College turning and twisting, and here goes the winger, sets it up, recycles possession, but unfortunately there for Kure, he seals it off and does not manage to make anything out of it, and gives away the penalty. Now Rohana, he gives it out to the number 11, who puts a bit of a kick, and here comes the chase, but unfortunately there for the Josephian. Well, he did seem to do something to his knee, and here goes Rifaz. He's making headway, recycles it for Science College, still with possession. St. Joseph's College line caught offside, and the referee playing advantage as Kure now with possession slows things down, puts on some footwork, does not manage to commit anyone as they still have possession. Science College on the attack. Rifaz puts on some footwork and goes straight through, beats the final man, but unfortunately does not manage to get through. But Rohana played the ball on the floor and conceded the penalty. So St. Joseph's College with a man down and still under the pump. Well, lovely bit of play there by Kure. Back of the hand offload, and here goes the number 7 Induranga. He puts on some footwork. Science College still with possession, 5 meters away from the St. Joseph's College goal line. Penalty not rolling away. Team did seem to be a bit cynical, but the referee said let's play on. And still with an advantage, Science College 2 meters out from the St. Joseph's College try line. Numbers on the outside, and here goes Rifas. He will extend the lead for Science College, and St. Joseph's College in a bit of spot of bother.
Brilliant continuity from Science College there. Rifas scoring the second try for Science College, extending the lead to 7 points. It's a crucial try for Science College in their bid to qualify for the bowl final. They somehow kept the ball in hand. Brilliant work from Rifas there. St. Joseph's College, they'll need to somehow make a comeback. They don't opt to take the conversion. Science College. Replacements coming in for St. Joseph's as well.
So it's still a 7-point game, as everything to play for St. Joseph's College. And Kure is seemed to be subbed off by Science College. And now Rifaz with the restart. St. Joseph's College trailing 5 points to 12, trailing by 7. Rifaz this time opts to go for the near end, puts in a deep kick, fielded by the number 15 Jayavardhana. Now St. Joseph's College, Tehran takes the ball into contact, big tackle coming in, but he manages to recycle possession.
Muller gives it to Premaratna there. Yes, Yannick Muller, good offload. Yes, St. Joseph's College. That's Jayavardhana there. He's going under the post. St. Joseph's College makes a comeback now.
Yes, indeed, Jayavardhana there. Good support, good bit of support play there by the Josephians. And he goes over for his second try of this tournament. Scored one in the previous game as well. And now Tehran with the conversion and the opportunity to draw things level here in this semi-final.
Important conversion coming up for St. Joseph's College under the post. It's successful. Scores are tied here at Royal College Sports Complex.
As we see the replay there, Muller managed to collect the ball and then gave it away to the Josephian number 2. He got the offload away, and St. Joseph's College now on the defense. Back again. Tehran with a good tackle there down the line. St. Joseph's College defense swamping in. But then here goes the number 12, Kure, back again on the field and scores yet another try against St. Joseph's College. And now Kure with the opportunity to extend the lead, but he did run around far away, and the conversion will be in a bit of an angle, but they still have the opportunity. St. Joseph's College, if you are a Josephian fan, you'll be hoping that they do have an opportunity. As we see that replay there, Kure, beautiful bit of goose step there, stepped on the afterburners and there was no stopping him. And now the conversion from a tight angle. Rifaz does not manage to get it over. So still everything to play for. About 20 seconds to go on our clock, but the referee's clock is the one that matters. So St. Joseph's College trailing by 5 points will collect this restart.
Next game will be the Cup semi-final between Royal College and St. Thomas's College. St. Joseph's College back in possession.
Good sense of the loss there by Jayavardhana. Quick tap taken. Now St. Joseph's College on the attack through the big number 1. Well, he seems to be raced and barged into the flow, but St. Joseph's College still with possession through Naveen. Bumps off 1, bumps off 2, still goes, leaves the ball and collects it again, and still goes Naveen. Well, there's no stopping him. They've somehow managed to get him on the floor. And Science College win the turnover penalty there by the number 9, Rifaz. And that seems to be the game for Science College. Quick tap taken and kicked into touch. And that's the end of the game. St. Joseph's College go down to Science College 17 points to 12 as Science College make their way into the final to take on Wesley College.
Probably the best game we've seen today. Romario, brilliant work from Science College. St. Joseph's College scored the opening try, but Science College, they take the second bowl semi-final. That's the final score. Science College 17, St. Joseph's 12.
Yes, I think Nilufa and his coaching staff will be extremely disappointed with how things went. But this is the highlights of the game. Rifaz with the first try for Science College. Then it was the Josephian center who got the offload away into St. Joseph's College, Jayavardhana, as he went over. And St. Joseph's College were leading. But unfortunately, in the second half, Thanks to this try from Kure. Bit of footwork there, fancy footwork, and stepped on the accelerator, and there was no stopping him. And Kure's try meant that Science College took the game away, beating St. Joseph's College.
Welcome back to the live action, and here we are. Decider of who will take the finals place from two teams who we've come to know as very, very close rivals. A Royal Thomian of different sorts as the first semi-final of the cup segment. Royal taking on St. Thomas's, and this is going to be a very, very interesting affair because Royal were impressive in the opening game, so was St. Thomas's, Abdullah. So this is going to be extremely interesting.
Yes, both teams had a very good build-up coming into this semi-final, but this is knockout rugby, an entirely different beast. So the pressure will be on both these teams. Team which makes lesser mistakes, no doubt, will go on to win. And we can definitely look forward to a very close contest. Royal feed the ball into the scrum, retain possession. Just looking for some attacking options. Avishka Gunawardhan, who has been outstanding in the group stage play with his wonderful turn of speed. Royal be relying on him to try and work his magic against this very formidable Thomian Sevens outfit. Something Royal will want to be conscious of, not try to play too much rugby in their own 22.
Absolutely, Abdullah, and because when you do that, when you play too much rugby in your red zone, it only takes a tiny mistake for your opposition to hurt you. They need to be very careful here. It will be wise to get out of jail even through a kick.
Yes, so now Royal, Royal have now created about 4 or 5 phases, but they haven't gained any ground. They yet find themselves languishing close to their try line, and you'd have to say a matter of time before they turn the ball over, and that's exactly what St. Thomas's have done. St. Thomas is taking the tap. They do have players out wide, and lovely dummy by the Thomian number 12.
Hetiarachi, the man touching down right underneath the post, show and go. Exactly what we were saying, Abdullah. It's never advisable to play a lot of rugby in your red zone. You need to try and have an exit strategy where you would be able to get out of trouble.
Yes, regardless of the format, really, Sudarshan, I think they have to ensure that they just don't get bogged down in their own half. They did create 3 or 4 phases, but they didn't make any headway. It would have been better if they had just thumped the ball downfield and just put the pressure back on the Thomians to mount an attack probably from their own half. But nonetheless, Thomians did very well to apply the pressure on Royal, and they find themselves 7-0 up. With the kickoff, the ball has been kicked into touch. So Royal again find themselves just outside their 22. Be interesting to see the tactics that they look to employ.
Boys, please keep your mark, blue.
Win the line out, but it's not a good ball as such. Royal do well to get themselves out of that situation. Clear the ball. Now again, Royal just looking for an opportunity. Again, they find themselves up against a very good Thomian outfit. That's some wonderful defensive work by St. Thomas's. Holding Avishka Gunawardhan up, not allowing him to hit the deck. But again, Royal just will need to review their tactics, especially when they're playing in their own 22. Do they want to continue to test this Thomian defense while under pressure? So far, the Thomian defense has held up extremely well.
Crouch.
Absolutely, and holding Avishka Gunawardhan up was no easy task. He's no tiny man. Here's St. Thomas's threatening in the shorter side of the field. The formation have been on point. Show and go, little goose step, a little too hard the pass. Keeper
No.
recycling that ball. Snipes through the middle, needed support. Luckily for Royal, there was no man there for St. Thomas's.
Rock. First no goal.
Referee Veranga
Say.
now playing advantage in favor of Royal. There was a knock on.
Royal find themselves slightly isolated, but that young man has done extremely well to stay on his feet until the support has arrived.
Advantage.
Thomian line caught offside, but Thomians are playing very flat without a sweeper. There's a lot of space at the back if Royal do decide to use it. It's just a matter of adjusting
Put it.
to the situation, but unfortunately Royal coughs that ball up, managed to retrieve possession back.
No, release.
Man Nanekar takes the ball up front. Support needs to arrive.
Play.
It's a real scrap between both these teams. No quarter asked, no quarter given. Now there's a real 3-on-2 situation. Will St. Thomas's make use of it? And they have done brilliantly well to offload that once again. St. Thomas's are really turning on the screws on this Royal outfit. You'd have to question Royal's tactics. It's playing far too much rugby in their own half. St. Thomas's defense has been outstanding, and they just find themselves under a lot of pressure, and Royal just seem to have brought that on themselves.
Hettiarach yet again finding himself in the score sheets. Brilliant work by St. Thomas's, especially defensively. When you frustrate a team as much as they did over this period of time, you are bound to get results by inflicting errors on them. That offload, I thought, was a second or a couple of seconds too late. Like I said, there was a 3-on-2 situation all around. He had options on his outside and inside channel both, but decided to take it onto the ground. But luckily for him, Thomians still managed to touch down. 14 points to nil. 6.5 minutes gone. Royal need collection from the Royalists. Yet again takes the ball inside their own 22. Looking to run it now, but a good tackle coming in from the Thomian number 11.
Deemed high by the referee nonetheless. But so far we are now into 6.5 minutes in this first half. Royal yet haven't got into the Thomian half in this entire game. In this entire game, Sudarshan, and that just says a lot for the Thomians' defense, and also you have to question Royal's game management as well. And that's a pretty lame kick. St. Thomas's just want to try and put the clock down. It's another lovely offload, and the Thomians are running away with this game. They played very smart rugby, you'd have to say. Just probably cannot say the same of Royal. And we go into halftime with the Thomians with the potential to be 3-0 up.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from the Thomians, and like Abdullah mentioned many times, Royalists have been camping in their own 22, playing a lot of rugby there, and I think the Thomians have recognized that Royalists do not have a proper exit strategy when they're deep down in their half, and they keep kicking deep as well, Abdullah. So that's interesting. De Silva, the skipper, offloading to Rekhawa, who touched down right underneath the post for the third converted try from the St. Thomas's. 21 points to nil is the halftime confirmation. It was a very interesting half. If you are a Thomian, you must be delighted. St. Thomas's now have one foot in the final, rather. We'll be looking to capitalize from here on, make sure that they give a complete performance in the second half. For Royal, a lot of catching up to do. There'll be a lot of harsh words spoken by Dushant Levke, who's the man here, which this was the first try. Hettiarach has taken a liking to scoring tries. Got a brace in the first half itself, scoring the second one. And of course the final try of the The half came in dying minutes when De Silva managed to take 1-2 defenders and offload to Rekava. Also went right underneath the post. Now this is going to be very interesting and difficult for Royal College. Let's see how they will opt to. Will there be a change of tactics, Abdullah? Will there be a more kicking? We will have to wait and see. Royals, I think, would need to go to the boot a little more often because, like we mentioned, the Thomians look to defend very flat and they do not have a sweep at the back.
Yes, the most important thing is Royal will have to score first in this second half. And they'll have to do it within the first couple of minutes or so, because if they do allow the Thomians to score, then that'll probably be game, set and match. So this is a great opportunity. Probably first time Royal getting an opportunity to attack inside the Thomian half. So the Thomians credit, they never allowed the Royal to visit their own half in that in the first session. So Royal will be definitely looking to capitalize on this opportunity.
Steady, both steady. Both steady. Wait, get back.
Get the ball out. Tigoda passes on to Nuwadana. The ball is recycled, but again the Thomian defensive line is very strong. Just having no option, just trying to run across and very correctly adjudicated into holding the ball. So Thomians just keeping their defensive line. Royal just don't seem to have an answer in how to penetrate that Thomian line of defense.
The Thomian tackle technique needs to be admired as well. They go nice and low, Abdullah. There is no body hugging involved. What they want to do is get the man down as soon as possible. And Royalist, got to say that they are feeding it as well at this point, because in the morning we saw how well and nice and deep they formed as the line, attacking line. We can't see it here still, so need to be very mindful, Royal, to try and catch up to the Thomians, who look like they are on song here. St. Thomas's yet again on the attack, wraparound pass, one man on the outside. Can he go all the way? The speed's a recover. Already touchdown for a try in the first half. Referee penalizes the Thomians for holding on to the ball. And a yellow card for Chamita Gunawardana. Extremely unnecessary there.
Yes, Royal had the penalty, but you can just probably sense the frustration in the Royal camp with how this game has progressed. There's absolutely no need for that.
21 points to nil. When you're down 21 points to nil, you need all the help you need. You can't give away a silly penalty and be out of the game for 2 minutes. He'll be quite disappointed with himself when he takes a look at the replay. But Royal will have to make the most of it. They need to score. They need to be the first team to score in this half. We've seen sometimes when you're reduced a member, everybody gives that extra 10% of the love, which could turn out to be the start of a comeback. What they want is a slight momentum shift, but currently, well, that could be the momentum shift that they're looking for rather, because currently St. Thomas's are looking very, very comfortable and they look like they're dictating terms in the middle.
Yes, and I think this scoreline, you can attribute it to the Thomian defensive line. You're talking about their technique, but also their defensive alignment has been absolutely brilliant. They've just kept their line, they've kept their shape, they never rushed, and they've just kept Royal under constant pressure. This Royal hasn't been good enough to adjust to that. You see Hittigoda just trying to make a run, and he knocks the ball on.
What do you want? Line out to scrum.
Again, the Thomian defense, their awareness on this blind side attack that Hittigoda had done a previous couple of games. They knew what was coming, and they had that side of the pitch well covered. So St. Thomas's defensively, you'd have to say, have been brilliant.
Absolutely, I think 100% agree with you, and also I think it's slightly because of the fact that It could be because of the fact that they're coached by a star third rower, former Sri Lankan third rower Shamli Lavas, who's a fierce tackler himself. So no wonder the defensive attributes of the coach rubbing out on his young charges.
Bind.
St. Thomas is now with a great opportunity, still have the numerical advantage. Well, but suddenly Butterfingers have crept up on Pereira.
Yes, but with all these stoppages, the clock is just winding down, Sudarshana. Yet St. Thomas is comfortably up 21 points to nil. Royal just don't seem to have an answer in how to breach this Thomian defense.
Steady, both steady.
Technique-wise, alignment-wise, communication-wise, they've been absolutely brilliant. Again, just some good pressure. Again, tireless attacking
How about that? 3 tackles.
Makes
Fourth
that
one. Just top stuff from the Thomians.
Get back.
When a team is committed and communicating in defense, it's very hard to beat them. Now there's a foot race. Oh, brain fade. A little bit of a brain fade there. He took the ball inside the goal line.
Well, I don't think it's such a bad tactic, come to think of it, Sudarshana. He didn't have any support with him. If he was held up, Royal probably would have pounced and conceded a penalty.
I would rather take the option of going out onto the touch. Line out gives you a more chance of competing at the line out rather than the scrum.
Yeah, agreed. But end of the day, I think they just want to stop the clock, isn't it? So that's either way, I think it was probably the correct decision rather than keeping the ball in play. Now Royal with that situation would have wanted the ball in play as much as possible. So just over 1.5 minutes remaining, and you'd have to say this semi-final is pretty much wrapped up in the Thomians' favour. Courtesy an outstanding first half on their part.
Time on. Crouch. Bind. Set. Steady, both steady.
It's the ball being fed in. So lovely pick up, and that's a good score. That's smart thinking by the Royal scrum half on that occasion. But probably a little bit too late to have any impact on this game. So just a consolation score.
Wide move.
It's 5 points to 21.
Wide move. I ain't nothing.
This conversion is crucial. Not successful. So even if Royal wants to win this, they need to score thrice. That's going to be a problem. Ravin Senuka was the man who touched down for Royal. Another nice deep restart, but no one to put pressure on that ball. St. Thomas is very happy to kick the ball out, go for a line out.
Line out.
Because they know it's a little too late for Royal to go all the way.
Yes, the only try in this second half so far has been after a Royal deep kick into the Thomian half. And how ironic is that? We were talking about that in the first half. That's the only time Royal managed to score. As we
Royal
hear
bench dejected. It's never a nice feeling, isn't it? No matter what the tournament is, losing at home and not being able to go all the way. But not everything's lost for Royal College. Despite not making the cup final, they will feature in the plate final against the loser of the second semi-final. Here's Royal for one final charge.
Ball. No. Platform.
Royal cutting back inside, trying to create something. Buzzer has gone. St. Thomas's defense is still difficult to penetrate. Nice, good rushing defense. Well, that man has been the most impressive for Royal. Sasanga Kavin on the lines have been one of those players who really does bring out the pace, but that is the end of the first semi-final. St. Thomas's get the better of their arch rivals Royal College and will book their place in the final. That tells you the full story. A dejected Royal team, because they did look like they really did look like the team to beat Abdullah in the early exchanges in the group stages, but come the knockouts, this is the business end of the tournament. This is where you need to perform.
Yes, as we have a look at the replay of this, the highlights of this second half, and as you can see, this is the bit of the try in the first half of St. Thomas's, I believe, and this is Royal's first score. It was courtesy a long kick, wasn't it? Where they applied the pressure, something which we were calling out for them to do in that first half, which they never quite got their head to. So you'd have to say that St. Thomas's probably tactically read this game much better than Royal did, and deservedly go through to the finals.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්තදාස
at Moratua.
ඊයගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Foxhill Supercross.
Kurunagala City Atugal Puravare.
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
Yes, we're back at the Royal College Sports Complex for this second semi-final between St. Peter's College and you'd have to say the giant killers of this tournament thus far, DSN and Naika, creating two huge upsets in the earlier round against Isipatana and St. Joseph's. But they'll definitely have their work cut out now against this very formidable Peter Sevens outfit. Look very sharp in their only game against Science College. As do we look to spread the ball wide. Again, some wonderful footwork. Reaching that first line of defense. Desperate defense by DSN Anaka. Again, they have numbers out wide. And some really desperate defense by DSN Anaka. You have got to hand it to them. How they backtracked. They never say die attitude, which they showed in their previous games, is coming out in the semi-final as well.
Well, terrific stuff from DSN Anaika College to stop St. Peter's, but the Peterites did absolutely well. They know very well to punch the holes and accelerate when they do, and also have managed to turn over the line out. Peterites looking for openings. Very comfortable with sending the ball right to left, but this is the first score. Comes through Niranjana. Goes through the middle, touches down right underneath the post. First try for St. Peter's. GS needs to gather themselves. They need to try and make sure that they communicate a little better when it comes to the defensive patterns.
But the St. Peter's team, they do look pretty tuned on, isn't it, Sudarshana? It's recycling, they're showing a lot of energy. These DSN and Naika lads have to somehow to get some possession, retain it, create a few phases, because every time they just turn the ball over, the St. Peter's team look very dangerous. It's a good run. It's got to get recycled ball. Again, the defensive alignment is absolutely brilliant by St. Peter's. Side entry rules referee Jamaldeen. So DSN and Naika take the quick tap. Looking to spread it. Nothing on. And the ball is knocked on. Not releasing is adjudicated by the referee. So they take the short tap. St. Peter's spreading the ball out wide. Again, a wonderful step. Oh, what wonderful footwork. But that pass is forward. Again, St. Peter's look very threatening with ball in hand.
Absolutely. If GS does not do anything to stop Peters from having so much possession throughout this game, it's going to be a blowout. GS need to make sure that they try and work with possession. They haven't had possession, but it's not ideal when you get your first possession in your own 22. So let's see whether they will go down the same way as the Royalists did. Surveying whether he can burn him for pace, but then decided to wait for support. An overlap. One man to beat. God support should have given it out. TS now with an advantage, penalty advantage. High tackle, says the referee. Quickly taken. Here's DS on the charge. Has plenty numbers. Loses it forward. Unfortunately, DS.
Yes, that's the first time we saw DS attack in this semi-final so far, and they definitely did look impressive, didn't it? Some desperate Peterite defense only stopping them from crossing the line. So it's just great to see the improvement DS and Aika have made in their rugby. We'll have qualified, I believe, for the A Division segment of the 15-a-side game as well from next season. So they're definitely showing what they are capable of. So it'll be interesting to see St. Peter's tactics. They are now just about 15 meters away from their own try line. Side entry, very rightly adjudicated by the referee. St. Peter's taking a quick tap. He could find himself isolated, but the support is there. Getting the ball out. Just the perfect bounce. And looks like he's on his way. DS Senanaika defender just desperately trying to stop him, but not successful. It's their number 6, Fernando, who goes over for a try. So valiant lunge by that DS defender, but unfortunately not good enough. Fernando just having a bit too much gas to run round the DS cover defense. The conversion is slotted over, so Peterite sitting pretty. 12 points to 0. So we have a look at the try once again. Wonderful acceleration. Desperate lunge by Udawat on that occasion to try and thwart that try, but not successful.
Here's the restart. Now the Dons need to keep hold of possession, which is very, very important for DS, because with ball in hand they are threatening as much as the Peterites are. It's just ball retention that has been a problem for DS. Now to the corner, cuts back inside. Good tackle coming in from the Peterites. Well, passes to no man. Very, very unfortunate. Like we said, ball retention has been the foe for DS Senanaika. Now numbers on the outside. Quick hands will do the trick. In the corner. Cuts back inside. Will need support. DS yet again formed nice and wide. Keeps the ball alive. Yet again. The final pass not finding the mark. And with that, that'll be the end of the first half's proceedings. St. Peter's College currently in the lead, 12 points to nil, courtesy of 2 tries and 1 conversion. Here's another look at how the tries were scored. That was a brilliant individual effort by Niranjan. Show and go right underneath the post. And then came this. An absolute beaut. So much pace to burn by Ishan Fernando. We'll go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, there'll be the second half action of this semi-final too. We're back live from Royal Complex. Second half action of the second semi-final about to get underway. And as it stands, St. Peter's looks like the team to take their position in the final alongside St. Thomas's, who managed to beat their arch rivals Royal College in the first semi-final of the Cup Plate segment. Royal have advanced to the plate final and will await the loser of this game to join them in the plate final. Good collection despite the sun being in his eye for DSN Anayaka College. Sends the ball back. Good straightening run. Now the speedster surveying the options. One man to beat, should have offloaded now. DS recycling the ball. Has wide options here as well. DS looking a much better side with ball in hand in the second half than they were in the first. Making their passes stick and not throwing away the ball in crucial junctures of the game. Inside ball, a little slip to help. Just when I say they weren't throwing unnecessary passes, that was extremely unnecessary by the player. Quick tap taken. See you later. Won't be catched. Number 5 of St. Peter's College, Rajaratnam, touches down right underneath the post for the third try for St. Peter's.
We talk a lot about Sevens rugby and how important it is to have possession and the flair that's associated with the game of Sevens. But if you watch these semi-finals as well as that first semi-final, Sudarshan, the team with such strong defenses have been the teams that have profited. And St. Peter's, their defensive work in this semi-final has been outstanding, and they find themselves 19-0 up. So I have to say St. Peter's got one foot in that final, but I'm sure they'll want to...
Well, next match, Thurston taking on Isipatana, another big match rival in the Shield final. That's going to be very interesting at 4 o'clock. We will, after this game, there will be Small break of 20 minutes. And the Sipatana will take on Thurston. Two institutions are very famous for being at loggerheads, be it on the field, off the field. Good high-hanging kick. And good defensive work as well, but the receiver was not held. Finally offloading it. Here's Diaz with a chance now. The speedster trying to run around yet again. Doesn't have the pace. Does very well to wait for support to arrive. Diaz needs to look at the option now.
But again, that Peters defensive alignment, strong as ever, extremely strong in the tackle. Fortunately infringing, but I don't think they'll be too worried about that. They have slowed this game down, managing to trot whatever Diaz has thrown at them thus far. So Diaz again just looking at the option of trying to create something. But the ball goes backwards as adjudicated by the referee. So Diaz on the board. It's under the post try, so Diaz strike back, 19 points to 5. The conversion is successful, so it's 19-7. Just around 3.5 minutes remaining, Sudarshan. Game on.
Oh, absolutely, game on. And Diaz will throw everything in the kitchen sink at this one. A lot at stake here. This restart is going to be absolutely crucial, especially given the fact that DS are chasing the Pete Wrights. Opting to go for a short restart.
Okay, leave it, Yellow. Leave it now.
Brilliant turnover counter-ruck. Unfortunately, they've lost the ball forward. Otherwise, they did everything right. They came through the gate, put pressure on the DS players around the ruck, managed to turn over the ball, just couldn't pick it up.
It's very impressive, but it'll be interesting to see the entry of this St. Peter's player. Was it through the tunnel? Was it from the side? So 50-50 call going Peter's way. Nonetheless, St. Peter's attack. Another opportunity to launch an attack. Stick the ball. Again, it's pretty static ball. It's knocked on. Yes, and Naiga kick ahead. Oh my gosh.
Oh well. Here comes the second try. That's also right underneath the post. This game is far from over. Absolutely terrific stuff. Play to the whistle, they say. You got to make sure that you play to the whistle. That's converted as well. 14 points on the board for the SN Anaika College. 14-19. Everybody comes alive.
Absolutely. You have to give a lot of credit to this DSN Anaika outfit. They never say die attitude, Sudarshana. Paying off. St. Peter's probably just relaxing a bit, you'd have to say. 19-0 up, took their foot off the pedal. And DSN Anaika have an eye on the final prize. They've yet got about 2.5 minutes remaining. All the pressure is on St. Peter's at this particular moment.
Pete Rice don't have to do anything fancy, because what they need to do is do the basics that they've been doing all this time. They do it right. They were good defensively. They were very calm in their attack. If they continue to do that, they don't have anything to worry despite this sudden resurgence of DS. That's a forward pass. Panic setting in the Pete Wright camp. Like I said, they don't have to worry. All they have to do is just do the basics. All this creeps up when you are under pressure, and now Pete Wrights are under pressure. dominating.
If you look at the replay, there was a 3-on-1 situation, Sudarshan, and he just needed to shift that ball first time, but decided to make the break, and only once he was held, forced the pass, which went forward. So these are the kind of mistakes that happen when you're under pressure. Big scrum by St. Peter's, but DS do extremely well to retain the ball. And here they go. And number 7, the wing three-quarter, takes about 3 players. If they can recycle this possession, they do have a chance. There's a 4-on-2 situation. Will DS be able to make use of that? They've got to get the ball out, but thumping tackle.
Very unfortunate. Hands inside the ruck as well. Oh,
That's a try-saving tackle, if ever there was one.
I think that was a match-saving tackle, Abdullah. Absolutely terrific stuff there.
30 seconds. My time, 30 seconds.
Big, massive thumping tackle. That has been what has been working for St.
20
Peter's.
seconds. 20 seconds.
Still not over though.
Advantage over.
Going by both
advantage
these
over.
semi-finals, it's the defense that has won both these teams, whichever team that goes on to win, with St. Peter's in this case, and even in St. Thomas's in the previous semi-final. It's very much their defense that has won them these games.
Some pressure coming in from the Pete right scrum.
Leon, knock backwards.
Great pressure by
League advantage.
the DS scrum half, and the ball has been lost forward.
Knock forward.
So still hope. But Akhil Damaldin says it's time up.
Advantage over. You had advantage. Advantage over.
Interestingly, we didn't hear the siren or the bells as well. But
you have to give a lot of credit to DS Senanayaka. They threw everything at this Peter Wright's team. They can definitely hold their heads high. They've still got a match to play, some silverware to play with against Royal, and going by this performance, there's no doubt they will fancy their chances. But congratulations to St. Peter's. They advanced to the final.
here's how it all panned out in the second half. Pete Wright were very, very strong coming into the game. Did they take their foot off the pedal after scoring 3 quick tries? You have to wait and see. But DS Senanayaka had a great run in the latter parts of the game. The moment the momentum shifted, they capitalized and they went all the way. 2 converted tries. They were in with a chance to score another. But that was an absolutely thrilling finish to the second semi-final. And like Abdullah mentioned, it's the defense that won both the semi-finals. St. Thomas's and St. Peter's in the final, which is scheduled to commence at 5 p.m. and at 4:40 we will see Royal taking on the Senanayaka in the plate final. We will go for a quick commercial break, and when we come back we will have the action of the Shield final, followed by the Bowl, Plate and the Cup finals.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City Atugal Puravare
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final Showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
Is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala Kurunegala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில் உங்கள் நகரில் உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්පදාස
at Moratuwa
ඊයගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස indoor stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunegala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්තදාස
at Moratua
ඊයගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස indoor stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව චතුරික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
So welcome back. It's the Shield final, the first of the cup finals here. It's between Isipatana College versus Thurston College, traditional rivals facing off. Isipatana College, of course, will be disappointed with their performances so far, losing both their group games and finding themselves in the Shield category. Nevertheless, they'll be hoping to sign the tournament off on a winning note. So joining me is Romario. So it's the first of the finals.
Yes, indeed. I think from the first final itself, it's quite a good lineup as two arch rivals go head to head, Isipatana and Thurston, to kick off the finals.
So Isipatana kicking off from right to left. And Thurston immediately showing the intentions clear, but kicking the ball forward. And this will be all about how Isipatana approach this game, the attitude. So early position for Isipatana now. And quite interestingly, they punt the ball down straight, and which is recovered by Thurston College, in fact. And that's something which is interesting because it's all about how much possession you have in this format of the game. So Thurston College now fumbling with the ball, initially knocked backwards but then moved forward, says the referee, and this could be the first try of the game. That's Lukman Riaz going around the Thurston defense to score try number 1 for Isipatana.
Yes, indeed. I think a bit of a sloppy play there by Thurston, unfortunately. Knocked the ball on, and Isipatana College made them pay from then on. Easy try for Riaz as he gets the first try in this final. And it will be Gunasekara to take the conversion.
So Ashan Gunasekara successful with the conversion, and Isipatana into an early 7-0 lead. And there you go, the highlights. Thurston College defender just grabbing on to Lukman Riaz's jersey, but just managing to get through. But Thurston, if they have observed how Isipatana's performances in this tournament so far have been, just need to hold on to possession, which Isipatana has shown some weaknesses. Huge tackle there. Nothing wrong, says the referee. Big hit. Ball drifts out wide. Thurston player nowhere to go, and Lukman Riaz bundles the player into touch. Well, that was not the correct thing to do because he ran away from any support if he had any.
Yes, indeed. I think he'll be thoroughly disappointed with that piece of play there. As we see this replay, the big tackle coming in. Play was raced and dumped, but the referee said that it was all right. And now Isipatana College lose their line out, but somehow managed to regather it after it was tapped down.
Long loop pass, which Riaz just manages to hold on to, and then finds the offload and finds his man. So this will be Isipatana's try number 2.
Yes, indeed. I think Thurston College do seem to be falling away, unfortunately for them. Early doors, however. But they wouldn't want to let Isipatana get into too much of a lead, as we see the confirmation Gunasekara with the try, and he will take his the conversion.
So the skipper joining in the try scoring list. So an early 12-0 lead. The conversion is not successful, so it will remain 12 points to 0. Thurston College just needs to focus on the basics. Here we go. Lukman Riaz finding the offload and into the hands of Ashan Gunasekara. All he had to do was run towards the try line to finish that scoring opportunity. So 2 kickoffs so far. Isipatana has not been great. This time Ashan Gunasekara decides to thump it down deep, straight in the hands of the Thurston College player. Thurston now resetting. Quick rush defense by Isipatana there. Another big hit. Thurston are just going backwards here. And has that been turned over? Yes. Holding on, says the referee. So Isipatana now inside their opponent's 22 with another chance to increase their score.
think the size difference between the two teams are also weighing heavily in favor of Isipatana College, and not only the size but their skill difference as well, as we see Isipatana College lads putting on some lovely footwork there. Riaz beating 1-2-3, and he goes over for the third try of this game.
So Riaz is second and it's Isipatana's third, making light work of this game so far.
Yes, I think Riaz and Isipatana College are just running away with proceedings. They did not have the best of tournaments up to now, Isipatana College, as the conversion goes astray. But at the end of the day, they will be going away with some sort of silverware. But by Isipatana standards, they will not be too happy, as we can see Riaz put on some footwork, stepped inside, tucked and went over for the try. So Isipatana College in a healthy lead, as Thurston do seem to find themselves in quite a bit of strife.
Gunasekara yet again. It's terrible kick. So I think, was it?
No hands, get back!
Yes, I think the ball was touched, and hence the referee let it go. Now Riaz back again, draws the final man and gives it on the outside to the winger in the form of Boteju. He puts on some footwork and sets things. Ball seemed to be out. Anyways, here goes Isipatana College. Cut out pass there. The winger, number 3, he pins his ears back and he goes over for the fourth try of the day for Isipatana in this final. And I think that just seems to be pulling the game away from Thurston College. Praveen Stefan rather, the try scorer. And the referee has gone to his pocket as well.
He seems to have seen some infringement there. Probably when the try was scored. Possible shoulder charge. An off the ball incident there.
Oh, unfortunately there with the conversion. Hits the post. Scores remain the same.
So it's 22 points to 0 in favor of Isipatana. So Thurston will be really disappointed of that performance. And they will be starting the second half with a man down as well. So things really didn't go Thurston's way. So let's have a look at the highlights. The first half highlights. This is the first try. Lukman Riaz just managing to evade his man, going around the Thurston defense. And of course the second one, Lukman setting his keeper for a try, who ran in support and then runs in unchallenged towards the try line.
Riaz has been in the thick of things, and it was him who scored the third try. Put on some lovely footwork, beat a couple of defenders, ducked and went over for the try, and final try of the first half came courtesy Praveen Stefan, as he went over in the corner. And no sooner the referee did show yellow to a Thurstonite. So Isipatana in the lead in this bowl final.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
So it will be Thurston College to kick off the second half in this Shield final between Thurston and Isipatana. Thurston now, of course, find themselves trailing 22 points to 0 as Nimsaka kicks off proceedings.
So immediately off the kickoff, ball recycled and Isipatana working their way towards the flank. And here's new players onto the field. I think that's number 15. Javid. Yes. But not the first touch he would be looking to have.
Yes, and I think the coaches are also ringing the changes with Isipatana in quite a bit of a handsome 22-point lead. And I think all the players themselves must be running on the final lap of their stamina, as they have been putting on the show from morning. So it'll be Kure to feed the scrum for Thurston College. Gets the scrum out, the ball out to Nimsaka. He switches off Isipatana College straight away. But the referee says no advantage and goes back for the knock on.
Coach! Going! Set! No.
So Isipatana with the attacking scrum now inside the opponent's half. Ashan Gunasekara running across, finds his man. And this is try number 5 for Isipatana. Easy does it. The replacements too getting into the action.
Beautiful bit of play there by Gunasekara. He ran across, straightened, drove the couple of defenders, drove both defenders in fact, and just set up the win 3/4 in the form of Kaushal. Pardon me, that's Boteju. As the conversion does go over, so Isipatana College extend their lead further. As Thurston College, the game seems to be pretty much sealed in favor of Isipatana College, and they're just going through the motions right now.
Further replacements made by the coaching staff.
Yes, and rightly so, just emptying their bench, giving all the players a bit of a go before the end of the tournament. Valuable bit of experience for the youngsters. School rugby returning after a couple of years hiatus. And Isipatana College straight away with a high hanging restart. Lovely kick there. Unfortunately, the chaser did not manage to find his feet and tripped over them. Isipatana College in the driving seat with a little bit more than 4 minutes left on the clock.
So line out for Isipatana once again in the ascendancy. In fact, it was for Thurston, but it was stolen by Isipatana College. So another opportunity for Isipatana to send the ball out wide, and that they do. Navin Kanishka to Boteju, the replacement winger, two getting in. That's Randima. Thurston just managing to hold that attack, but here comes Isipatana again. Bandara to Javid, tucks under the tackle, still on his feet.
Good bit of play there by Javid to recycle possession. Isipatana still on the attack.
So it's Randima. That's a forward pass, though. Yes, referee does call it back. Should have made the pass first. Decided to hold on, try to draw in the defense, but wasn't successful on that occasion.
Yes, quite unfortunate there for the Isipatana College lads. They did everything right, but the final bit of play there let them down.
So scrum for Thurston here. They would certainly look towards making some scoring opportunity for themselves. They've been second best throughout this game, but they decide to thump the ball down the park. No one there actually. They need to come up with. Okay, here comes the Thurston defense in fact. That turnover should be good. But then no support, and Isipatana drive them towards the touchline.
Yes, a good thumping tackle there by Bandara. No second measures, and thumped his opposite number into touch as Isipatana College bring in one final change. Line out there, one. And now Isipatana College back on the attack. Unfortunately, that ball left behind there by the number 8 Boteju, but he manages to recycle, and Isipatana still with possession. Basketball pass there by the youngster. Here goes the big second row forward. He gets the offload away. Number 9 puts on some lovely footwork, Bandara, but unfortunately the pass does not go to hand. Isipatana College, however, still recycle and manage to hold on to possession.
Number 7.
Isipatana passes have not been accurate, but they still manage to hold on to possession. Here's Surya still going on, and Isipatana do retain possession. A bit flat, but Thurston defense caught napping here. They just let this game go, and that will be an easy try to run them. So that's been the kind of game.
Yes, indeed, and a beautiful bit of play there by the last two attackers. They committed their final defender who was in front of them, and then drew and passed, and hence the space for Hashan on the outside, and he just had to round it off by dotting down under the post, and the conversion made no mistake there, as Isipatana College just piling on the points and running away with the game. So the hooter does go after the try and conversion was scored, as we see Wesley College and Science College will have to just wait for one more restart to end in this game before they head out for their bowl final. Isipatana College, rather Thurston College, with a good high-hanging restart collection. Lovely dummy there. Sold a couple of players, beat 2 more. But unfortunately the offload does not go to hand. Knock on, says the referee, and that would be that. Isipatana College in a thumping victory over Thurston College. 36 points to nil, as Isipatana College take the shield segment of this Dialog Schools under 19 7-a-side Rugby Sevens tournament.
So kind of a one-sided or lopsided encounter there. Isipatana running away with the victory, 36 points to nil in favor of against their traditional rivals Thurston College. So some solace for Isipatana as they end this tournament with some silverware.
Yes, so it'll be Wesley College taking on Science College in the bowl final. Another good game to look forward to. Science College did look the part this morning, but unfortunately they were beaten by St. Peter's College, and hence they went down to this bowl segment. They managed to get over the line against St. Joseph's College, and they found their way into the final, while Wesley College did go down to St. Thomas's. They managed to beat Zaira College in the semi-final, and now they find themselves facing up against Science College in the bowl final. So more silverware to play for these youngsters.
And this is going to be an interesting game for sure. Wesley College like to hold on to the ball, drift to the corners and then pass the ball inside. Science College, of course, raw pace. They have that sevens flair within them. And here's the Wesley College lineup. Samarakon, Pereira, Hapugalle, Hopwood, Javardhana, skipper Ogbebo, Tirangama and Jayasinghe.
Yeah, I think Hopwood and Ogbebo are two names to look out for in this Wesley College lineup. For Science College, I think Kure will be one name to look out for. He was the man of the match in the semi-final when they beat St. Joseph's College. Rifas, the scrum half, and the other players would be Kalhara Silva, Kaluara Chiol. Youngsters with plenty of potential, skill and flair, as they are known for Science College. So it will be a good matchup, this final, and we are in all readiness as the players are about to make their way through the tunnel.
So in contrast to the previous game, do not think that this is going to be a one-sided encounter. This is going to be a good game for a neutral. Science versus Wesley. Wesley in their traditional huddle prayer.
Just to barge in and remind all our viewers, you can make your favorite team the most popular team. Fierce battle happening currently. Royal College leading with 10,596 votes. Isipatana in second, 9,346 votes, and Wesley in third with 9,078. You got time till the start of the final where the vote will end. So get on to our website, vote now for your favorite team. You can visit www.dlg.lk/most popular and make your favorite team the most popular team of the tournament.
Yes, and it'll be Rifas with the kickoff in this final. Hopwood collects the possession and throws a rash pass there straight into touch. Science College straight on the attack and a line out, a platform to attack from.
So Science College with the attacking line out. Loose pass, but still with possession. Long coloured pass on the other side. Trying to find the space. Goes into contact.
It's a penalty. You're going
Not
down.
supporting your body weight, says the referee. So Wesley College
Number 14. Going over.
with an immediate chance now to prove themselves.
Yes, quite a let off there by for the Science College lads, going off their feet in the breakdown and resulting in a penalty for Wesley College, and straight away Wesley College on the attack inside the opposition half.
So Wesley with the line out, the first line out of the game. In fact, the second. On the attack, but unfortunately Ogbebo drops it cold. So that's very cardinal of him. Stops the any momentum what Wesley wanted to build.
Also, I think a bit of justice there. The line out throw did not look all that straight, and in the process Wesley College knock on possession through Ogbebo, and now it's Rifas with the feed to this line out. Straight away a lovely switch there by the scrum half, and Science College on the attack with numbers on the outside. Now Kure tried to put in a bit of a chip, but unfortunately does not manage to get past there. And Wesley College straight away on the attack. Ogbebo, he manages to get the offload away, and here goes Wesley College for the first try of the game.
Lovely bit of play there by Wesley. Some no-look offload, some wonderful silky skills there, finding the man. And Science College conceding that try while they had possession. But Wesley won't mind a bit. They're in the lead. Abhishek Nipun finishing off a lovely team move there for Wesley.
Yes, indeed, and Hopwood makes no mistake with the conversion from under the post. So 7 points to nil in favor of Wesley College, as they seem to just find their feet in this game.
That's what Science College would look to avoid. They have the skill, they have the flair, but sometimes all that unstructured play really gives the opposition chances to exploit, and that was one such scenario there.
Yeah, I think they look to overplay things, and they don't look to settle things down. They try to keep the ball alive always. It could work at times, but it could go the other way as well, as Hopwood kicks off the restart very fast with possession. A beautiful no-look pass there, but unfortunately the next offload just goes astray, lost forward there into touch by the Science College lads, unfortunately.
There you go. So the skill is there, but I just feel it's at the wrong part of the ground. But still, it's early days. 4 minutes gone, and just a 7-0 lead to overcome. But now they'll have to negate this scrum. Wesley with the feed in. The fly half sends it out to Ogbebo. First time pass to the winger. Runs laterally, trying to outrun the Science winger. Does so, but the rush defense is coming from Science College. Drags him forward. Support is there from Wesley, so they secure position. Brilliantly done. Good recycle ball. They need to send it out wide. Still with possession, Wesley.
Number 14.
So that was a tackle. Play was in the air, I guess, when the tackle was made. So yellow card for Science College. That too has been a concern for them.
Yes, indeed, and Silva, he did see red in the previous game as well, and now this time it's yellow. As you can see, this man was clearly in the eye and he just barged straight into him. Silly bit of play there by the youngster. And now Wesley College again with an opportunity to attack, as Science College just take a moment and look to gather their thoughts. Bit of blood seems to be coming off the youngster's face there.
Seems to be in some strife there, so he will need to be replaced. So the play will resume. Wesley College have made that substitution.
Time on.
A little bit eager, but now here we go. Wesley College inside the opponent's red zone. Loose pass once again. Kicked forward by the Science winger, but then just couldn't control it. The second kick goes out of play. That's so unfortunate again, but again Wesley almost throwing it away.
Keep 10. It's a free kick, not 5 meters. Not 5 meters.
So now free kick there for Science College. Still with a man down, however. Kure takes a quick free kick quickly. Now the cutout pass to the wing 3/4. He puts on some footwork, cuts back in. Good tackle there by Ogbebo.
It's a penalty. You're going down. Your hands
And
on the ground, sir.
the referee says that the supporting player did not support his body weight at the
Hands on
breakdown.
the ground.
And the penalty goes in favor of Wesley College. And it will be Shane to put the ball into touch.
Well, Wesley have been given quite a few opportunities early on in this game, and with half-time approaching, half-time imminent, they really need to take advantage of this, score another try, keep some distance between themselves and Science. You never know in this game, all you need is just one mistake, one lapse of focus, one mistake, and you can see tries.
Okay, good.
So the first things first, they've done okay with the line out, ball secured, sending it out wide, Ogbebo cutting inside. Once again, loose pass, but finds his man eventually. Good offload there, needs his support, but Wesley still securing position. They need quick ball. They send it out wide now, Ogbebo, centre field. Once again, cutting back inside, but it's static. Read well by the Science defence. Is that going to be a turnover? Yes, it is. Science do well there.
It's rolling aside.
Oh dear, oh
So
dear.
that's going to be yellow. Totally unnecessary by the Wesley player. And the replacement winger
It's a penalty.
will spend half time in the sin bin. And the resuming minutes perhaps of the second half as well. Totally unnecessary, Romario.
Yes, indeed, totally unnecessary. And as we say that, Science College have got themselves back to the full complement. And Kure puts in a bit of a chip kick, does not manage to regather. And thankfully for Wesley College, the ball wasn't knocked on there. So the ball has been recycled. Good bit of last ditch play there by the Wesley College lads. And now the number 12 runs on the outside, Abhishek Nipuna, but he's bundled into touch, and that'll be half time. 7 points to nil in favor of Wesley College in this closely fought bowl final.
Interesting. Both teams not playing to their fullest potential, which the coaches will surely address. So at half time, it's Wesley just ahead by a try, which was converted. So we'll be back after a short commercial.
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby service live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Welcome back to the second half in this bowl final game between Wesley College and Science College. Wesley College leading 7 points to nil. However, they find themselves a man down in the sin bin as the winger Rashid was sin binned just moments before the half time. So now Science College will be licking their lips and ready to go against a six-man Wesley College outfit.
So Wesley really need to be aware of their situation right now. They're down to 6 men. They need to keep their play structured. Thumping kick off the restart. But did that ball touch the Science College player?
I think that's the $1 million question. But the touchy says no. So it's Science College to throw into the line out.
So Wesley wouldn't mind Science College in this part of the ground, but with the speed the Science College backs have, they need to focus on their defense. The line out goes short. Here comes Science on from their try line. Kick. Ogbebo needs to read that well, doesn't, and needs to make the tackle now. Quite lucky there. Ogbebo misread the bounce of the ball. Almost let his man, number 12, Kure, burning for pace.
Pardon me, quite unfortunate there by for Kure. He did not have the pace to go on the outside. As we see, there was a cruel bounce there on Ogbebo, but thankfully for him, he managed to just guide the player into touch. Ogbebo runs straight into the defense.
Well, Ogbebo seems to be in the thick of things there, going into contact again. Wesley, brilliant offload there, finding the man, trying to run away from his man. Throws a pass, but it's loose. Science College now with possession. Wesley defense in array, but a huge tackle there on the Science player.
So first knock on.
Saves the day for Wesley.
Yes,
and with that, Wesley College will be back to their 7 men.
Yes, Rashid makes his way back onto the field. Beautiful bit of play there. Huge tackle coming in, and Wesley College wins possession to feed the scrum inside the opposition half. Shane to feed the scrum, and an opportunity for Wesley College to get something at the beginning of this second half.
Ogbebo foxes two Science College players together. Collision, and Ogbebo will trot his way onto the try line.
Friendly fire there for Science College, and quite unfortunately those two lads just knock their heads and they go on the floor. They fall, and it doesn't seem to look too good as Ogbebo gets the second try for Wesley College to extend their lead to 12 points with the conversion to come.
Kind of a double blow there. It's, I think, one of the players who is down is Kure. And like you said, friendly fire indeed. Ogbebo just drifted away from them at the last moment. The conversion is good. So Wesley extend their lead to 14 points. 2 tries required and to be converted from Science if they are to salvage something from this game. There you go. Just drifting away from the defense at the last moment. The 2 Science College players who were attempting to make the tackle, colliding with each other. Good restart required by Wesley. Decided to go long and thumbs it down, so they won't mind keeping Science College pinned inside their own half.
Yes, indeed. I think Wesley will be more than happy to keep Science College pinned in their own half, because now Science College have to run out of their own half, and that's not an easy job to do at this moment in time of the game. About 11 minutes on our clock.
Keep 10.
Science College to win the line out. However, unfortunately, the referee says not straight.
What do you want?
So Wesley take the quick tap off that infringement, taking advantage. Ogbebo has a man on the outside. That's Rashid, and that's try number 3 for Wesley, and that probably would do it for them as well. Science College really not finding their rhythm, and Wesley extending their lead, slowly running away with this game.
Indeed, I think Rashid will be quite pleased after getting a yellow card and going out, and now he managed to get a try for his school. So 19 points to nil in favor of Wesley College as Shane prepares for the conversion. conversion isn't successful. However, as we see the replay here, good pass by Ogbebo. He committed the drill and passed, and Rashid managed to get the better out of the final defender, and he dotted down for the try, as Wesley College now just seems to be just a matter of time.
Once again decided to go long with the kick. This time straight to Kure. Tries to dance his way through. Wesley adding pressure at the breakdown, but Science College come away with it. But once again, Science still with possession. It's all bit static, but 2 missed tackles and the Science College player is away. Wesley defense just managing to hold on to him at the last moment. Still with possession, Science just outside the opponent's 22. Quite eager, puts the boot in. And that's a try. Whose play is it? The referee will want to consult his touch judge. Interesting if we can have a replay on that. Yes.
It's the first knock on.
Knock forward. And that was quite a poor option. He had men on the outside. Decided to put a boot and make things complicated.
Yes, indeed. I think if he just straightened the line a bit and dropped off a pass, I think it would have been a 2-on-1 situation in the corner. But unfortunately, he decided against that. He decided to go for the cross kick. Unfortunately, the final bounce just beat the final attackers, the on-rushing attackers, as the referee has switched off time, and he seems to be going back for an infringement of some sort. I'm not too sure what.
Blue number 10. Blue number 10. Blue number 10 is a high tackle. I will start from the penalty.
Yes, the referee says
it's a penalty.
High tackle against blue. And now Wesley College back on the defense, on the back foot. Here goes Shifaz. Puts on some footwork. Steps this way, then that way. Now here goes the number 3 for Science College, and he goes over Kalhara, touches down, and gets some respectability on the score, but it's just they're just delaying the inevitable.
Yes, Wesley have done what is required to secure this win. A bit all too late for Science. Just a consolation try for them. And they have done just enough to secure victory in this game. And there you go, referee brings the play to a halt. So Wesley College emerging victorious against Science College. Good win. They emerge victorious 19 points to 7. And they have some silverware to take home as well. So here we go, the highlights. Ogbebo setting up the second try. That was Rashid, I think the third try in fact. And this was Science College attempting a try. Had the men outside, should have passed instead of attempting that kick. But then again, referee called that play back, and then Kalhara scoring a consolation try for his team. But it was a bit too late.
Well, the played final. Royal College and DSN Anayaka College, two teams who will think, what if they had done better in the semi-final meet in the played final, to have one last go at some silverware to take home. It's going to be very interesting to see what the approach is going to be. DS Senanayake College, Amarasuriya, Sanjuko, Piris. Well, we'll go through the two team cards as when we can. Jayasuriya, Kalega, Banana, Kar, Shenuka for
So DS Senanayake receiving that kickoff cleanly, spreading the ball out wide. We look to try and play this game end to end and try and stretch the Royal defense as much as possible. Already the referee seems to be playing advantage for an infringement by Royal at the breakdown. DS Senanayake getting a bit of fluency, but some good defense by Royal at the breakdown. Again end to end, but a poor pass. Referee deciding that there was a high tackle on that occasion by Royal defender. DS will try and speed the game up as much as possible, avoid getting into too much of contact.
long cutout pass that time goes right into the hand of the DS player. It's going to be very interesting the approach DS takes against Royal College, who struggled to get out of jail, playing a lot of rugby in their own half. Was guilty of that against St. Thomas's. Lovely offload, needs to recycle that ball fast. DS. Plenty of space on the open side now. Here's the speedster. Gets away from one tackle, gets away from two. Looks at the option to offload. DS have numbers. Oh well, will this be the first try? Looks like it will. Number 7 for DS Senanayake College, Udawata, manages to offload to Satidu, who touches down right underneath the post. Well, the Dons are troubling the Royalists here at their own backyard in this plate final. 5 points to nil, just under 2 minutes with the conversion to come. And Sanjuka, the man, touching down.
That's the start that the DS would have wanted, stretching Royals' defense, playing end-to-end rugby. I'm sure that's the way they would want to play this game. And the control at the breakdown was very good. Some desperate cover defense by Royal, not good enough. The support play was on the spot from DS's point of view. And they take a well-deserved lead, 7 points to nil.
Brilliant stuff by the ball carrier on the Sudawata, and the awareness to be able to offload to Sanjuka at that point was brilliant. That's what really made that try. Here's the restart. DS opting to kick it deep, collected cleanly inside their own 22-meter. This was Royals kryptonite, trying to play a lot of rugby inside the red zone. Have they learned their lesson? We will have to wait and see. Seems like DS have taken note and are pressing Royal to play rugby inside their own half, still inside the 5 meters. Here they come outside the 22. Good offload, and in support is Jayasuriya. Pressure from DS. Tevindu gives it out to Shenuka. Shenuka to Douglas. Setting up Royal, looking to hold on to the ball, deal some faces. Now using the corner. Good tackle coming in from the DS defender on Shenuka. Now option on the outside. Was a little undecided on which way he was going to go to. Finally decided that he was going to cut back, but referee now playing advantage for a high tackle from DS. Space in the corner. Pass to... Oh well. That is going to be the second. Vishwajit touches down right underneath the post. Very unfortunate there, because the pass to Jayasuriya was behind him, And DS poaching like good poachers do. Touches down for the second try. And now they are in the lead, 12 points to nil.
Yes, you can attribute that try to again some wonderful defense by DS Senanaika. They just kept their defensive alignment, did not rush the issue. They just let Royal keep on attacking, but Royal never seemed to make any ground. They were just going end to end without making any territorial advantage. And eventually Royal making an error and DS Senanaika being good enough to pounce on that. So very smart rugby by DS Senanaika. Royal just need to try and get over that gain line as much as possible. They're playing end-to-end rugby, but it's not getting them any advantage in terms of getting over that gain line, and that's when Royal is generally very effective. And so far that just doesn't seem to be the case. As we have a look at that replay again, just going end-to-end, and eventually that patience shown by DS paying rich dividends for them to go over for their second try.
Well, an option of kicking the ball behind the gain line and then attacking it should be how Royal approach this, because the DS defensive line seems very strong. Royal clearly under a lot of pressure now. Big man Janendra Nanakara trying to make headway. Here's he got a big tackle on him by the try scorer Vishwajit. Here's Nanakara again trying to straighten things up. Need to look for that offload if he can, for a supporting player who can punch through a hole. Now cutting back inside is Pereira.
Very well recycled. Royal have been out wide. They have an advantage as well. Nanakara, the big man, taking the ball up. Just like to see Royal probably play a bit more flat in offense. You can see they're very deep, but they're not running onto the ball. It's all very static and lateral at the moment. Bit of space inside, but the DS defense just moving in and covering it a bit more. Very good counter ruck, but not releasing the tackle is the call there. Tigoda trying to spark something in this Royal offense.
Another thing that we need to take into consideration, Abdullah, is the fact that these boys haven't played competitive rugby for so long, and this is the first tournament that they're playing. And come the fourth game, come this game, after playing a couple of games in the hot and humid sun, fatigue can take a toll on your system, and we might be seeing that little bit of lethargy. That is why we don't see the Royalists running on to the ball in order to contend that, like you said, if they can be a little flat and have quick hands, that'll benefit them a lot more. As a Royal go looking for their first score again, pass not sticking, and have been bundled into touch.
Some good rush defense by DS Senanaika. We're talking about the fatigue factor. It's for both teams as well. So Royal just need to try and just probably change their tactics a bit. Maybe try and attack in close quarters. Try and draw the DS defense in a bit more before going out wide.
In DS defense, I think DS and Naika from the get-go, Abdullah, were very much onto that short passes, very close passes. They played close to each other, not bunching up, but playing close to each other. Half-time confirmation, 14 points to nil. DS and Naika dominating Royal in that first half with 2 tries. And here's how it happened. First try came through a brilliant run by Udavatta, then offloading to Vishwajit, who dashed down right underneath the post. Then came this brilliant try. Being a good poacher, Vishwajit keeping his eyes on the ball, collected, and the moment he collected, said, "Goodbye, my friends. I'm going right underneath the post." 14 points to nil. The Dons are leading at halftime. We'll go for a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have the second half of the plate final.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
Welcome back to the second half action. As DSN and I wouldn't want to change much from what they've done in the first half. Royal, on the other hand, plenty to work at. They've had sparks of brilliance here and there, Abdullah. Hopefully they'll be able to try and muster up some good moves in the opening exchanges of the second half to make this game a little more interesting, because the two cup finals that we witnessed were absolutely amazing, and these two teams were part of both the games.
Yeah, that's right. So DSN Naika decide to go long. Royal just trying and bring some fresh legs to spark things on. Again looking to spread the ball out wide, but no one is running onto the ball. It's all very lateral. It's enabling that DS defense to just move across. Again Royal hit behind their gain line. Penalized for holding on. DSN Naga taking the quick tap. It's their number 5. Goes over for the third try. Ranjana Rajaratnam on that occasion. Again, Royal just going end to end without making any progress. And being caught napping by some very good defensive work by DSN Anayaka. Royal just need to try and probably look to take someone up the middle, create a few phases at close quarters before going out wide. This game plan of them going end to end just doesn't seem to be working for them. But you have to give a lot of credit to DSN Anayaka for the patience they are showing in defense, not infringing at all, just waiting for the correct moment to pounce. And the conversion is successful, so DSN Anayaka comfortably head 21 points to nil. You have to say, Sudarshana, DSN Anayaka have without a doubt been a revelation in this tournament, haven't they?
Oh, completely. I think they've been the giant killers. They have killed a lot of giants. Another giant at their mercy. Currently 19 points to nil. 7.5 minutes into this game. It's going to be very interesting on how this one will pan out. DSN Anayaka will take a lot of confidence in what they've done. A deep kick, but no one to chase it. Massive gap opening up, plenty of support as well. Royal in trouble. DS now looking to go on to the open side. Finds a supporter through the middle, through the first set of tacklers. Awaits support, hands inside the ruck. That's going to be a penalty. He needs to release the tackled player before he can poach on the ball. Now it's time for DS to throw the ball away, but they get 10 more meters advantage. Penalty on the 5-meter line. DS will definitely fancy their chances. Looking to go on the open side. Oh, white line fever. White line fever. Will this open the door for Royal to try and dominate, get out of their red zone? That's a reckless challenge by a DS player.
Someone has got to take the ball up Sudarshan, and they're just passing the ball aimlessly end to end, but seem to have created something here. They've got their speedster who's been handed the ball, Sanjana Kavin, but unfortunately the pass is forward. So again, you have to give a lot of credit to DSN Anayaka's defensive effort. Some wonderful cover defense. And Royal just don't seem to have an answer to this defensive effort by DSN Anayaka. They're throwing everything into this game. So the referee seems to have identified something. Sure what it was.
The call coming in from the air that time that it was the earlier lazy arm swing. Oh, very crucial, very crucial. Sanjuko from DSN Anayaka College will spend 2 minutes now. It's up to Royal now to make sure that they capitalize on this one. Time's running out fast though. They need to make sure they get their act together and to make sure that they capitalize on this. Here's Higgoda. Inside the 22 Royal. Opts to pass laterally, still in the 5 meters. Oh, what were they trying to do there?
You tell me, Sudarshana.
They're trying to do wraparounds inside the 5 meters, inside the red zone. But luckily for them, one of the DS Senanaika players have entered the ruck from a wrong angle.
DS won't mind this as long as they keep Royal in their own 22. But that's another good step. But again, that cover defense of DS Senanaika, they've been tireless in defense through putting their bodies on the line. Royal do have a bit of space. They've got it to their fast man, Avishka Gunawardena, but again, wonderful defense by DS Senanaika.
Great
Royal
tackle technique as well. They target the core.
Royal now do have players out wide. It's a 3-on-2 situation, but no one is taking the ball up. Just standing in one place and distributing. Just some tired DS bodies, which Royal is just making a bit of gain, but they're unable to get over the gain line. But now they have a 3-on-2 situation. They need to get the ball out. It looks like Royal are going to score here. Senuka Raveen going over for Royal's first try. 21-5. Has it come a bit too late to mount a comeback? Or has the damage already been done? So Royal need to try and get this conversion over if possible.
Ravin Senuka, that time the try scorer, might have taken the zap out of him. It's never easy, isn't it? Second half of the game, 11.5 minutes on the clock. It's important that Royal try and look to speed things up now. DS Senanaika, on the other hand, will be quite happy to take their own sweet time. Here's the restart. Good high-hanging kick. Safe underneath DS. Now trying to recycle the ball. That's going to be a penalty. Hands inside the ruck. DS not even keen to take the quick tap. They will have a little bit of a confidence. Decide on what to do. And then try and thump it down the park. Get as much territory as they can earn from that penalty kick. Again, have a little bit of a confidence. Thumbs up to the coach, but doesn't execute.
Or maybe he did. Not by design though, but you make your own luck, as they say in this game, Sudarshana. And DS Senanaika had definitely done that. It's been a wonderful campaign for them as far as they are concerned. Even in that semi-final, it's a game that could have gone either way. Probably St. Peter's superior experience just seeing them through in that match.
And also, if DS Senanaika goes on to become the plate winners, I think we can agree that they are highly deserving of that accolade. Abdullah killing 2 giants in the group stage, almost getting the better of Pete Wrights in the semi-final. Well, no. We were quite close to making a meal of that, but luckily for them, they will be put out of their misery. Well, that's one time for one more move, says the referee. Well, it's done. DS Senanaika College, winners of the plate, and have been the revelation of this tournament. Absolutely brilliant stuff. They beat St. Joseph's College early morning 5-7, then beat EC Patana. The green machine was silenced, and then was ever so close to beating St. Peter's College, but have managed to beat the home team Royal College in the final. and are now the plate winners of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens 2021. Brilliant stuff for DSN Anaika, and commiserations to Royal College, who would be quite disappointed because the way they started the tournament, they did look like the team to beat. Abdullah, especially that one, the first game that they played, they were quite impressive. But at the end of the plate final, the scores stand at 5 points to 21 in favor of DSN Anaika College.
So these are the highlights. DSN Anaika again scoring first in the second half after leading by 2 tries to nothing. And then Royal finally managing to get some points on the scoreboard, but it was a little bit too late from their point of view. And it was ended as 21 points to 5 in favor of DSN Anaika. So the Dons, as they say, can be very proud of their effort in this tournament. They've had 4 wonderful matches, and it's something for them to build on for the season once, for the 15-a-side season once it starts. As we look ahead to the all-important final between St. Thomas's College and St. Peter's College, 2 teams who have put in some massive defensive efforts to get them this far. And we can expect another keen tussle between these 2 great school rugby schools.
Domian team Yapa Samarakodi, Pereira, the Lanky Hetiarachi, Rekava, Tilakaratna, Vadurugala, De Silva brothers, rather, Fernando, Kosh, Ramanai, Kabulat Singhala, Pereira, and NMM Pereira. Lads from the school by the sea have been absolutely incredible, and here are the 2 teams making to the grounds with the trophy in the middle. Pete Wright's the other team, the Bomber Brigade as they call themselves, Fernando George, Kumara Peramatis, Tisarachi, Tulinda, Fernando Jayavikrama, Chatumina, Niranjana Ratnayaka, Fernando Tarindu, Ranasinghe, Mas, and Kure making up the 15 for the Pete Wrights. There will be a team introduction, although the VIPs will not be visiting the grounds. You're looking at the men who put this tournament together, Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association officials, and this is the St. Thomas's team. All geared up, all wired up, all fired up to go and get that big W. Very interestingly, Abdullah, I hope I'm not jinxing it, St. Thomas's had all those good results playing in white. They've suddenly decided to go blue. I'm not a superstitious man, but you know, things happen in sport. All Blacks, we know All Blacks and their white jerseys never work. Is it going to be a similar case?
Well, from St. Thomas's point of view, this is their traditional kit. So I'm fairly sure that they are very comfortable with wearing this jersey. They're more traditional colors, unlike what you're mentioning about the All Blacks. The dark blue and black stripes. So maybe this is they considered it their lucky jersey, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Interesting that they managed to hold on to the lucky jersey until the final, Abdullah. And hope everything works out for both the teams. And we have a thriller, because if their performances, if the 2 teams' performances in the semi-final are going to be any kind of indication of what is to be in the final, we are in for an absolute thriller. Both these teams will go all out. But it's really nice to see a Thomian team getting this far in a sevens competition.
Yes, and they deserved it as well. On the back of some wonderful defensive work, they made it this far. It'll be interesting to see how this game pans out, Sudarshan. I doubt it'll be a very high-scoring game, going by what we have seen in both the semi-finals. Both these teams defensively very strong. So who will be able to be more patient, commit less mistakes, execute their plans, execute their offensive game much better, will probably be the team that emerges victorious.
Here's the kickoff. Tomians trying to put pressure. Big hit on the number 10, Pete Wright. Tomian defense have been impressive throughout the tournament, and here's them turning that over. Gains a penalty. St. Thomas's trying to take it quickly, didn't take it on the correct mark. Now swinging it to the left. Running to the corner. Offloads, but have lost it forward.
First knock on.
But again on that occasion, St. Peter's just trying to run the ball from their own half. St. Thomas is rather just pouncing on that loose ball, which went in to a breakdown and managed to apply enough pressure.
Right, crouch.
Unfortunately, just trying to force that pass going forward. Maybe
steady.
would have done well to hold on to it and create another phase. It's just those kind of patience that they need to show.
Pete Wright's under pressure on that scrum. Oh, loses the ball forward in goal. Very lucky that none of the Tomians pounced on it, but St. Thomas's with an opportunity now to score from 5 meters.
Again, why would you want to run the ball like this from your own goal line? I know it's sevens rugby, but you just got to be a bit smart on how you approach when you're under so much pressure. You're playing in a big final. Do you want to be playing the game in your own goal line, let alone the 22?
Ball steady.
Fly off. Jaya Vikrama has an uncanny resemblance. Oh, here's the first try for St. Thomas's. N.S. Pereira touching down for the Tomians from 5 meters out. Brilliant stuff. St. Thomas's draw first blood in this final of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Western Province Segment A competition. N.S. Pereira, the try scorer for St. Thomas's.
Again, one thing St. Thomas's have been very good is when they pin a team in their own 22, they continue to apply the pressure and not let them come out of that.
Also, while doing that, they're very disciplined as well. It's not easy to keep defending without giving away a penalty, Abdullah. So, kudos to the good work by the Tomians, School by the Sea, the boys by the Sea. Drawing first blood.
The other teams just need to be wise to that, isn't it, Sudarshan? If they know St. Thomas are very comfortable and very good at applying the pressure, would you want to continue playing your rugby in the 22?
Here's Skipper De Silva. Brilliant pass. Lovely offload to Hetiarachi. Will touchdown for the second try. Back-to-back tries. Absolutely terrific stuff.
Again, a wonderful hanging kick. St. Peter's caught napping, not getting under the high ball, letting it bounce. And their Skipper De Silva, wonderful chase by him, picking up the ball, distributing it. And Hetiarachi going over for the Tomians. Second try, it's converted 14-0. So this is what St. Thomas's is very good at.
In quick succession, Tomians have put on 12 points. I think the first try was not converted. They put on 12 points in quick succession. That really takes the sap out of you, isn't it? If you're in the opposition team, they pin you in your own half. Another restart. A brilliant attempt at catching it. But was unfortunate. A little argy-bargy after that. It's all in good spirit. All of them are fired up. Testosterone in the system, especially the Pete Wrights. They've been at the receiving end. They need to put out their frustration in their play. They're capable of playing much better rugby. But in order to play good rugby, you need to have precision. And they've been deprived of precision.
Right, crouch.
Now they need to try and capitalize on the opportunity.
Steady, ball steady.
Use the backs. Plenty of pressure from St. Thomas's in that scrum. Now they kick. No sweeper. It's a foot race. Skipper De Silva managing to collect it. Has options. Decides to go himself and wait for the support to arrive. Now plenty of numbers. 2-on-1. Here's the speedster from St. Thomas's. Breaks one tackle. Breaks two. Offloads to Pereira. Now St. Thomas is changing direction. Show and go beats 3 men into the 22. St. Thomas's need to recycle. Plenty of numbers on the open side. Pereira trying to go through with a dummy, trying to sell a dummy.
He needed to get that ball out. There was a 3-on-2 situation. If it had just gone through the hands, St. Thomas's would have been laughing all the way. Unfortunately, not giving it out. St. Peter's again very static. Not running onto the ball. Now they've got a 3-on-2 situation, but you've got to run up, just standing and passing, which they're doing now. Again, a wonderful offload. Will he be able to make that cover tackle? Doesn't look like it. And he gets the ball out to Fernando. SB Fernando going over for St. Peter's first try. So that will make them feel much better.
Oh, absolutely. I think the Peterites will relish at the fact that they've gotten pulled one back. 12-0. 12-0 was not for pretty reading, and 12-5 reads much better for the Peterites for all the domination the Thomians had in the first half with the possession and also with territory. Peterites now have managed to pull one back. They need to make sure they are wise in these closing minutes of the first half. If they can strike back again, I think that will be absolutely brilliant for the Peterites, who will want to make sure that they go into the halftime on a high. Referee says no problem. St. Thomas is on attack. 3-on-2 situation. De Silva. Referee says
so even that first try, Sudarshana, there was a long range kick. It's true that St. Thomas has counter-attacked from that. But again, they managed to throw that behind their own, in their own half. And that enables St. Peter's to launch an attack. So this territorial game is something that seems to be troubling St. Thomas's. And it'll be interesting to see whether the Peterites have actually picked up on that and whether they can make use of that a bit more even in the second half. So they've got the ball out wide. St. Peter's
managing to hold on to that. Oh well. I'd like to see why that penalty, what that penalty was for. My God, and a yellow card as well.
Not quite sure what happened there.
There was no signal, that's for sure. But Peters now with a golden chance. Remember, they will have the numerical advantage to finish this half and also the start of the second half. I think that's something Veranga can work on to signal why that penalty was given, because all of us, including the spectators, are at a loss to find out why that penalty was given. Well, that's the equalizer from St. Peter's. Brilliant stuff. Everything is back to square one, and Peterites might even go into the break with a lead if this conversion is successful.
Yes, St. Thomas, I think, losing a play at a key moment just before half-time. And now, well, they've fought themselves back into this final, which sets up the second half brilliantly. The conversion.
Well, had plenty of distance, just swaying away from that left upright. But that's half-time. And this game is beautifully poised at 12 apiece. 12-14, beg your pardon. Peterites taking the lead and going into half. There'll be a very happy camp, although there'll be plenty words spoken by the coach. Because St. Peter's, I thought Abdullah had a little bit of trouble coming into the game, warming up to the game. St. Thomas has started off the game with a spring in their step and capitalized on every opportunity that they got. Skipper giving it to Hetiarachi, who touched down right underneath the post. It's really nice to see one of those lank lads accelerating and running hard. This was a brilliant offload by the Peterites. Jaya Vikrama offloading and touching down was Chatumina. That's when Pete Wright got some momentum back, and here's the second one. Yet again, it was some good work from Ranasinghe, earning him another try. We'll go for a quick commercial break, and you're watching the finals of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the second half action. You're watching the second half of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Cup final. Pete Wright's taking on St. Thomas's. St. Thomas's started off brilliantly, scoring 2 back-to-back tries. 12 points to nil was the score for the majority of the half, but then St. Peter's struck back with their never say die attitude, and it's 12 apiece after the end of the first half. It's going to be a very interesting one in this second. Abdullah, we are just 7 minutes away from finding out who is going to be the cup champion of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens.
Captain,
who do you have your money on?
It's tough one. Both these teams played some scintillating rugby. St. Peter's fight clawing themselves back into this final. So it's going to be a tough task, but let's just see. The team that makes less mistakes is probably going to be at an advantage. Crucial knock on.
I'd be interested to see that replay if it's possible. That did look like it came off the number 15's leg. Here's another look at it. Seems like he dropped it. After all, recover the speedster. Here's the Peters halfback, sending it out. 1-on-1, goes to the corner. Going back, says the referee, but then he loses it forward eventually.
Uncharacteristic mistake by the Peterites, especially when they're working the line, but this is the kind of pressure that you experience in the finals. Not the best of passes, but the Peterites keeper should have nonetheless collected that ball.
Crouch.
So chance for the Thomians to now mount an attack.
Set. Steady, for steady.
Got the ball out wide, spread it.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Absolutely terrific stuff from Hetiarachi. Going on his own, has a man on the outside. Back of the hand pass.
Unfortunately, just knocking the ball on. That crucial moment. But again, Hetiarachi has shown tremendous promise. And what a wonderful physique for an inside centre in 15-side rugby as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not very often we get players of that physique moving themselves so fluidly. Here's the Pete Wright. Under pressure now. Well, what with these players and fancy-looking passes going forward? It's interesting. It's the fatigue that's catching up. It's not prompting them to go to their basics. Do what you know to do. If you can't pass that ball, just go down with it and make it available for your next man to come and collect.
That's right. Just forcing the issue. You can see a bit of fatigue setting into these players. You very correctly said, Sudarshana. Say that fatigue is the enemy of skill, and it's little by little becoming evident here. It's been a very tough day on these boys, so it'll be interesting to see how these teams, whether they can get their bench involved into the game a bit more.
Well, here's Pereira, try scorer from the first half, trying his luck, but good defensive work from St. Peter's. Thomians now spreading it. Goes to contact, makes it available. Plenty numbers on the outside now. Pereira. Takes it to the ground. Pete Wright's trying to turn over. Back of the hand pass again. Falls available for St. Thomas's. Very lucky. Now numbers. Can they break through? Wonderful defensive work. That time it was number 9 from St. Peter's. Just brilliant work. Oh no. Luckily for them, they were playing on a lost forward advantage, so that wouldn't hurt Peters that much.
4 minutes. But see the fatigue taking over the boys on boys' skill as we have a look at that replay once again.
But to be very fair, Abdullah, throughout the day, I think, yes, these boys are playing rugby for after a long, long time. The quality of rugby that we've seen is quite impressive compared to the fact that these guys haven't had the chance to play competitive rugby. Here's Jai Vikrama trying to create something. St. Peter's now on the charge is Fernando, the skipper. Can he go all the way? Will he have the legs? Hetiarachi in pursuit. He will not catch him. Isan Fernando, the skipper. What a wonderful try. Reminds me of his brother Ziad Fernando, who scored plenty of tries for St. Peter's in the same fashion. And here Isan Fernando does the same. Absolutely brilliant stuff. That would have broken the grit of the Thomians a little.
This is the first time you probably saw that Thomian defense cracking, isn't it? They've been so solid in that first line of defense. As we have a look at that once again, I think it was number 9, Pereira, who just missed that tackle. And Fernando, with his pace, was just too good for Hetiarachi to make that tackle. Desperate effort by Hetiarachi, but just unable to hold him back. So the conversion is not successful, but St. Peter's have extended their lead to 19 points to 12.
Time off.
Pete Wright, number 10, who's standing right there. Abdullah has a very uncanny resemblance to a club rugby player. Sandesh Jai Vikrama happens to be his brother. Looks so much like Sandesh. Short kickoff, brilliantly done by the Pete Wrights. Oh, Fernando loses the ball forward. And the Thomians follow suit. So it will be a scrum in favor of St. Thomas's.
So we're entering the last minute of this game. St. Thomas's will desperately want to try and get a try, and they've got to ensure that they get close to the post as possible to convert, to equalize.
Into the last minute of the game. Thomians with possession. Here's the big man straightening things up. Ray cover. That's going to be a penalty. Hands inside the ruck. Has a slight confidence as well after with the referee. Lucky he's getting away. Now Pereira. Show and go, straightening things up. Still available for St. Thomas's. Trying to snipe through the middle. Basketball pass, change of direction. Oh, that's a torrid pass. Terrible pass from the Thomian player. St. Peter's now need to manage the time. Need to have the game sense that they are in the final minutes. Need to keep their ears peeled for that siren. There goes the siren, but the position have changed hands. St. Thomas's now with a chance to equalize. They need to make sure that they score the try in the correct area. They will touch down, but it's going to be a difficult conversion. It's going to be a very difficult conversion to equalize. It's going to be very interesting. What are they going to do?
Well, there's only one thing they can hope to do, and that's to make sure the conversion goes over to take this game into extra time. Again, decision making, really letting St. Peter's down at that crucial moment.
NMM Pereira, young man with the number 11 jersey. Expectations, a lot of them on him. Not able to convert. Pete Wrights are the cup champions of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, Western Province Segment A. But kudos and congratulations to St. Thomas's. Take nothing away from the absolutely brilliant play that they had throughout the tournament, but the Pete Wrights managing to see this one through. They had difficult moments up there, even in the semi-final, but it says a lot about the character of the team when you can hold it together, when you are really under the pump and can go the distance. Contrasting scenes, delight and disappointment, but a brilliant game of rugby, and we did subscribe for that, and we were delivered some amazing displays of rugby from both these teams.
Most definitely. What an end, what a final we witnessed to a wonderful days of rugby. I think St. Thomas's can be very pleased with the effort. Congratulations to St. Peter's for emerging victorious. They were 12-0 down, we have to keep in mind, Sudarshana, but they clawed themselves back to score three tries before St. Peter's just scored at the end. And in the end, it was just a single conversion that was the difference between both these teams. So, end of the day, congratulations to St. Peter's, commiserations to St. Thomas's, but I think overall, all the schools can be very pleased with the effort. And this is the start of the Peterites' comeback. Courtesy their flyer, Fernando, who's going over for the third try. And then on the stroke of full time, it was their number 18. Another Pereira on this occasion. Pereiras and Fernandos seem to be doing all the scoring for St. Peter's and the Thomians. So at the end of the day, a wonderful finale to a wonderful days of rugby. And St. Peter's just doing enough at the end of the day to emerge victorious.
After a terrific day of rugby here at Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens at Royal Complex, we are all set for the award ceremony and to award the winners, big winners of the tournament, over to the award ceremony.
Thank you very much to Sudarshana and to the entire Papare team for bringing us the fabulous coverage right throughout the day. And good evening to all our viewers. We are getting ready for the final presentation here at the Royal College Sports Complex. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. After 660 days, we kicked off from the 18th of December, continuing till December 31st, battling it out for the supremacy of the game and ensuring that we create good sports nationals for club and national level as well. Right at the outset, we'd like to say a very big thank you to all our viewers who are joining us on Dialog Channel 140, Dialog View, as well as the Papare.com. And a big round of applause to the teams, to the parents, to the referees, and every single one of you who have joined us here amongst the spectators. Can we give the big teams a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We want to say a very big thank you to Sri Lanka's premier connectivity provider, Dialog, for making this event possible as we kick off the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, Western Province, Segment A, the final presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, you have voted for your favorite team, and we're going to announce your favorite team as well. Thank you for taking time to vote for your favorite team. And all of that and much, much more is what we begin as for the main presentation. Right at the outset, we'd like to invite the Group Chief Marketing Officer for Dialog Asiata PLC, Ms. Amalinane Kara, together with the Senior General Manager, Channel Planning and Control and CVM of Dialog Asiata PLC, Mr. Manahara Vijay Vikrama, and the President of the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association, Mr. B.A. Aberatna, Secretary of the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association, Mr. Nirodha Vijay Rama, and the Treasurer, Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association, Mr. Damita Pereira. Can we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the main presentation party? Ladies and gentlemen, Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. We begin with the Shield runner-up, presented by Mr. Damita Pereira, Treasurer, SLS RFA. Put your hands together for Thurston College. We'd like to invite the captain to please receive his trophy and then join on stage. We're following COVID guidelines here, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, let's hear it for Thurston College, Shield runner-up. And the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Western Province Segment A Shield Champion, presented by Mr. Damita Pereira. Put your hands together for Isipatana College. Everybody, put your hands together. Let's hear it for the Shield Champion, Isipatana College. And the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Bowl runner-up, presented by Mr. Nirodha Vijay Rama, Secretary of the SLS RFA. Ladies and gentlemen, Science College. Once again, let's put our hands together for the bowl runner-up, Science College. And the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Bowl Champion, presented by Mr. Nirodha Vijay Rama. Ladies and gentlemen, Wesley College. Let's put our hands together one more time for the bowl champion, Wesley College. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Plate runner-up, presented by Mr. B.A. Aberatna. Ladies and gentlemen, Plate runner-up, Royal College. Congratulations. The plate champion will be presented by the President of the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association, Mr. B.A. Aberatna, and the plate champion, D.S.A. Nanaika College. Let's hear it for the plate champion, D.S.A. Nanaika College. And ladies and gentlemen, the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Best Player of the Tournament, presented by Mr. Manahara Vijay Vikrama, SGM Channel Planning and Control and CVM of Dialog Asiata PLC. Best Player of the Tournament, NMM Pereira of St. Thomas's College. Let's keep those applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for the best player of the tournament. Congratulations. The next award will be presented by, once again, Mr. Manahara Vijay Vikrama, the Senior General Manager, Channel Planning and Control and CVM at Dialog Asiata PLC, to the one that you voted, and that is on dlg.lk/most popular. The most popular team, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Royal College. Everybody, come on, put your hands together. Most popular team, Royal College. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the cup runner-up will be presented by Mrs. Amalie Nanakara, Group Chief Marketing Officer, Dialog Asiata PLC. The Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Cup runner-up, Western Province Segment A, St. Thomas's College. Everybody, put your hands together. Let's hear it for the cup runner-up, St. Thomas's College. And after 660 days, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we've been waiting for, the Western Province Segment A Cup Champion, which will be presented once again by Mrs. Amalie Nanakara, Group Chief Marketing Officer, Dialog Asiata PLC. Everybody, please join me in giving a big round of applause to the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Cup Champion, St. Peter's College. A moment with the captain. Everybody, please put your hands together for the Cup Champion, St. Thomas's College. And now we'd like to invite the entire team to join us to take a photograph. Here we go, that winning moment. Everybody, put your hands together for the Cup Champion, Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, St. Peter's College. We'd like to say thank you to our dignitaries for joining us on stage. One photograph with our dignitaries. Thank you to all the students for your patience. We need a photograph with the champions. And we'd like to invite our dignitaries to please pose in for the photograph.
Well, here you go, amazing scenes. St. Peter's College, champions of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Cup segment. Absolutely brilliant stuff. It wasn't easy for them, but they managed to go the distance, holding that trophy proudly. They will celebrate through to the night. Well, the team wants the coaching staff responsible for the victory to join. Incredible stuff, and we've seen some amazing rugby throughout this tournament yesterday, today, and it's been absolutely amazing. Here's a summary of what happened from the semi-finals onwards. Anand College lost to Thurston College in the semi-finals. Isipatana College received a walkover. Zahira being defeated by Wesley. St. Joseph's were defeated by Science College in the semi-final of the bowl. Royal College losing out to St. Thomas's. DSN Anaika losing out to St. Peter's with the finals being lined up. Isipatana College trounced Thurston in the Shield final 36 points to 0. Wesley College managed to get the better of Science College 21 points to 5 in the bowl final. And in the plate, Royal College, the home team, were humbled by DSN Anaika, who have been the revelation of this tournament. St. Thomas's came ever so close to snatch the victory at the last minute, but Petrites were too good for the Thomians. It was an incredible day of rugby here at Royal Complex. But this is not all. We've got plenty more to come in the coming weeks as Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens travel to 4 more provinces. On the 27th, Central Province game will be held at Trinity College Rugby Grounds in Pallekele. 28th, Northwestern Province games will be held at Malideva College Grounds in Kurunagala. 30th, Sabaragamuwa Province in Ruanwala Grounds. And 31st, Southern Province at FTC Grounds, Koggala. All these games will be telecasted live on channel number 140, Dialog View app, and also on the papare.com. So make sure you witness rugby from these amazing youngsters who are putting on a great effort to make sure that they do the best they can with the opportunity they've received to make some amazing memories in the middle of the park. Absolutely brilliant stuff throughout the last 2 days. We've been delighted that we were able to bring you some action, some schools rugby action before the year ends. But this is only a start, so do stay with us in the coming weeks as well, as we promise to bring you brilliant action from all around Sri Lanka. From here, it's me, Sudarshan Peri, signing off on behalf of the production and the technical crew of the Papare.com. Until we see you next time, good wishes for the holidays, Merry Christmas, and we'll see you soon.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree, there's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Try to catch me howling at the moon.